Hmm. Hmm. Chat. Chat. Check 1 2. Chat. Chat. Now. I know we all have nothing better to do on a Saturday evening, guys. Than watch what seems to be. Maybe I'm wrong, but what seems to be the development of an interesting arc. I don't know. I feel like we haven't seen enough of it in the world, in the online space. We've seen a lot of, like 19 like 2016 era, there was all the SJWs and the anti-SJWs. Then you had like the kind of like the socialists versus the right wingers and the fascists and shit. I don't really know if we've ever seen enough of the tankies versus the non-tankies, you know? And given that a lot of right wingers just don't engage with like this area as much anymore, they're going to rumble and kick and doing their own thing. I don't know. Maybe what the world needs to see that. I think. I don't know. I don't think we've really seen a huge, like a full scale. It's usually just split up into, oh, this person's fighting with tankies for a week or two, and then it stops, and then I don't know. I feel like there would be a lot more. There's a lot more content, and now that we've got Hassan on one end and involving the deprogram people, and Ethan on the other side, and the Destinies, but then also we've got like Keffels is fighting with tankies quite a lot now, and I think Vosh might get involved as well. Maybe, especially if this progressive victory, whatever thing goes reasonably well, then there's going to be a split. There's already a split. And we're also going to find out where a lot of these video essayists lie. These video essayists who recommend tanky channels but never really give any tanky opinions themselves because they know it's really contentious. Um, hmm. What side are you on? I think I'm probably going to be on the non-tanky side. I'm still weighing up my options, seeing how likely the more likely the revolution is, the more tanky I'll become because I don't want to get executed. Oh god, that would be so embarrassing. Imagine having to be on a fucking because what would happen is in if the tankies win, right? There's going to be like show trials, like 21st century show trials, and you just know it's going to be like Twitter morons giving you Exhibit A 3-second Twitter clip, Exhibit B 4-second Twitter clip, and it's just you saying the most like milk toast innocuous shit, but somehow, God, that would be so cringe. Hmm. But anyway, the fuck is this? And the re-education camps? My God, what the fuck's that gonna look like? Just sitting there in a little room in a fucking in a school that's not getting used anymore, sitting at your little desk, and someone holding a fucking gun to your head, making you watch second thought videos. It's, oh my god, making you watch a Hassan React stream, and if you laugh when he gets out of the chair, you get shot. Brilliant. Okay. Where you have to just sit in a corner smashing a big rock into a little rock, and every now and then the guy with the gun like reads out a line from the Communist Manifesto. Man hires escort on stream for $500. Then she receives a text from someone saying there's a hidden camera and people hiding in the room. Interesting. Where's the
Sleeping Get Out, it's a setup.
So, no. From not filming it.
What's this about the guys you're messaging now? Guys are in the bedroom hiding watching a live stream. Sound from the speaker was the two guys in the bedroom. They're setting you up, by the way. If you leave,
I'll be set up for anything.
Oh shit.
I'm just gonna make love to you, that's all. And you can go for it. I've explained everything to you.
this is really. This is really creepy.
Hey, here, come on. We got the $500. Give $550, you agree.
This is creepy.
Why is it creepy? It's you and me in there and no one else. Hey, can I just have your money back? Look. I'm getting
Jesus Christ.
Open the door. She ran. She got scared. Because someone was texting out that he's in there.
What happened?
Well, someone texted her saying that you two were in there planning something.
The fuck, man? I know this is just the moral compass of the average Australian, but fuck me. They just got locked up. Okay.
You're right. Ow. What the hell is that?
Okay, Constable Georgia Gray from the Brisbane City Police Station. Mate, come
Sorry?
over here. Okay, Constable Georgia Gray from the Brisbane City Police Station. You're both currently under arrest for sexual assault. So come
Excuse
and stand
me?
over here. Yes, seriously. So come and stand over here.
Well, hold on. Who sexually assaulted?
Mate, just step over here.
I mean, yeah, sure,
Step
no
over
problem,
here.
but
Sit down. Sit
okay,
down.
yeah, sure, no problem.
Get your bag on.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's totally not like, what do you think?
Uh-oh.
Upstairs in your room.
I mean, nothing. Sexual assault, definitely not.
We had complaints. Yeah, those are fake.
Do you have any ID on you?
Are you still recording right now?
Shut the fuck up, Friday. What a fucking moron. Oh my god. Wow. Who the fuck was this? Who I don't know these people. Are these players like well known? Well done to whoever called the cops. And how did they find out who the escort was? I guess if you know the town, yeah. Oh, it's Ice Poseidon. I only ever hear about Ice Poseidon. I don't know anything about him. Is this like a thing he does? Again. Jesus Christ. Wow. What was the plan? I don't know. I guess he wanted to like make out with an escort on stream. But she didn't know she was on stream, or she didn't know there were other guys in the house. Wow. Interesting. Did the cop actually call him mate?
You're right. Ow. What the hell is that?
Okay, Constable Georgia Gray from the Brisbane City Police Station. Mate, come
Sorry?
over here. Okay, Constable Georgia Gray from the Brisbane.
She did say mate there, didn't she?
Okay, Constable Georgia Gray from the Brisbane City Police Station. You're both currently.
What the hell is that?
Okay, Constable Georgia Gray from the Brisbane City Police Station. Mate, come
Sorry?
over here.
gotta have at least one mate in there. Fuck me. Brisbane City, mate. Oh my god. So that's what that's what you got to do to get views if you don't have much to say, eh? God damn it. There's a whole world of like Twitch streamer shit that I don't know anything about. I don't know anything about these like big Twitch streamers outside of politics. Maybe there's more to. Maybe I should though. Maybe I should browse LSF more frequently, or whatever the fuck else, or that Twitter account. Feared Buck. Huh. You know, gotta make your bank, eh? Somehow. Even if it means luring escorts. Jesus Christ. Someone's in VC. Oh, okay. Wait, Murph, you gotta go to the... Why are you in that VC? That's not a good VC. That's a bad VC. Hang on. Let me put you to the good VC.
Hey, what's up?
Good, good. How are you?
Doing good. Been watching you for the past few weeks, I guess, on and off.
Oh,
Doing good content.
thanks.
Debunking some tankies. Yeah, my question is, I mean, you didn't even start with the topic, right? Yeah, because you wanted to go into the tanky drama and talk about socialism and probably about Hassan and the Eastern Congo.
Yeah.
Yeah, before, I guess I want to just ask you your definition of socialism. How would you define it? First of all? Because-
Socialism or...
Yeah. Socialism, yeah.
I don't. So there's two ways I look at it. One would be like socialism as a kind of set of guiding ethical principles, which is that you believe in, to one degree or the other, maybe empower, like trying to diffuse the difference between labor and capital, like the class tension between workers and bosses. I think that can manifest itself in very different ways that are not necessarily like getting rid of the current society. So that can mean like something from trade unions, which don't get rid of the distinction completely, but they do kind of change the balance. Or it can be workplace democracy, where you try to have like more workplaces where that difference between employer and employee isn't really there. Or it can go all the way to actually wanting to change the entire market.
I mean,
yeah.
You already went into the weeds because, I mean, socialism encompasses like, you know, the, how is it, the relationship between social ownership and the means of production, right? And you like, it's true that it's a philosophy. It's not like, because you know, in online spaces people use it as it's like a science field or something. It's sets in stone and the numbers are already given, you know. It's a descriptive thing, but it's actually not. It's just more prescriptive than more philosophy. So yeah, but so my question is, why in online spaces especially, do people say that, for example, implementing healthcare, free healthcare, is socialism or socialist, I guess, because that has nothing to do with social ownership and means of production in any capacity. In Germany, the German history, it's actually social, not socialist. And in online spaces, like I guess 90% of the people who talk about this and who pretend that they read theory, they say this is socialist, which is not true.
Yeah, it's either misinformed. It's either because of the language, because it's like socialized healthcare. You could call it, yeah, people call it that, but that's not socialist, even though it's socialized healthcare, right? Some people might think that decommodification means that that's what it is. Like if you take it out of the market, it's decommodifying, or it could just be Mott and Bailey. I think that's maybe more likely. Like people who like to call themselves socialists and they do actually want a world of like, but they want to sell it. They will go with like, well, socialism is all these good things like unions and socialized healthcare and all that. But that's just because they don't really want to try to sell you on the rougher stuff like the re-education camps and the fucking one party rule and shit like that. But it's also like, I don't know, because how would you put this then? Let's say you've got one society with private healthcare. It's all done by companies. You go the other side with socialized healthcare. All else equal, would you say one society is more socialistic than the other, or they're both just equally capitalist?
No, I don't. I'm not saying that it would come closer to the ethical principles of a socialist, but like because in the end of the day, it's socialist. I think I would say, like, people say it's spectrum, right? Oh yeah, this one is more socialist than the other, but I feel like it shouldn't be, since let's say, because the socialist principle in the end of the day can't be socialist under capitalistic system, because just the mainframe of the philosophy, it would just not be socialist, because the healthcare still is within the mainframe of capitalism and normal
Yeah, and it's
markets, I
like
guess.
it's funded by taxes that come
Right.
from money that's made through the exchange of labor and capital, right? Yeah, yeah.
And
Oh,
even
yeah.
like socialists, even socialists, like socialists who are actually, who have an idea of socialism, they would even say that that's not really socialist, because it's still trapped inside the capitalistic mainframe. So it has to come out, and I don't know what the market theories they all have, even for, because there's I don't even know a solution for this problem of for pensions and for healthcare and stuff. I have no idea about that, because in my opinion they don't even understand how to pay people properly. It's more like vagueness, and 99% of the kids watching Hassan or whoever in the streaming world are more about the symbols, the feeling,
Yeah.
the group thinking, the vagueness, all of socialism. Like the philosophy behind it, it sounds good, it sounds fair, it sounds ethical, and like in the first steps, I would even say, yeah, it sounds good, but yeah, it's. I feel like it's just more of a movement to spite conservatives. Like it's a reactionary, populistic, and even illiberal and anti-establishment movement. Because in Germany we had the same. We have the Linke, who were always anti-establishment, and most of the older people who voted the Linke, like the lefties, now went over to the AfD. Like it's just about anti-establishment. It's about it has nothing to do with the principles behind it, I feel like. Also, yeah.
I think I agree. That's why I feel like I'm in a slightly difficult place with it, because on the one hand, socialism is very appealing. It's very appealing to young people. It's very appealing to progressives as an idea. It's it's got the appealing aesthetics and all that. And also just because of the way language works, most people who call themselves socialists are usually not really referring to anything like massively anti-liberal. I don't think, at least in the real world. Maybe online it's different. But like if someone says I'm a socialist, like I feel like they're more likely to support unions, to support universal healthcare, to support like workplace democracy and all these policies of support for. But the other end is that I don't really like the label that much these days, because there's so much baggage that comes with it, and you get all these people from like the Tankie side who are like, actually that's all liberalism, and what if you want to be a real socialist, you're going to come over here where we sympathize with the USSR, and where we have dog shit foreign policy, and where we have like this where we go into the incoherent world of like private stuff the incoherent world of like what the economy would look like in the future. And yeah, so that's why I find it quite difficult now. I don't know if socialism can be like reclaimed, because there's been the case for a long time that like parties that call themselves socialists, or movements that call themselves socialists,
Yeah, of course,
are not really advocating in the immediate sense for anything that's incompatible with liberalism, right? Like the Labour Party, I think, still calls itself a socialist party, even though they're not really.
no, yeah, like also like historically, all the socialist, quote unquote, socialist movements actually won by mafia and gangs. Like, to be honest, because they knew that the systems, like the Bolsheviks revolution, or like all these movements, they ended up being so central and so hierarchical that only a few people could actually lead those movements and actually maintain their, I guess, how do I say it, their paradigm. They just wanted to create it for themselves. Of course, like in theory, like you said it before, like there are ways to be more socialistic, but in reality, all these things aren't really socialistic. They are more social reformistic, I would say,
Yep.
or part of social democracy. But like in social democracy, it's more of a big reform towards a more social statehood, where the state cares more about the citizens, which comes with higher taxes, for example.
Yeah.
But they say things like healthcare is socialist because in Germany, socialists and nationalists were protesting the monarchy back then, who was led by Bismarck, who then, to quell the social unrest, implemented healthcare, and this way he could maintain his beloved monarchy because he was a monarchy simp, and he could silence the parliament in Prussia for his gain. But these like socialists need to revolutionize, and these things aren't revolutionizing anything. They are inherently reformistic and social. Whatever Hassan says, we want free healthcare, we want even like worker unions. This is you can still do it. Like in Germany, we have worker unions. We are not socialistic, and like I said before, in true socialism, this is just what I'm saying. I mean, people can come in and say different things. Socialism is always linked with autocracy, since the only way, real way to collectivize means and production is through statehood, which is led by a few people, which then inherently has higher chances of corrupting, and capital flow, free markets, and so on, correlates highly with democracy and press freedom and so on. I mean, historically, this is just fact. Like, if we just look at the correlations between, centralized, the more centralized politics is. For example, in Germany, we have like the Bundesländer, which are basically states. Like, if you set this more centralized, you're controlling your politics. Like in Russia, for example, which isn't really Russia, it's controlled by Moscow, to be honest, because other places, they don't care about other places, to be honest. These debates have been there over 100 years. Like, the reformists and the revolutionaries have been debating and talking about these things since their movement existed, to be honest. Like debates between reformists, like the moderates, the conservatives, social democrats, and revolutionaries, like who are socialists and anarchists. Yeah, those have been the topics in the 1800s, even in 1900s.
Yeah, it's kind of why you run into that problem, and even someone in chat saying it as well. Like, making some companies democratic or increasing the proportion of democratic companies is very different from taking all the companies that already exist and turning them democratic, because you can't really do that without like some central power organizing it, right? I know sometimes I feel like what you were saying about that, it's just what puts, like, I hear socialists who are very usually quite they sound not particularly radical. They sound like they've got like a pretty reasonable position on most policies, like someone like Varoufakis or something like that. But occasionally they'll be asked like, okay, like what kind of violence are you willing to accept to turn means of production over from bosses to workers? And then they'll say something like, well, how did capitalism get formed? Like, through the Enclosures Act, right? The King's Army came and threw a bunch of people off the land in England and Scotland and turned that land into private property. So it's like, yeah, but that's not really what we want to do again, is it? So
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I think
like, what is the most important thing for a system to exist for you? Like, the most important factor, isn't it resiliency? Like, let's say you want to have a system, whatever you call it, right, in the world, it should, like, in the end prevail, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like, if you look historically, if there's a type of socialism you want, like, where can you point to and say, yeah, I would like to have more like something more like this? Because when I hear like Hassan, they're looking more towards Scandinavia or Germany, and that's not socialist. That's and he even says like, yeah, these countries are still capitalistic, of course, but he also wants to see a bit more like a bit more state, how do you say, state-led companies like China,
That from that discussion, I was getting that impression. Yeah, it was it was just incoherent. That's the problem.
Yeah, but like, what happens? Yeah, what happens if you have a Donald Trump as a presidency? Like, this is a question I would ask if I was Ethan. Like, okay, let's say we have China, but people elect Trump as the president. What like he has way more power. He can way more. He can control Twitter if he likes. Like he can ban people from the sites if he wanted to. Right?
Yeah,
like,
but also
these
like,
are the questions.
also, even if like all the means of production were democratic, but then like a capitalist party started running for office and started getting votes, and they were like, we want to actually have some private businesses back because we think it, for whatever reason, we think it delivers better in this section of the economy. It's like he just couldn't engage with that because it was just like, no, that just wouldn't happen. Socialism would be too good to allow that to happen. And it's like, what if it does though? What if it does? Then it was like, oh, what, re-education. Okay, yeah.
This is
Which apparently wouldn't happen in a camp, you know, it'd be voluntary, but also it would kind of have to happen for, I don't know, fuck it. Like, I really, this is why I tend to kind of try to avoid the socialism capitalism argument, because everyone in the audience has a different definition of both of those words. And I don't think until there can be some consensus on what the fuck any of those things mean, I would rather just focus on policy. If you want to call yourself a capitalist or so, I think that's fine. But just making that the center of the discussion just bothers the fuck out of me, because I would much rather just ask Hassan, like, okay, you're the leader of the socialist movement of America, and you've got some traction in the US. Like, what are 5 demands? What 5 things do you want to enact?
right.
Like,
True.
and then just watch him just run into a massive field with one rake in it and just face plant right on top of it.
Nah,
That's
I feel
exactly
like
what he would do. Yeah.
He would pussy out and just, I don't know, cite some Bernie Sanders stuff.
Yeah, he would. Yeah,
I think he would pussy out. He wouldn't really give his honest opinion on it.
No, but like, yeah, but that's because like in practice, and I'm going to start saying this more often because it's true. In practice, it's because he's a liberal. He doesn't do anything that is incompatible with liberal democracy. He might dog whistle or advocate for some things that might be incompatible, but he's never going to do it. So why should anyone care? You know, he's a liberal.
I think, and I think this is like where we slowly should be heading towards to. Like socialists, if you're listening to this and if you call yourself a socialist, you need to take these people and keep them accountable, because these people are like insanely, like Hassan gets cited by Fox News and so on. These are the people that so he is the head of socialism right now in online spaces. Am I wrong? Like,
no, you're not wrong.
Hassan gets mentioned like in mass media and stuff. And if this is the guy who like talks about it, I don't think you would want it. Like you need like to be more I guess gatekeeping. Like gatekeeping in this sense is very good, because it should like how do you say, separate you from him in a sense, and his community, because his community is the same. They don't like, yeah, I don't know.
It's difficult because then I'm in two worlds where I'm either going to try to be like, look, you can be a socialist without advocating for this kind of mad shit, or just, you know what, yeah, take the socialism and I'm just going to be a liberal who fights against that. It's like, I don't know. But then that's just the only thing that changes there are the words. Like, I'm still going to advocate for the same policies. I just don't know which way to go about it. I don't know. I think my hope is that someone like Hassan got away with riding the Bernie Sanders wave for quite a while, and people just kind of not really noticing what exactly socialism means to him. And I think the more people find out, it's probably going to go downhill at some point. I don't know.
I'm reading the chat. Pedro the Racist, lefty. Bro, I am hardcore capitalist, bro.
Oh, Pedro.
In truth, here's the thing, like socialism in its core, like the philosophy behind it, the ethics is fine. But the issue is like you motherfuckers are like destroying yourself, not only yourself, but you're actually muddying the water for like progress. Like I am right now voting in Germany. I'm voting for the Green Party because they are actually for progress. Like they have an idea, but you guys are actually muddying the water. And because of you in Germany, for example, a lot of people are very populistic and went to the right from the left. And this is like an issue. And you guys, since you're not gatekeeping, you're not really saying what the fuck the definition is of socialism and what you guys want. It's more about feelings and this and that. And Russia is, we should make peace negotiations with Russia and so on. You guys are not fucking saying anything, man.
Are you talking to Pedro? I think Pedro's a liberal, but it's already gone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, never mind then.
But yeah, I know what you mean. Like,
I'm a hardcore capitalist. Like, of course, like in a utopia, this would be. It sounds good, but like it's not happening, right? Like, I don't know.
Listen, I don't know. I'll just try to.
Yeah, I'm going out now. I think I've exhausted. Also, like I'm sending you a Wikipedia article. You should read this, but it's not related to this.
Wikipedia.
Wait, it's not directly
Standard capitalist. Let's have a look.
No. It's this. So it's not directly linked with the topic, but it's interesting read, I would say. I'm out. See ya. Good night.
Take care. The KGB tried to plant the idea that the United States had invented AIDS. Bro, I love collecting all these fucking factoids about the Soviet Union. It's so funny. What do we have? Sluggish schizophrenia, Lenin ordering to instate mass terror and murder the prostitutes, fucking the Aral Sea. This fucking they're such a fucking, oh god. Was the Soviet Union actually just like the world's most efficient meme factory? Wikipedia, liberal. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Russia's a meme country as well, so I guess they kept that. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Okay. I don't know. Why we got so many viewers again? 300 million viewers. That's crazy. Is this what you guys do when Vosh and Destiny aren't streaming? Do you just sit there and gaze longingly at the little tab? No. No. Oh damn, I got put in my place. Even if Destiny streams, I just open up a tab. Yeah, nice one. Okay. Okay, let's have a look. You're waiting for Kaffles. Yeah, I want to review the thing that Kaffles was reviewing. And I think Vosh as well. Shall we start? Shall we start with this, that Tankie debating Charlie Kirk on Soviet history? Oh my god. It's like 52 minutes long. And I think we maybe want to look at the Kaffles Tankie drama as well. Oh god. It's good though, we're slowly absorbing our Soviet repertoire, okay? This person was the trans girl who left fucking Young Turks because of their rampant transphobia. And I don't know, I feel like a surprising amount of people just ate it all up, even though this person was like a massive Marxist-Leninist dipshit. So let's see what how Charlie Kirk, also massive dipshit, handles her. Huh? Da-da-da.
Welcome to another episode of Debate Night. We're joined by founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk. And
I will never stop loving this American conservative dystopian sci-fi aesthetic. It's so good. It's always like a couple of decades behind in terms of taste. And it's good that it is, you know?
Contributor for the Young Turks, Ben Carallo.
Sorry, I don't even know if I properly relished in this thing from yesterday. Was it even yesterday? Was it the People's Republic of Walmart? We did that yesterday, right? Hassan trying to say that we can do central planning now because Walmart does central planning, even though they kind of don't. And the example he uses of it, and he says that there was a country that actually was going to do it really well, but they got overthrown by the CIA, that Salvador Allende in Chile was going to do it, was going to do central planning, but properly with computers. And this was the plans that they, and these are the pictures of what they had in mind, where the economic information would be like processed, and people would people would sit in these chairs and do the decision making properly. This would solve the issues of central planning. Like, this is fucking incredible. Because this is in the second thought video as well, where he's saying that people like Walmart does central planning, so that means the whole country can be fine. The tech bro Tankie overlap. What the fuck is this? It's so funny. For some reason, no other existing communist country has ever followed up on this plan to achieve economic utopia in these little fucking stools. I feel like I can't. I'm just not over the. This is like something Vivek would argue for. Yeah, Tankie Vivek. I think the more you look at this image, the more you'll start to think that Pinochet's coup was justified. I'm joking. I'm joking. Jesus. Star Trek communism. Well, isn't the world in Star Trek actually communist? Like, robots are just doing everything so people can go. Yeah, fuck. Oh. Okay. It's just 67. But people are fucking saying that this was the society that could have solved the issue of central planning. The logistical issues of central plannings would have been solved by this plan. It just never happened because of the coup. I don't really think this was really it. I don't know. I think central planning and the complexities involved in that probably would have got the better of this little fucking dome. Whatever. Anyway.
Tonight's topic is Marxism in America. First question. Ben, please provide your best definition of Marxism and what you believe about the topic at hand.
Yeah, most definitely. See, when it comes to Marxism, a lot of people have a misunderstanding and think that it's about particular policies. But the reality is that it centers on the role of the state. The belief that the state is an institution that exists to suppress the interests of one class or another, right? Either under capitalism, that would be the dictatorship of capital, where capitalists suppress the interests of workers to the benefit of their profit.
I don't really know if the center of Marxism is the state. It's to do with the means and relations of production. But, okay. Wait, hang on. Someone's in the waiting room. Hello? Thanks, Art. Hello?
Oh, shit. Hello?
What can I
Can
do
you
for
hear me?
you? Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, hold on. I need to mute you on my stream. Yeah, sorry. So I was just listening to the conversation you had with the German fellow. I had a few thoughts on defining socialism, at least from an American perspective, at least as far as I understand it, or my familiarity with it. And people can, like, in chat, feel free to ruthlessly correct me on this, but I believe that the modern European tradition on most socialism is revisionist. So there's kind of that whole revisionist movement after Marx, like late stage capitalism failed to manifest, and everyone decided that that was kind of bullshit. So they decided to reform socialism from the inside. And so the current understanding for most socialists in Europe is that it's really just a reformation of, like, capitalism from the inside, right? Like make things better for workers, like etc. But the US never went through that. Like that was like a predominantly European phenomenon. So American socialism is really confused. Like you have 50% of people who just like look at Europe and they call that socialism, but they don't really understand it. That's why they like a lot of them are against voter ID laws. And then the other half are essentially Marxists. That's what they call themselves. And that's basically just a fucking religion where they have like their prophet, Karl Marx, and then like late stage capitalism to them is like the rapture. It's yeah, but that's kind of my take. It's 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean that's why you've got all these parties. Like the German Social Democrats were also the socialist party, right? They were the socialist and the same as Labour Party. They're like a socialist and a social democrat party at the same time. So yeah, and I get what you mean. Like yeah. And that's what you call
Yeah,
revisionist. That's what you introduce a new word there, so maybe that's gonna make my head even more sore. But yeah, is that what you mean by revisionist in that sense?
yeah. It like it was essential. So, and again, somebody in chat, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on this. But my understanding was back when Marx was doing his thing, like there was the whole idea of late stage capitalism, but that didn't actually manifest. Like instead, you had a bunch of unions that started improving worker conditions from the inside. And a lot of prominent socialists at the time became disillusioned with the idea of revolution. And instead, they decided to reform capitalism through incremental progress. And they were, at the time, deridedly labeled as revisionist. So it was a revisionist, like a revision of socialism. But that predominantly happened in Europe. Like the US never went through that brand of rebranding.
Okay.
Which is why there's like this confusion.
That's why like Tony Blair can go up when he's running for leader of the Labour Party and say that he's a socialist, right? That's kind of where that comes from.
I think so, to a large part, especially because like when you're talking about socialism in the States, it's just confused as fuck. Like everybody means something different. But I think most Europeans have a pretty solidified idea. Like when in your politics, when you talk about socialism, like it's pretty clear what most people mean. But in America, no, like nobody has any idea what anybody fucking means.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Gotcha.
Yeah, 2 cents.
Thanks a lot. I didn't know that. That's cool. Thanks. Okay. Okay. I understand everything now. Oh my God. Because do you know the answer I used to give? You know why Americans use a lot of English words a little bit differently? You know why? They say them differently as well. Like they pronounce it. It's because they're fucking stupid. That's why. But I feel like the revisionist thing is a bit more diplomatic way of saying it. Okay, let's go. Marxism, Leninism versus Charlie Kirk.
Your best definition of Marxism and what you believe about the topic at hand.
Yeah, most definitely. See, when it comes to Marxism, a lot of people have a misunderstanding and think that it's about particular policies. But the reality is that it centers on the role of the state. The belief that the state is an institution that exists to suppress the interests of one class or another, right? Either under capitalism, that would be the dictatorship of capital, where capitalists suppress the interests of workers to the benefit of their profits. Now, under Marxism, the state serves the purpose of basically serving the interests of workers to the benefit of, to the benefit of the workers to suppress the interests of the capitalists. Because, obviously, the very nature of capitalism is to lower wages, increase prices, and this has an inherent contradiction that basically squeezes the working class and inevitably squeezes the capitalists themselves by leading to...
Ben goes by she, her pronouns, trans woman. So I don't think that's what Marxism means. I think throughout his life, Marx had very varying opinions on the state. I think there were some times when he said that there should be no state at all because he was like an old school romantic who hated bureaucracy and shit like that. And other times where he said that state centralization of means of production was necessary as a transition. No, the center of Marxism is not the state. It's the relations of production between the working class and the bosses. That's like okay. But, what do I know, eh?
things like inflation and market crashes. So really, the central theory of Marxism is the belief in a state.
This is probably the central belief of Marxist-Leninism. That wouldn't surprise me.
That works to serve the interests of the working class, to suppress the interests of capitalism, and eventually get to the point where the need of the state itself is irrelevant.
Okay. How much of that do you believe?
Oh, 100%.
Why is Charlie Kirk such a fucking asshole? I feel like he's got such an easy layup here with this person, and he's just going into complete... His face is so weird looking. Oh my god. Why would you not believe that? Why would a person not... Why is it so inconceivable that someone would believe that the state should come in and redistribute means and allocate means of production and labor and capital in a way that benefits workers, not bosses? That's a stupid opinion, but why do you think it's impossible that someone would believe that? Hardcore Val, hi Lorna question, do you have a stream schedule? It's hard to know when you stream since I don't get alerts on YouTube. Just smash the notification bell, my friend. No, I don't have a stream schedule. One day I will have one, but it's not this day.
All of it. So you're just like a full-fledged Marxist.
100%.
So everything Marx wrote?
I mean, not necessarily.
Charlie Kirk is... you can tell he works really hard in these debates because he's got all his talking points and his little binder and shit. And he's got like he seems to have gone through a lot of training to publicly speak and to perform and all that and do these things. And why would you ask such a stupid fucking question? You're a Marxist. Oh, so you believe everything Marx wrote? What the fuck dumb cunt question is that? Like, Jesus Christ. What a fucking... Is that because he's trying to... Is just like one of those guys who just can't think on his feet. He just has, like... Because that's the... What a horrible... Oh, well. I feel like Marx, of all the writers in world history, wrote like an obscene amount. Like, he wrote so much. And he did change his mind on certain things over time, so...
Every
Okay,
single word.
Well, just so I can understand, just so we can have...
So you like the Founding Fathers? Oh, yeah. So everything all of them ever said is like, Probably not, actually. No.
This constructive. Like, just tell me your political philosophy when it comes to Marxism.
Well, I think that really is my philosophy. And we really have to look at, like, not necessarily Marx, who's the theoretician, right? Not even necessarily Engels. We also have to look at the practitioners of Marxism, right? So those people being like, obviously, Lenin, Mao, today.
Oh, you're a big fan of Mao?
Mao's a pretty interesting character.
How many people did he murder?
How many people did he murder?
Uh-oh.
I mean, how many people do you think he murdered?
Okay, guys. Any aspiring tankies in here, or any actually reasonable people who are quite young and one day you're going to get bored of me and you're going to get radicalized to the fucking tanky left. If that does happen to you guys, rule number one, right? If anyone asks you how many people died under Mao's China or Stalin's Russia, don't cackle like a fucking maniac, okay? Never, just don't do that, okay? That's a bad strategy.
How many people did George
45
Bush
million,
murder?
more or less.
And what are you getting that number from?
How about the Chinese people themselves? Rough calculations of international organizations.
What
Mass graves.
What do you mean, the Victims of Communism Fund that literally puts out Nazi propaganda on a regular basis?
I'm sorry, wait. The Victims of Communism Fund is a what group?
Puts out Nazi propaganda. They literally have a statue. I mean, you have to be joking, right? You realize in the USSR, they list Nazi war deaths as victims of communism.
Hold on a second. You're pro-Lenin too?
Yeah, I mean, Lenin did a lot of really great things to the USSR. They literally brought what was a feudal peasant society to be a major world superpower.
How about the Ukrainian famine? How was that?
What about the Ukrainian famine?
Like the 6 million people Lenin intentionally killed through forced starvation and famine?
I mean, it's pretty ridiculous.
Is he talking about the Holodomor? Or the famine from the Civil War? The 6 million is the Holodomor number, isn't it? I mean, it varies a lot because Stalin murdered the census takers. That wasn't Lenin. Eh? Where does all this fucking money go, Charlie Kirk? The Holodomor was under Stalin, you fucking airhead. What the fuck? Did 6 million Ukrainians die in the Civil War famine? Wait, because there was a famine in there. Wait. Maybe he's right. An estimated 5 million died. But this wasn't. This was mostly not Ukraine. This affected Crimea a little bit. Whoa, the cannibalism. Golly. We can probably look at those on YouTube. No, this is yeah, Charlie fucked up, I guess. He confused Lenin. He got two famines mixed up. This is the Russian Civil War, where Lenin did requisition food away from like Crimea and parts of Ukraine and other parts of Russia, but like no, it's not. That's a different part. Different part of the history, okay.
It's the frame that is intentional, right? Like, let's be real, right? There was a famine, and we can argue about the mismanagement of famines, but capitalists have mismanaged famines all the time.
Hold on a second. What is a
Irish
kulak?
Potato famine.
What's a kulak?
What do you think a kulak is?
I know what a kulak is. You tell me. You're the Marxist.
No, I want to know what you think.
A kulak is someone that owned a certain piece of land that was not allowed to own that same piece of land because of Lenin and Stalin's government. And if they had owned more than it, what happened to them?
And do you know what? Okay.
They got clapped, didn't they? They got their domes smashed.
No, just answer the question. I'm curious.
What did happen to them?
They went to a gulag. Do you believe those exist?
Yeah, 100% gulag.
How many people died in the gulag?
Do you know what a gulag
No, just like
is?
more or less. I just want to know.
Do you know what a gulag is?
Yeah, a forced labor camp, or it could be a forced death camp.
You mean like the forced labor camps we have in the United States?
Forced death camp? I feel like the talking points have just jumped so hard. Like, I guess Charlie Kirk is kind of just doing this conversation in the way that benefits him. Is not actually like engaging with any further point. Like, he's just going one after the other. But I guess this person's too fucking moronic to like give any. I know there's this thing that tankies do when you bring up like the Holodomor or something like that, and they're always just like, aha, you mean that one organization where the one guy is a Christian Nazi? And like, no, there are quite a lot of people who have pretty unanimous opinions on how bad the Holodomor was and how bad the gulags were and how bad the fucking Russian Civil War famine was. Yeah, I don't know. It's just such a. I feel like it happens so often as well. It's like you can just say to someone, damn, that like Soviet collectivization and the Holodomor, that was a fucking disaster. And then requisitioning food away from the Kazakhs and the Ukrainians so that even more of them died and surrounding their fucking villages and shooting people who tried to flee for food. That's pretty bad. And they're like, funny of you to quote the Black Book of Communism. Did you know that book where they inflated the number? Like, sorry, what? Huh? Is the Black Book of Communism the only book that ever spoke about the Holodomor? It's so weird. Yeah, they do that a lot. It's very Reddit tier.
States of America, which, by the way, the United States has more people under forced labor than any other country.
Where?
In our federal prison system.
How'd they get to wait, hold on. How'd they get to prison?
They committed crimes.
Okay, so it's not forced. They made a choice.
Are you familiar with the?
No, that's a phenomenal red herring argument you made. I'm just curious.
No, it's not
I just want to know how many people died in the gulags.
No,
more or less. I'm just curious.
How many people died in American prisons?
Hold on a second. I'm just curious. Gulags. How many people died? I'm just curious. Give me a number.
Listen, I don't like the American prison system, but comparing it to gulags, yeah, first of all, you commit a crime, like you break a social contract to go into a very clear, and you get a lawyer and you go to trial and shit. It's still a pretty bad system, but it's compared to gulags where it's a fucking show trial. You have no idea who's going in there. You have no idea how long they're staying in there. And then also you kind of, yeah, I feel like the conditions of gulags were a wee bit worse, you know?
10 million, 15, 20, 25 million, 30 million.
You know, there's this really amazing anecdote. It's really interesting. You see, and
100,000?
No.
I want a number, more or less.
Listen, because let's talk about how they get these numbers, right? This is a perfect example. There's this really great story, right, where, you have Winston Churchill talking to Stalin. He asks, he's like, hey, how many people died in the famine? And Stalin, obviously not wanting to talk about it, they had bigger things to deal with, like World War II. He puts his hands up. And Winston Churchill walks away and says, oh, yeah, that means 10 million. He must mean 10 million. Now, we can obviously talk about mismanagement of famines, but if we're going to talk about mismanagement of famines, why don't we talk about the people in India that Winston Churchill killed? Why don't we talk about the people
we're not here. I'm happy to do a whole defense of the greatest man of the 20th century, Churchill. I'm not going to actually do that right now. So, was Alexander Solzhenitsyn a liar?
I don't even. Oh God, what a he gave you so much space to talk, and you spoke about what Stalin doing that. Stalin murdered the census takers after the Holodomor because he didn't want anyone to know how many people died. Like, I also don't think the Bengal famine, as bad as that was, I don't think that's comparable either. Because with the Bengal famine, the problem was that they took food. I think. Oh God, it's been a while. They took food away to stockpile for after the war. It led to an insane amount of people dying, like 2 or 3 million, and because there was a war happening and because Churchill was a bit racist, he took quite a while to respond. I think it was something like 9 months or maybe a bit less. And then it took the story reaching international news for Churchill to go around and beg the rest of the world to help him with fucking with sending food over to Bengal. I don't think Stalin really ever had that moment. The Soviets, when the Holodomor when they knew what was happening, they surrounded the villages with soldiers with guns and shot people who were trying to flee. And then they tried to hide the evidence afterwards by murdering the census takers. These are a little bit different. And also, during the Bengal famine, I may be wrong, I don't think it coincided with a cultural purge of Indian nationalists or Indian dissenters or Indian intelligentsia, intellectuals and artists and things like that. Whereas in Ukraine, it did. They were murdering cultural figures. They were murdering politicians. And so I don't know. I feel like they're a little bit different. They're both bad, but they're pretty different. The Irish famine if that Benny person was actually slightly less retarded, she could do a good job to bring up the Great Indian Famine. That's probably a more comparable one because that was under the British Empire. And that was a famine, again, not intentionally caused, but I think more likely intentionally abetted because people thought, I think there were quotes from one of the viceroys who said that it was that it was God's will, vanquishing the fucking undesirables. I think the Great Indian Famine is probably a better analogy to the Holodomor than either Ireland or Churchill. But isn't the Great Indian... No, the Great Indian Famine is older, isn't it? Hang on. Great Indian Famine was 1876. I was just called the Great Famine. No, it's the Great Indian Famine. I was right. This was one that you can say that there was definitely a bit more Holodomor adjacent behavior. But you're also talking 50 years earlier. So, but also, people who are defenders of liberalism and capitalism typically don't defend this. Not even close. Maybe some of them do. Oh God. Anyway.
I don't know who that is.
They call it great.
You're kidding me.
Why do you think the Irish famine is different? Because I don't think the Irish famine was intentionally prolonged to wipe out the Irish people. I think some of the measures they took were very punitive and all that, but I don't think it was consciously abetted by the British authorities. And every bit of evidence I've seen to the contrary to that are quotes that start mid-sentence and there's either no context given or you find the context of it and it's completely different. So no, I don't know if it's quite the same. I don't really know if there was any elected officials actually saying that we should let the Irish famine continue because it's based. I don't know. Whereas that did happen with the Great Indian Famine. It was actually put in as a policy and shit. So
You're a Marxist that you do not know who Alexander Solzhenitsyn is. He wrote a book called The Gulag Archipelago, which was a first-person account. He actually was in a gulag.
Come on.
So, and you don't even know who he is.
Jesus Christ. Rule number 2. When someone brings up gulags, don't cackle like a fucking maniac. Okay.
You know that people that worked on that admitted that they just made up a lot of those numbers, right?
He lived in one.
But I thought you didn't know who Solzhenitsyn was. Why are you you didn't know who he was and now you're just saying that he made up the numbers? What the fuck is wrong with you? You see what I mean? People who are pro-liberal democracy, capitalism don't say this shit when people talk about famines. Like, typically speaking.
My friend.
There's a lot of people who lived in the gulags. In fact, there's a really great.
Yeah, and so they're liars?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of
okay,
people that lie about
so
communism on a
let me
daily
get this right.
basis.
Let me get this straight. So the pastor who spent a decade in a forced labor camp with 1 hour of sunshine a day, Joseph Bondarenko, he lied about that?
I mean,
because he wanted to just spread the gospel? I'm curious, just kind of like what your belief is on gulags, so we can just have like a similar.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll give you a really great example, right? And you see, the CIA actually ran numbers on this. This is really interesting. So somewhere around 10% of the people, right, that like were in the gulags during their peak, which by the way was after a civil war in Russia, right? Obviously with the white army that they had to deal with, right? And then the World War II with Nazi Germany, right? Were political prisoners. But this is really interesting, right? I believe it was in the Gorbachev years, they tried to do a big reformation and granted a huge amount of amnesty. Granted a huge amount of amnesty to like tons and tons of people that were in those gulags. And do you know what happened, Charlie? Do you know what happened after that? This is something that the CIA documents literally reported.
You mean after the liberalization of the USSR?
No.
Or what?
What happened? What happened to the people that were let out of those gulags?
They wrote books like the Gulag Archipelago that brought down the USSR.
Most of them actually ended up right back in those same gulags because, this is to be very, very clear, that's their normal prison system. That is the normal prison system that they had, just to be clear. Because who do you think set up the gulags?
So you're trying to tell me that the people that were put in the prisons were not political prisoners?
No.
So what happened to the Mensheviks?
Most of the people.
What the forced imprisonment of the Mensheviks? So tell me how did Trotsky die?
I feel like Charlie Kirk could have had a better answer to that. Oh well.
What do you mean, assassination?
Who killed Trotsky?
Look.
Rule number 3. When someone asks you how Trotsky died, even if you want to impress your own Tankie friends, I suppose. Yeah, Tankies don't really like Trotsky, but yeah. Don't cackle.
Look.
No. Tell me, who killed Trotsky?
Are we gonna talk about economic theories?
We will. I'm just curious, because I'm just trying to understand. You say you're a Leninist.
I mean, who killed Salvador Allende?
So 66 million people died in the gulags, rough estimation. Does that not concern you?
I mean, most of those numbers are inflated. Like, you got to really understand this. Like, the reality is that was their normal prison system. If you look at the mortality rate in the gulags compared to the mortality rate...
Is that true? Do they not have a prison system distinct from just the gulags? Because I thought the gulags were like camps. Like forced labor camps. Or are they just saying like, yeah, it was their normal prison system? What, their normal prison system was like a forced labor camp? Does that make it better? I don't know what? Your normal prison system was like concentration camps? That's it's weird, a bit wacky. I don't know if I believe that. Let me say Soviet prison system. Gulag was a term that people used to denote the prisons and internment camps in the Soviet Union. Okay.
In American prisons at the same exact
time.
So
let me ask you this. So how many people died in the Holocaust, would you say?
Well, that's easy.
I don't know. I'm not a Holocaust expert.
What? No. Oh shit. What the fuck? Is it because she doesn't know how many people, or is it just Jews? Is that why she got confused? Did she have brain fog? What the fuck? Even then, I think for the like including non-Jews, it was what, like 11 million? However many, 1 or 2 million Roma. Fuck. Yeah, 11 or 12 million, yeah. Yeah, that's easy. You just multiply the Jew number by 2. That's how, yeah. Fuck me. Disabled people, yeah. Action T4, mentally ill people. What else was it? Gays, gypsies. Who else? What were the other groups that made up the other 6 million? Here we go. So yeah, Eastern Europeans, Soviet civilians, Serbs, Jehovah's Witnesses. God damn. Asocials, homosexuals. Okay.
How about like 8 million? Would you say that's fair?
So I know at a minimum there's 6 million Jews that
Okay,
died.
so why
Oh,
are those
God.
numbers accurate yet the Gulag ones aren't?
Well, it's very interesting that you bring that up because the truth of the matter is, if you look at the people, right, if you look at the like denazification of Western Europe, what you end up having is you have a lot of people like, for example, right, like Nazi government officials that get put in charge of West Germany, right? Then you have Nazi officials that get put in charge of institutions like NATO, and then you have a lot of these Nazis that quite literally set up institutions, right?
Oh
like
my God! Like, yeah, yes, they took some scientists, Nazi scientists, and some of them were in NATO. Like, did that make NATO a fucking JQ organization? Is that what happened? Apparently, I don't know. I wish these tankies, if it's so bad to employ former Nazi scientists, why is this not bad? Oh my God. Why? Yeah, because Operation Paperclip was the Western one. The Russians did the same thing with more scientists, with 6,000 people. Oh my God, tell you what, the Soviet guy who made this word unpronounceable is a fucking genius. Because Operation Paperclip, and you're like, yeah, well, what about Operation also of and then you lose the debate. Yeah, can we just change the name of this to Operation Paperclipski? Bro, you think the West did a good job in World War II? What about Operation Paperclip? I mean, the Soviets did the same thing. They did Operation also Kloblovliv. Oh no. You know what? Let's do it, finally, for the first time.
Operation Oso-Aviakim was a Soviet operation.
Oso-Aviakim. I'm never going to remember that. Oso-Aviakim. They'll think, if I say this, if I ever get in an argument with a Tankie and they're going to talk about Operation Paperclip and I say, you know, the Soviets employed more Nazi scientists than were employed in Operation Paperclip. Yeah, they did Operation Oso-Aviakim. They'll think I just made it up. I guess they think that about every claim about the Soviet Union that's bad, but Operation Oso-Aviakim. Who? That's not even to mention how many former Nazi like Gestapo people were employed in the Stasi in East Germany. Where is the thing about it? Oh, here's the DW article about it. Yeah. Yeah, in East Germany, they actually employed a lot of Nazi officers to work as spies. Oso-Aviakim. Oso-Aviakim. Okay, nice.
That
like
put out information.
What are you
put
talking
out
about?
information.
Like name one person.
Look at the first commander of NATO. Literally, look at the first NATO commanders. They literally brought in people from Nazi Germany. Are we going to pretend that Operation Paperclip is not a thing that the United States did?
Operation.
Are we going to pretend that Operation Ozo-Vagapen Gimbin Paperclipski isn't real? Oh shit. Also, Avyakim, do it. Oh God, if Charlie says it, I will actually become a right winger. If Charlie gets this, I'm gonna convert. Okay, I'm gonna join Turning Point.
Paperclip was in conjunction with Operation Mockingbird, which was a CIA propaganda campaign, which I don't quite answer the question of the accuracy of gulags. Anyway, that's a little bit of futile. I'm just trying to understand, though, like, maybe we're just on different planets here, quite honestly, because I've actually met countless, thousands of people that were in these gulags, and their stories and their firsthand perspectives.
Thousands. What? Charlie. The fuck? You're not really you're doing a really big favor there to tankies who think the numbers are inflated when you say you've met thousands of Gulag people. Did he visit one of the graves? Did he visit one of the mass graves? Is he going to say how many Holocaust victims he's met as well because he stood in front of the fucking Auschwitz display of all the shoes? I don't know. I don't know if that counts, buddy.
And they did nothing wrong to be put in there, except they had the different political viewpoints, or they were pastors. And
I mean, that is true. If you ever go to Eastern Europe, it's definitely worth visiting one of these like former Soviet museums, because I think most big cities in Eastern Europe, especially like the Baltics or whatever, they've kept their old the old KGB prisons have been turned into museums. So you get to see the names of the people who were killed there and like what their crimes were. You can even go into the old execution chamber and you can still see all the bullets in the walls. And you and next to each bullet, you have like there's like a number, and you can go into the wall and see the number corresponding to a name and what they were taken in for. A lot of it was like poets, like nationalist poets just wrote something about, or like some people who just didn't do their duty properly. That was a crime in the occupied Soviet states. Yeah. The thing that was really unsettling to me was the room that they were kept in when they were waiting to be interrogated. It's like this little brick room with like two benches along the sides and a massive radiator. And what they would do was they would have these huge, incredibly bright fluorescent lights with no window. So, and they were just, those lights were on all the time. And they would sometimes cram like 50 people into this room, and the radiator was always on, as hot as it would go, just to distress the people who were in there. So you're in this room with like 50 people, and they've got the heating up, you've got the fluorescent light shining down on you, and you were sometimes in there waiting to get interrogated for hours, sometimes even a couple of days. The outside the door, there was a carpet, because the guards didn't want you to know when they were coming past to have a look in.
You embrace a political worldview that does that.
Well, let's take this.
And that's not even to mention what they did in Operation Osteoclavicum.
For example, let's imagine that you're a serial murderer in the USSR, right? Let's imagine, and then you go to the Gulag, right? What's the
no, I'm not imagining. I'm talking about pastors. I'm talking about
no.
People that have.
This is the reality. Because like if you want to talk about,
it's not the
like,
reality.
There's plenty of documentaries. Like look, for example, right? For example, okay.
So I'm just
Radio Free Europe did this really great interview session where they literally.
Oh my god. I just feel like not enough people know about all this. Like the way that tankies follow these so easily debunkable scripts. Because I guess maybe if you get into these debates like to begin with, you might find tankies like a bit intimidating because they fucking brags, because it's all like very niche history, like Soviet Union and shit like that. But it's also very like they always like they'll sneer at you for reading a Wikipedia article or some shit. But they always just go to these like really, really ridiculous points. Like when I remember when like that one, like, oh, my my country yearns for freedom, because apparently there were these fake Twitter accounts at one point from Cuba that said President Trump, my country yearns for freedom, to during the embargo kind of scandal thing. So, but now every time you hear about a country that's suffering under, like, where the people aren't happy with communist rule or whatever, or there's like some whistleblowers or some shit, the response from the Tankie people will just be like, oh, my president, my country yearns for freedom. Like, oh, it's, yeah, they just, it is kind of like, I don't really like doing these comparisons, but it actually is so similar to the argumentation used by Holocaust deniers. It's just you find like one hole in the narrative, or like the weakest bit of evidence, or like some scrap of propaganda on the other side, and just like that's all criticism of us. That's what it looks like. Yeah.
Went to people that were in these gulags, and it was so funny because when Radio Free Europe puts out this video about these people who used to live in the gulags, they asked them, oh, what do you think about Stalin? And they basically said, because remember, right? You remember that the USSR was invaded by the Nazis, right?
Yeah.
And you also
yes,
remember
and then
that
they deterred the invasion.
You
but what
also
happened
remember
before
that the USSR
they wiped out. They almost wiped out
war,
all
right?
of Ukraine.
You also realize
wait, hold on.
The civil war.
The civil
right?
war was between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks because they couldn't determine what blend of communism they wanted.
Okay.
After they overthrew the Romanov dynasty, right?
But you also have the White Army. Do you know what the White Army is?
I'm very familiar with the White Army.
You know the royalists, the people that were trying to.
Yes, of course. But
okay.
We'll close on this topic.
Civil war,
but
are you going to put
I just want to reinforce for the audience here,
if they start a civil war in your country? I know the United.
I think that's an interesting point, because the Mensheviks were like basically next door to Social Democrats. It's funny when people talk about the Communist Party in Germany and how they hated Social Democrats, and people are like, oh, it's okay because Social Democrats killed Rosa Luxemburg, and that's why it's okay to just like always. And that was why it was okay for the left to just be completely split, even if it made it easier for Nazis to come to power in the 20s. But I feel like Social Democrats, yeah, they were some of the first people to go in the Bolshevik Revolution. So it does kind of show you like how you really do have to be towing the party line to a T before you get fucking, if you want to be safe. And even then, you're not really. I think there's a really good stat from the German Communist Party, because when the Nazis took over, the German communists, a lot of them fled over to Soviet Union. But because Stalin was so paranoid, and because of the collectivization policies that caused such a mess over there, a lot of those communists from the KPD were not safe in Stalin's Russia either. So one person from the German Communist Party fled over to Russia and was murdered because he was friends with Rosa Luxemburg. And Rosa Luxemburg at one point wrote an article criticizing Lenin. And their stat is, I think, that more members of the Politburo of the German Communist Party were murdered in Stalin's purges than were killed by the Gestapo in Germany. That's a true story. Because some communists in Germany stayed, some fled, but more of them died in Stalin's purges than were killed by the Gestapo. You were less safe under Stalin as a communist in the 30s than you were under Nazi Germany. That's a true story.
The United States doesn't like to jail insurrectionists.
Remarkably,
that's what they did in the USSR.
Just made an argument that was pro-Gulag, and
yeah, they had a prison system. That's correct.
It kind of does explain some of your other views, because we're just living on different planets, like Team Reality, Team Narnia.
So how is our prison system better?
Wait, hold on a second. For example, you got a lawyer. We have an independent judiciary. You have a jury of your peers. You know what a show trial is? What is a show trial?
Judiciary?
Hold on, what's a show trial?
What's a show trial?
Yeah.
I don't know. Ask Steve.
Rule number 4. When you have to compare a show trial to the right to a lawyer and a jury of your peers and an independent judiciary, don't cackle like a fucking maniac.
Who was General Tukhachevsky that Stalin took up?
Steven Donziger. You think the United States doesn't do show trials? Look at Guantanamo. What are those people doing in Guantanamo?
Bro, how many people are in fucking Guantanamo compared to the Gulag system? Jesus Christ. All right.
Do is indict the entire Western legal tradition and conflate it with the Lenin.
Yeah, like, oh God, Charlie, if you were a better debater and you could think on your feet, yeah, imagine Guantanamo, but for an entire country. Yeah, that would be really fucking bad, actually. Yeah. Imagine if the entire criminal justice system of a country was operating the same way as Guantanamo. That's the Soviet Union. Yeah, well done. Well done, you fucking moron.
Stalinist, we're going to kill half the population we don't like. Look,
no, what you're trying to do is you're trying to take a country that had to deal with a civil war, that had to deal with an invasion, and compare that to the United States today.
I'll close with this. You are defending genocide, which is quite honestly a remarkable thing to see in real time.
Stop right here,
you are defending genocide of Joseph Stalin and Vladimir
very
Lenin,
clear.
the intentional destruction and killing of 65 million people.
This is what I'm talking about.
And no, there's no middle ground in genocide. That's your opinion?
Moving on. Has there ever been a successful example?
Oh no. I feel like, I noticed that Wick hosted a debate on the Holodomor, didn't they? I keep saying I'm going to look into more of it. I'm pretty sure the historical consensus on the Holodomor is that it wasn't a genocide. I think the contention comes over how you define intent. Some people say the intent thing has to be like, it was intentionally caused, which it wasn't. No, I don't think anyone says that. Even conservatives don't say that. But then also whether intention include that it was intentionally aided and abetted, which I think it seems to be that it was. I don't really know the argument for that. I don't know why you wouldn't include like allowing it to continue into intent for genocide convention. I don't know why you wouldn't include that. Because I think that's what you would say with the Russification implies heavy intent, but that's different. That's not the Holodomor, though. The Russification was... So if you're talking cultural genocide, then yeah, sure. Like, but that's a much broader definition. Yeah, if you're talking cultural genocide, then even if there was no famine, it would have been a genocide, yeah. But I don't really know what the argument is for that special intent thing not including things like Holodomor or Great Indian Famine. I think it probably should. That's where I am now. But, yeah. Yeah, the intention was to collectivize the farming, was to collectivize the agricultural industry and to disempower Ukrainian farmers. But I don't think the intention was to have 6 million or 7 million of them die. I don't think there's ever been any evidence of that. But it's also difficult because Russians, they don't like to release their archives. So there's quite a lot going on probably in there that we don't know about yet. That's why all the estimates are like, oh, it could have been 1 million, could have been 8 million. Estimates range from 1 million to 3 billion. It's like, okay, wow. I'm pretty sure the Holodomor estimates are actually like that. They're really broad. $3.5 to 5 million. I thought the estimates were broader than that. United Nations declared 7 to 10 million current scholars. This is the thing that's kind of frustrating, though, is I think the reason that a lot of people call the Holodomor genocide now, it seems to be like a political thing rather than like an actual like analysis of the event. Because how can the United Nations and all these countries say 7 to 10 million died, but scholarship is 3.5 to 5 million? I don't know why the UN wouldn't just go by scholarship. And it's not like... maybe you'd want. Is that a big deal, Lorna? Maybe, I don't know. I don't even know if I like it that people for political reasons are changing the way that we understand historical events, or because I feel like you're kind of buying into that whole. You're giving ammunition to that whole statement of like history is written by the victors. I think history should be written by historians. Right? I think that's what we tend to go for, right? It's just outdated. Oh, okay. But I still think, no, wait. I think with, the European parliaments and these other countries who say that it was a genocide, I don't think historians agree with them on this, do they? This is why I think there's a dispute, isn't there? It's like with the Canada thing and how fucking Justin Trudeau and those Truth and Reconciliation guys said that what was happening to the Indigenous Canadians right now was a genocide. Like happening right now, but obviously no one else in the world believes that. Like, Huh. I don't know. But I could be, sorry, I also said I haven't looked that far into this, so listen, don't believe anything I say, okay? Unless you want to, and just be careful out there. Yeah. I think there's legitimate contention with actual historians if it's a genocide or not. I'm pretty sure most of them say it's not, though. Am I wrong about that? I think Timothy Snyder says it was. But I don't think he's like I think he kind of represents a minority of historians on the Holodomor, as far as I. But the way Snyder the way Snyder talks about genocide is he seems to kind of like he does seem to interpret the definition in his own little way, like the same thing about what he said with Ukraine and the war. Yeah, genocide. See, when people say things like this, though, genocide, no; intentional, probably yes. Well, no, the whole point of the whole dispute about whether or not it was a genocide is whether or not it was intentional. that's the heart of the issue, is whether or not it was intentional. You can't say genocide, no; intentional, yes, because if it was intentional, it would be a genocide. Yeah. Kazakhstan was also affected. Yeah, but then that still doesn't take away from the genocide argument, because they would say that Kazakhstan and Ukraine were uniquely affected because after the famine started, food was requisitioned away from Ukraine and Kazakhstan into Russia. So the fact that it affected Russia, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine, because Russians were affected as well. It was like, there's a gap between Ukraine and Kazakhstan, right? And Russia is in that gap, yeah. But I don't think that necessarily means that they were treated the same, because I don't think, as far as I know, I don't think Russian villages were surrounded by Red Army troops shooting people for trying to flee. That did happen in Ukraine. So that's like, yeah.
Of Marxist theory and action where the workers are truly empowered.
Damn.
Yeah, 100%, most definitely. Like, so first and foremost, we have obviously the brave Vietnam soldiers that defended themselves.
The Viet Cong?
Defended themselves against the invading American army, which was basically there to punish them for daring to free themselves from French colonial rule.
Wait, so hold on. How did that work out?
And what do you mean, how did that work out?
So, I mean, no, seriously, the Ho Chi Minh City under communist rule, better then or better now?
What do you mean, better then or better now?
Was Ho Chi Minh a better place under Viet Cong rule or better now under more kind of Western?
Who do you think is in charge of Vietnam right now?
I mean, it's a generally much freer country than it was 50, 60 years ago.
Oh, is this when we say that the government is communist still, right? Oh, no.
Weird. When did the Communist Party lose power in Vietnam?
Well, hold on. They've industrialized their country. They've opened themselves up to international trade. They actually have fair and free elections. Like, I'm not going to say Vietnam's a perfect country, but post-Viet Cong rule, their standard of living has increased.
So you think
infant mortality has gone down?
You think maybe perhaps Agent Orange had something to do with some of the struggles he had? Do you think that maybe the sanctions from the United States of America cutting off supplies to food maybe had something to do with it?
Okay, got it. So America's always the villain. So besides the Viet...
I don't think Vietnam has... Hey, wait. Vietnam is a one-party state, right? It doesn't have fair... Are those fair and free elections? I would probably say no. Interesting. But also, like, this idea that Vietnam is still, like, communist in any meaningful sense. Like, look, I love these polls as well, like, how favorable their views are of the United States. Jesus Christ. Damn. But I mean, it's like the Doi Moi reforms were really popular. I think like Vietnam is like a hotspot in that region for foreign business now. Even though they still try to say this, because oh god, I had this argument with fucking Noah Samson of all people. It didn't last very long, but about how whether or not owning land in Vietnam was capitalistic because the land is technically owned by the government. But if you look at how the land is owned, it is technically owned by the government, but it's only owned by the government in the sense that the government can take the land away from you if you don't meet certain standards, like certain standards set by the government. But that's the case in like the UK as well. It's the case in a lot of parts of the world. Not even to mention like compulsory purchase and shit like that as well. And it's like, if the land is owned by the government in a communistic way, like, is it really? Like, there are billionaires in Vietnam. It seems to be that foreign business gets on pretty well in Vietnam. People are okay to buy land and shit in Vietnam, even if they're even if it's technically owned by the government could take it away from them at any point. But it seems to be the case that you don't have to engage in like rampant capitalism for the government to take your land away. It seems to be the threshold is quite high. So it's just one of those things where it's one of those things where they just, it's capitalism with like a little hammer and sickle stickered on top of it. It's like one article on it. Vietnam's land rights use can be complicated for the first-time business investors. Collectively owned. Cannot have full and legal ownership of the land. Different types of land right use we discuss. Under current law, foreigners can retain an LURC for 50 years, while locals can have one indefinitely. The government can choose to grant a one-time extension of another 50 years or take the land back if the party has failed to use the land under the terms and conditions. While this system may seem inconvenient,
the Vietnamese didn't view us as invaders as much like allies of the opposition in the Civil War, as well, China invading them like a few years later after us.
I don't know enough about the Vietnam War, so sure, bro. I believe you. Thank you for the $10, Hardcore Val. I appreciate that. I don't know enough about the Vietnam War to comment, but thanks. While this system may seem inconvenient, other countries such as the UK also employ such a system without significantly constraining investors. And this is the point, right? Like,
from what I read online, the Vietnamese didn't view us as invaders as much like allies of the opposition in the Civil War, as well, China invading them like a few years later after us.
Yeah, I suppose when you say it twice, I'm more inclined to agree with you, actually. Whoa, propaganda. Yeah, I think it's like, I think this is the idea that, is it constraining investors any more than a capitalist economy would? And it doesn't seem to be. It seems to be Vietnam is actually really popular for foreign investment. So, if you're going to say that, sure. I mean, if Tankies want to accidentally rep capitalism, that's fine. That's funny as fuck. All right.
Kong, which is a new one, I'll be honest. Where else has communism worked?
China. Look at China.
Okay, what about China works with...
Aside from the fact that China's the strongest economy in the world right now, there's obviously the fact...
Are you fucking joking? Oh my God. Okay.
That average wages in China have tripled over the past decade.
So before we go any further, do you really want to defend the Chinese Communist Party against me?
Sure.
Okay, got it. So...
I love the anime fucking posture. Do you really want to step into the ring with me? Well done, Charlie. And...
Uyghur Muslims, how do you feel about them?
Uh-oh.
So you're pro-concentration camp?
Don't cackle.
No, not pro-concentration.
Okay, so where are the Uyghur Muslims right now?
Do you know what the East Turkmenistan movement is?
No, don't change the topic.
I'm not, this is the same topic.
Uyghur Muslims.
You don't know that the East Turkmenistan movement was labeled by the United States of America as a terrorist organization.
Oh, got it. Okay, so pro-concentration
inside
camp.
of China.
Got it. What about the one-child policy for 40 years?
No. We need to stop right here because first and foremost, you pushed earlier the double genocide theory, which, by the way, Holocaust scholars.
Holocaust denial. Oh no.
You are pro-genocide, but anyway.
No. Stop right here.
Saying no doesn't make it right.
Like the double genocide theory is literally Nazi propaganda. The whole idea was to say that the obvious, mismanagement of a famine, they're trying to equate that to the invasion and the mass murder committed by the Nazis. They're literally Nazis that intentionally push that theory. Why do you think that Israel, to this very day, actually has tensions with specific people in Ukraine who are pushing that double genocide theory? Because the truth is, a famine and the mismanagement of resources
I'm talking about, in addition,
is not
mass
the same.
graves.
It's first of all, also like using your own like Reddit jargon on people who don't give a fuck about like double genocide. Again, double genocide theory. Coming from the kind of people who will call everything Americans do a genocide. They call the Iraq War a genocide. They'll call fucking the sanctions on the Taliban a genocide. Like, I've seen people do that. It's just, But
Gulags and all that. But let's talk about the CCP.
Genocide.
So let's talk about the CCP. So you're cool with the one-child policy?
It doesn't matter what I'm cool with. The reality is...
No, that's
I think it's called the East Turkestan movement, not the East Turkmenistan movement, apparently. Okay. So we're cool with incarcerating people in camps under threats of terrorism. By the way, Guantanamo Bay, which has 40 people in it, is equivalent to the fucking gulag system. Well done.
That was a policy of the CCP for years, where they would murder another child if you had more than one kid.
Look, what we need to understand is that China is a democracy, and they are going to make laws
hold on a second.
based off of their individual material conditions.
How are they a democracy exactly?
Are you kidding me? Aside from the fact that the central government has a 95% approval rating, which, by the way, before you're like, oh, but
have you been to China?
No.
No, of
course.
Oh, so you must be a subject matter expert.
I'm not.
Yeah, so it's interesting.
Oh,
So their democracy. Do they have senators or congressmen in China?
Well, there's about 1,000 members of their National People's Congress, and then obviously they have a system of local people's Congress.
And so you don't think those elections are rigged?
I'm going to test you. What does it take to get on the ballot in China?
What is it? A lot of money, power, and influence, and killing the right people.
Oh, that's weird, because it's actually illegal to spend money on campaigning in China. There's actually a very specific answer to this.
You think that a dissident Chinese person could run up against Xi Jinping right now? So let me ask you a question.
Yeah, is that true? Are there anti-Uyghur camp candidates in China? I have a feeling there probably aren't, but maybe I'm wrong.
How do you think?
You're pro CCP. So you think it's okay?
How do you think elections work? How do you think elections work in China?
It's very simple. You're born into the right family. You have connections to the right people.
You can't answer.
What's Xi Jinping's lineage?
What does it take to get on the ballot in China?
You have to have the right connections.
Know the answer.
Yes, I do.
No,
I do know. You can't just all of a sudden pop up.
Have you read the law? Have you read their law?
What happened to Tank Man?
I have actually read through. No.
You think the law actually applies?
Chat. Okay.
So what happened to the Tiananmen Square?
She said, "Listen, chat," while looking at the camera. Oh no! Does this person stream a lot? Does I don't know. Does she have a channel? Let me see. I guess she got like a bit of a following from the Young Turk stuff, but listen, chat. It's crazy, chat. It's crazy that Charlie Kirk would say these things, chat. I don't know. Oh, God. Talking to Charlie's chat. Well, is he live streaming this? Oh, well.
Listen, this is the answer.
What happened to Tiananmen Square?
That Charlie Kirk doesn't know because he has no idea how democracy
What happened to Tiananmen Square?
You need to get
how about
10
Tibet?
Signatures to get on the ballot in China. That's it, 10 signatures. How many people does it take to start a recall in China?
How many?
Wait. I'm pretty sure you can't just say whatever the fuck you want in China, can you? Hang on. Like, have you seen what happens when independent journalists try to film from outside of the Uyghur camps? They get fucking police swarming them within like 5 seconds. You can't say what you want once, yeah. I don't know. I just have a feeling, right, that the anti-Uyghur camp candidate isn't gonna get maybe get their 10 signatures and then they get thrown in jail. I don't know. Yeah.
How many temples did they destroy in Tibet?
How many?
So you think you could recall Xi Jinping?
How many people do you think it takes to
you
get
understand?
A recall?
I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing. They've tripled their average wages. They've eliminated extreme poverty. They have amassed popular support in China. They have the strongest economy in the world. And right now, they are...
How many people live in abject poverty in Western China? More people than the population of America do not have access to clean water or toilets, and that's your idea of lifting people out of poverty. Let me ask you this question. 26 million people forcibly...
When you hear about people who don't have access to, like, what do they say, clean water and toilets in Western China, when you talk about abject poverty in China, don't cackle. Rule number 5, chat, don't cackle like a fucking psycho. Jesus Christ. That laugh needs to be on a soundboard. That's a bit mean. Is it? It sounds like when you're cleaning a window.
Of lifting people out of poverty. Let me ask you this question. 26 million people forcibly locked down in Shanghai. Cats are being put into entire bags and murdered. If you have COVID, that's your idea of a good society? 26 million people being forcibly locked down in China
How
at a
many
moment's
people
notice?
are permanently disabled because of COVID in the United States? How many people died in the
I don't know.
United
Ask
States?
the country that designed the virus.
How many-
Your
Oh
favorite
my
country.
God, Charlie Kirk. No. Charlie Cuck. Oh, shit.
You think they designed the virus?
Where did it come from?
What do you mean, where did it come from? Like, you
Where
gotta be
did the
joking.
virus
so
come
you're
from?
peddling conspiracy theories. Look, I
No,
have
no, no.
What
What country did it come from?
I have a master's degree in biosecurity and biodefense.
Oh, so you must be so
Okay?
smart. Where did the country come from? Where did it come from?
Here's the thing, Charlie. Listen up. Did you know that there were American scientists working in that lab?
What's the name of the lab?
In the Wuhan
Oh, so
lab.
it came from China.
It came from
Really?
China. Yeah.
Oh,
degrees
so
come
it's
from all
the
over the place.
Chinese virus.
No,
Oh my
it's not the
God,
Chinese
Charlie
What country did it
Kirk.
come from then?
How many strains of coronavirus are like? How many types of coronavirus are there?
There's plenty. There's Omicron. There's COVID-19. There's the original strain, but it was
No,
originally
the original
developed.
strains. No. See, you've listed three. The reality is there's different types of coronaviruses.
Okay,
that
we need to
exist
step
in the
things up,
world,
guys,
that
don't worry.
exist in the world.
We got
that aren't
this.
developed anywhere. Like
No,
cats have their own
no,
coronaviruses.
of course, but which one was developed in the
dogs
lab
have
in
their
China?
own
There we go.
coronaviruses. There's no you think that the American scientists that were working in that same lab right next to those Chinese scientists, you think that they were secretly malicious
No. So you're putting words in my mouth. Hold on. Did it come from a lab or not, or did it come from a Himalayan bat
of
lab?
course it didn't come from a lab.
Oh, you think it didn't come from a lab?
No, yeah, because
Oh,
I
so
live in
you-
a real world. I
you
live in a
are an
real
idiot.
world, okay? I live in the real
Like,
world.
you understand
I
that?
don't think it's been completely written off that it might have come from a lab, is it? Like, it's just that we don't know for sure. It was it the lab and the wet market are the two competing potentialities, although it's more likely to still be the wet market, but we don't know. I don't know. Fuck.
Every single
We ain't gonna find the answer here, guys.
person worth their salt looks at the strain and they understand that this was bioengineered in a lab. Fauci himself agrees to that.
What do you think would tell me? Because apparently you're the biologist here, right? How do you
Well,
tell
I do
the
know what a
difference?
man and a woman
No.
is. Do you?
Tell me the
Oh my
difference.
God.
Tell me the difference, okay? Tell me the difference.
Are we done with the
between
Soviet?
How do you tell the difference between a man-made virus and a non-man-made virus?
There's a lot. Sequencing, everything from how it's compiled, mRNA type technology.
What sequences?
So according
What
to
type of sequences are you
according to
looking
Anthony
for?
Fauci's own emails to Hugh Albatross on January 31st, on Friday evening, he said, quote, "This has every single marker of a man-made laboratory-created virus." That's Anthony Fauci's own declassified emails to the CDC and the NIH. Not to mention the thousands of other scientists that have looked at the strain, and they say the way that the proteins are correlated, the way that this is put together.
Wait. What do you mean proteins are correlated?
The way that it's put together.
You're just throwing words together.
Hold on.
This is a word
Okay,
soup,
yeah, my
buddy.
language might be a
No.
little sloppy, but the people that
Your
understand
language
the actual
is sloppy
sequencing
because
of
you didn't go to
the
grad
protein.
school
Hold on
and
a
you
second.
don't know what you're
No,
talking
hold on a
about.
second.
Charlie Kirk getting smashed here. Oh no.
So you think that where did the virus come from then exactly?
What do you mean, where did the
No,
virus
tell
come
me
from?
where it came from.
Yeah, well, so this is really interesting, right? See, because the type of virus that it is, right, little RNA viruses, they recombine a lot. That's one of the really interesting things about these types of viruses. And so what happens is when you have a couple of different strains that infect the same species at a time, the way that the virus reconstructs itself, which to be clear, we don't necessarily have a full understanding of how exactly that happens, but the reality is one of the central theories is this random assortment process where if you have multiple strains of a virus that is infecting one thing at a time, which is one of the reasons why bats in particular, because they're
So
capable
you do
of
believe it
holding
came from a
many
bat?
because they're capable
Man,
of
I got a serious
many
question.
different strains
I have a
of
question. Are you on
coronavirus at the same
CCP payroll?
time.
Because I don't think like a sane individual could believe this.
I wish. You think I got that kind of money?
Oh, he wants to be a CCP agent.
You think you think China is funding me? That's that's so disconnected from reality.
I'm just going to be honest.
That's
Like,
so disconnected
no
from
rational
reality.
person could believe the stream of absolute nonsense that you are. You'd have
If
to.
Charlie was smart, he would humble himself, maybe ask a couple of questions to de-escalate the argument, and then move back to justifying show trials or whatever bullshit, or the RLC. I don't know.
You paid for this. Like, you're kind of like a walking hologram of insanity.
I don't know what to tell you, buddy. But
I just hope it's worth it.
It sounds more like you're talking into a mirror at this point.
No, actually, you're the one that's defending the murderous genocidal CCP and the murderous genocidal Lenin,
What was
Marxist.
okay, tell me this then.
Yeah.
What was the biggest genocide that ever happened in world history?
The biggest genocide, and it depends how you define a genocide. I would say
No.
Stalin's intentional massacre or Mao's intentional massacre,
So give me the
65 to
numbers.
70 million people.
Add those up. 70 million?
Yep, intentional
Okay.
death.
Do I know the answer to this question? Biggest genocide in world history. What would a Tankie say to that? How many people died in... I know in Rwanda, the numbers were lower, but the death rate was higher at certain points. Like more people died in a smaller space of time. Which is quite amazing considering they did it with, what, radio broadcasts and... The Native American genocide? Oh, yeah. Fucking Columbus. 800,000 in 100 days. Cambodia? I don't think it would be the Indian famines. But I want one that's actually recognized as a genocide, not just you guys giving me lists of events where a bunch of people died. All right. And barbarians. You guys want more people to die. Herero was not many at all, but it was still pretty mental. Proportionally quite high. Well, this, with the Wikipedia is saying the Holocaust. They've also counted the Holodomor. Is the Native American even on here? Armenia, East Timor. They count the deportation of the Tatars as a genocide. Okay. Interesting. California? This number wasn't high enough. All right. What's the smallest? Uyghur. I'm surprised that Sabra Shatila is not on here. All right, let's see.
What about the 200 million people that used to live on this continent?
Oh, you mean the people that
Oh,
died?
the Native Americans, yeah. I don't know if you would count all those deaths as genocide, though, would you? Like spreading disease. I think with Columbus, what the fuck was the name of the group that he killed? Because what he did was deliberate. He put them in conditions where he wanted them to die.
I never catch the live streams but always watch after the fact, so you deserve this.
Well, thank you so much for the 10 euros, Aurelius. Really appreciate that. The Tejanos, I think that's... Yeah, how do you say that? The smallpox blanket was not... The smallpox blanket didn't work. You can't spread smallpox through blankets, I'm pretty sure. That was like... They attempted to do that, but that was just for like one tribe. I don't think that was like millions of people or... Yeah. 200 million. Well, yeah. How many people were actually? Columbus did it to. Yeah, Columbus intentionally wiped out a couple of tribes. Yeah, he did that. Yeah, that's like a yeah. That's actually like even by the UN definition that would be genocide because it was intentional. Because he put them in in conditions that would get them killed. And I think the birth rates of them like went from whatever to 0 as well. Columbus. The Arawak, was that them? And the Caribs. What's this one say? Because it was to do with living conditions. Our work was to exasperate, ravage, kill, mangle, and destroy. Small wonder then. enclosed them in pens bound for the slave market. Maybe find a better story. Washington Post. Okay. Columbus built a fort where he left a few dozen of his crew, killed 2 people, took more hostages, sailed back to Spain. Gold. It was gold, wasn't it? Because there was some gold because some of them had golden trinkets, right? Or golden jewelry, and he thought that there was like a much bigger supply than there actually was, and he enslave a bunch of them and put them to work to find this gold, but it turned out there wasn't actually that much of it. Like, he was obsessed with gold. He said that gold was like man's keys to heaven or some shit. Fucking freak. All right. Let's see. Died, sold in slavery, tried again for gold. Tiana refusing to grow crops. Those who didn't bleed to death after their hands were removed began to die of famine and disease. Fled to the mountains. They were hunted down by dogs. Jesus. Sexually abused. Yeah, we know that. Population plummeted. Abducted indigenous people from other islands to work the fields and the mines. Mostly attribute deaths to spread of diseases, but pushed back. Populations were lower than previously estimated, and nexus of slavery, overwork, and famine killed more Indians in the Caribbean than smallpox, influenza, and malaria. So yeah, even no one would say that just like every death of disease would count as a genocide. It would just mean that, yeah, they would separate that from the intentional killings. They were extinct. Okay. Thanks for the $10, Cody Saunders. Really appreciate that.
Died of natural causes?
You think... Holy moly.
What 200 million people are you talking about?
You're indigenous...
You think there were 200 million people before we came here?
Yeah.
Like, that's like 2/3 of the population of the United States right now. Oh, God, it's going to look so bad if she gets caught out inflating numbers. I feel like Charlie Kirk is the kind of guy who would know exactly how many indigenous people died. Oh, no.
All living at once.
Yeah.
It wouldn't, no. The net number would be over time because didn't Americans arrive there, what, 1500s? And all the way up until like last century, so, or the century before. Yeah, it wouldn't be all at once.
Where on earth do you get that number?
What do you mean? From anthropologists.
Oh, so you think we killed them all?
From anthropologists. Of course we killed them all.
So we killed 200 million people intentionally?
Yes, you think so. So just to be very clear.
Oh, right? My God.
You're sitting here denying the genocide of indigenous folks. Well, you know who Teddy Roosevelt is?
Oh, you think Teddy Roosevelt's a mass murderer?
Yes, Teddy Roosevelt is a mass murderer. What do you think those Rough Riders did? Who do you think they were killing out in the West?
Oh, the faux outrage is so cringe. Oh, my God.
Or
murderer. Roosevelt is?
Oh, you think Teddy Roosevelt's a mass murderer?
Yes, Teddy Roosevelt is a mass murderer. What do you think those Rough Riders did? Who do you think they were killing out in the West?
They won the war in Cuba.
What war?
What war? The war against the commies in Cuba. You know that
wait,
Teddy
wait,
Roosevelt...
Wait, hold up. They won war against communists in Cuba. Who's in charge of Cuba right now?
Well, the communists.
So, so they didn't win the war then?
Well, they won a battle.
They won a battle. Wait, we've gone from a war to a battle.
Well, they won the Spanish...
Charlie's got such a... He's so bad at that. Why is Charlie Kirk so fucking bad at this? Like, I feel like 200 million Native Americans after... Like, that wouldn't even... Again, like, the numbers wouldn't split hairs on this if it was like... It's probably not splitting hairs. It's probably a massive overstatement. But, like, I wouldn't... After this person has just gone on a huge tirade about inflation of numbers and then just saying that 200 million Native Americans were all living in the United States at once in 1492. And they were all individually killed on purpose. Like, oh my God. Fuck me.
Not living in reality.
They won the Spanish-American War and then they won it.
Okay.
So let me ask you a question.
But like, who else did he go to war against?
Well, Teddy Roosevelt actually won a Nobel Peace Prize for brokering peace between Russia...
I don't care about the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, you don't care about much. Honestly, that's real.
How are an individual's wants and needs represented best in a Marxist society?
Does anyone have the real number for how many Native Americans died? Oh, God. $55 million. And I'm guessing these are for all kinds of various reasons. Some would have died in battles. Some would have died in from disease. I'm guessing and quite a few would also been killed because of intentional measures, which would be genocidal. I don't actually know what the numbers come up for genocide, though, of that. Yeah, the overwhelming majority will be disease, but that still doesn't count. But I want to know the ones who actually died from actually genocidal measures, like the Columbus, like the tribes that Columbus killed and shit. Which you're not going to get from just population before and after, right?
Oh, it's
I'll ask the commie.
Obviously through their democratic structure. Like the reality is, right, this is the thing, right? Obviously going back to the role of the state to serve the interests of the work.
Like here, they've actually even the Wikipedia's got so you've got the Kalinago, which was about 2,000 Caribs, yeah. Caribs. But I feel like for the genocidal killings, yeah, you'd be looking more into thousands, not millions. Cultural genocide, that would be a much more, yeah. Aristocracy said there were multiple genocides, which makes it, yeah, that's what it seems to be, yeah. That would be kind of obvious, yeah. I just couldn't remember the names of these tribes. I'm just wondering if there's actually if there's actually a credible figure for how many of these deaths were victims of genocide, rather than the 85 billion, whatever figure this person was giving. Does that figure exist? Or did the Mayas? I'm not going to find it by just counting the Wikipedia ones. That would be very sloppy. Oh well. Look up Counting the Dead research paper. Okay.
Working class to suppress the interests of capitalists, which is exactly why people like Charlie Kirk obviously are very unsettled with it, because the reality is that in America, working class people have to worry about the government kicking down their door for doing things like smoking marijuana. But in China, it's not the working class people that have to worry about, the government kicking down their doors. It's corrupt billionaires that have to worry about the government kicking down their doors. Just look, for example, giant tech companies making tons and tons of money in China with very little regulations. Well, what does China do? They put in tighter regulations on these tech companies, and then they take money from these tech billionaires, and then they give it to anti-poverty programs across the more rural parts of China in order to fund schools, food, things like that. Like, for example, China has this really, really great co-op development program, which is really, really great. So they combine ecological
I can tell you don't even believe this, by the way.
They combine...
You've got to be acting at this point.
Why do you think I'm acting?
Because
is it because you're acting?
No, it's because the reality is so different of the millions of people in China that are literally forcibly held in their homes, the millions in concentration camps, the people that can't even breathe because the air quality is so bad. How about the underground Christians that are murdered in the streets for trying to go to church? So no, continue on your...
When people talk about Christians being murdered in the streets and people being held in concentration camps, don't cackle. Rule number 6.
Beautiful,
By the way, just to both sides, I also don't think it's consensus that the Great Leap Forward, for example, was a genocide, right? I don't think... Do people say that? Is this a thing people... I don't think that's just what people say, apart from online, but there's maybe just me. If we're going to use the term properly, I feel like we've got to apply it consistently. Yeah, people don't say that. So why would you say the same thing about the fucking 50 million Native Americans? There will be particular tribes that were held in conditions that got them, and that were victims of genocide. But that doesn't account for every single death that happened between 1492 and today. So But that's the thing. That's again, what these people these morons do is they'll say, oh, every number about the Soviet Union is inflated. Every number about China is inflated. It's double genocide theory if you call the Holodomor a genocide, where just as many people died as they did in the fucking Holocaust. But also, did you know that 200 million Native Americans were genocided and oh god, at once? They were all there at once. The Black Book of America.
Co-op in Beijing, like, yeah, we could grow vegetables in Shanghai, so it's so great. That's kind of the argument, right?
Look, what are we talking about vegetables in Shanghai? You're assuming that this is Shanghai. Obviously, Shanghai is like a giant urban city, right? The cooperative development, which is really cool, by the way, they're combining ecological restoration with these cooperative development. So, and, you know, with the schools in there, they have a requirement that the schools buy a lot from the local farms, right? 60% of the food, right, that they serve in the schools basically comes from local farms. So if you talk about meeting people's needs, right, the farmers there have a need for economic development, right? So if you buy from the schools, if you buy the food from those farmers, that puts money into their pockets, and then they literally take that food and give it back to the school kids so that the school kids can have a full belly.
Do you think the Holodomor was I think okay. My actual opinion, because I guess I don't really I feel like under the current definition, no. But I don't know why intent doesn't include deliberately allowing something that's killing lots of people to carry on. Especially if it's particular like groups like Ukrainians and Kazakhs. I don't really know the argument for that, but by the current definition, like no, it doesn't have the same special intent as something like the Holocaust or Armenia or whatever the fuck else.
Well, they're trying to learn. And this is the reality, Charlie. Like, you got to understand, like, if you think China's so dystopian, how come the incarceration rate in the United States is so much higher than China?
Well, because we have a rule of law, and they kill dissidents that break the rule of law. Tell me
where
about
are all these dead people then? Where are all these? They should show up.
Tell me about Foxconn.
What about Foxconn?
What do you know about it?
What about you mean? You mean
rule number 7.
The crony plot that basically bulldozed an entire town in Wisconsin, kicking people out of their homes for a factory that never happened.
In China.
What about Foxconn?
So do you know they have to put up nets to try to prevent people from jumping out of
I think everyone knows this, no?
Buildings.
So an American company was treating their workers properly.
Hold on a second.
You know they took those nets
Chinese
down,
communist,
right?
A Chinese Communist Party partnership sponsored by Xi Jinping himself and his entire regime. So when you go to China, let me just tell you, you'll drive down the street and you will see dead people laying in the middle of the street. You will see people defecating.
Go to China then. Go to China. Take a video.
Actually,
Bring
you know
these
what?
Cameras. Go to China. Take a video with these cameras. I dare you right now.
Unlike you, my wife lived in China for 6 months, and she'll show you the videos. She'll show you the images. They don't have a regard for human life. They don't value people as the individual.
We're the ones letting people die of coronavirus.
Hold on a second. The reality of China is that if you disagree with the government, you disappear, like Jack Ma. Yeah, if you disagree, you disappear.
Oh, because that was his only thing. He just disagreed.
Or if you're a dissident group, like the Uyghur Muslims, you get put in re-education camps where we have drone footage of people that are forced to eat pork against their religious conscience.
Are you talking about the East Turkmenistan movement?
No, I'm talking about the Uyghur Muslims that you're trying to spin in some sort of weird way.
We can't even look.
So what do they do to Tibet, though?
No. So the Associated Press actually went to Xinjiang, right? Which, by the way, anybody can go to Xinjiang if you want.
You know I'm not allowed into China, right?
Right? Okay, sure.
No, I'm not.
Right? Then
if I go to China, I get arrested. Great society.
Okay, cool. Then
This is the paper I'm supposed to read, apparently. Foxconn is Taiwanese. Yeah, but isn't it the biggest company in China or on the mainland? Wait, hang on. Wait, is that true? Did I just make that up? Oh, no, wait. Tell me about Foxconn, Google. It's headquartered in Taiwan, but I think most of its revenue comes from China. It's the largest employer in mainland China. And the working conditions, even if it wasn't a Taiwanese or American company, the working conditions, that's up to China, isn't it? That you have to be enforced by China. So if they have fucking suicide nets, that's kind of happening under the Chinese watch. I don't actually know what Xi's related. He said Foxconn is sponsored by Xi Jinping. Or what? What's the relation there by the CCP? Does anyone know that? What Foxconn's connection is to the CCP? Other than that the CCP lets them operate in China and lets them be the biggest employer in the mainland? I thought it was mostly immigrant labor that they use from other Southeast Asian countries in Foxconn. But I don't know what he means by sponsored either. Counting the dead, estimating the loss of life in the indigenous Holocaust, 1492 to present. David Michael Smith. Wow. Where's the number, cunt? Conclusion? I just want one number. Oh, damn it. Whoa. For the entire present-day United States, from 1492 to the present, the total number of indigenous deaths includes the 12 million estimated by Thornton, the additional approximately 790,000 that occurred in Hawaii, Alaska, and Puerto Rico, and about 220,000 excess deaths since 1900. Thus, the indigenous Holocaust in this country appears to have taken around 13 million lives. Signally, this horrific number of deaths was only a very small portion of the mind-numbing Holocaust through the Western Hemisphere. When he says Holocaust, though, are you talking about... I don't... So that's a bit lower than 200 million, but it's still higher than anything else that I've read about. So... But is this... So this is excess deaths. Is that what they're referring to? Because they've said excess here. But not all excess deaths are genocidal either. Like, is it... This person's trans and the pronouns are she, her. I know, I said that at the beginning. By the way, this person's pronouns are she, her. Sorry, okay. Read the whole paragraph. What, from here or the very end? There most definitely wasn't a genocide in Hawaii. I don't know anything about what happened in Hawaii. The deaths of the Native people that have occurred in the US since 1900 because of the legacy of colonialism and contemporary institutionalized racism must also be counted. Okay, so this is not... I don't know, this is so... Okay, I'll have to read the whole thing. Fuck. Resulting from... Wars, repression, and racist violence. Again, like, if a... Far greater number of deaths have been caused by the harsh economic and health conditions experienced by many indigenous people. Again, these aren't genocidal unless those economic and health conditions are imposed intentionally, like with Columbus. That's why the conditions that Columbus imposed on the indigenous populations that he was in charge of were genocidal because he meant to do it. He meant to get them killed. Yeah. Births, deaths, mortality for much of the 20th century. Impossible to precisely estimate the number of excess deaths. I just don't like, but I mean, I'm happy to accept that if it would have been around this number of excess deaths, but I want to know how many, because when I look at the genocidal numbers, it looks more like it's in the thousands but I don't know how many tribes there were, so. Like, look at this, 100 million killed or died prematurely because of the Europeans and their descendants. Again, that could be like spreading disease, you know, it's like, which is not genocidal. I don't know. Between 40 and 50 million people lived in the hemisphere before it began. So this is the estimate that there were 50 million people living there when the Europeans arrived. A bit less than 200 million again, but okay. All at once. Okay. The official numbers range from 8 million all the way to 130 million. 8 million, like what kind of deaths though? Because I believe this number for excess deaths, but I'm going off of like not that much reading, so I don't know.
Somebody else go, because people did.
Oh,
Somebody from the
it's a wonderful
Associated
place,
Press, somebody
but
from
Western.
Again, you can't be so insistent that it's like it's racist to call the Holodomor a genocide, but then try to claim every excess death for the indigenous, for the Native Americans from 1492 all the way up to the present day as genocidal. You can't. It's so fucking stupid. Why would you try to do that in the space of the same conversation unless you're like just brain damaged anyway?
Senators aren't allowed.
Look, if you you can. How come the Associated Press went to Xinjiang
No,
and asked
they want the
illegal
right journalists to go, but if someone like me were to show up in China,
you think that the Associated Press is out there carrying water for China?
Hold on a second. The Associated Press also wrote in other articles that these were quasi-concentration camps.
Yeah. So like,
Yeah,
this is the thing.
yeah,
Like,
concentration
no,
camps,
like this is the
great,
thing. The
yeah.
Associated Press fundamentally
Oh, no.
has like this right-wing bias, right? Like that's just ultimately
my
the reality
God.
of the Associated Press, because right. Like
The Associated
who
Press.
are funding Western journalists? Where do Western journalists get money? Is it maybe through capitalist institutions that have you know like their own
How does
interests
NPR
in
get their
these
money?
things, right? Like so let's think about this for a second. Right? So they
I wonder. Oh God, if I have the clip. This is the person who said that like puberty blockers were only there to appease transphobic parents. As in the idea that there should be a middle ground between a kid being diagnosed as trans or gender dysphoric and then actually getting HRT. The only reason that there's a middle ground there in puberty blockers is to appease transphobic parents. I don't even find that because it was somewhere on Twitter, wasn't it? Oh, did I actually? Oh God, that was so easy. Okay, there we go.
I think another thing that's important to remember when they talk about like puberty blockers is like, y'all know that like puberty blockers that's a compromise, right? Like the whole purpose of puberty blockers is to make like, you know, uncertain parents more comfortable so that they just like delay going through puberty, right? Like that's literally it. That's all it is just like, how do we make cis people more comfortable that we have interrogated this child's gender enough to make sure? And I say child, but like if they're going through puberty, they're like in their preteens, right? And they're starting to figure themselves out, right? So it's not like 3-year-olds or anything that are being put on puberty blockers. These are like teenagers, right? Who have like stable gender identity. I think another thing that's important to remember when they talk about
Jesus Christ. It's at the very least a cultural genocide of 130 million. Yeah, but cultural genocide is a completely different term. Yeah, I know, I agree, but it's just a different term. Yeah.
Associated Press actually goes and they write an article and they talk
because
about
because again, if these tanky assholes want to include cultural genocide in the definition, then the Soviet Union committed like 400 cultural genocides, right? Not only of Ukrainians, of fucking Kazakhs or whoever else, of Tatars, like other cultures in Eastern Europe, but also of like the amount of different cultures within Russia itself. So, I mean, they're not going to bite that bullet, I don't think.
Because the reality is, we can have, if we want to live in the real world, we can have a conversation about whether or not China was going too heavy-handed in dealing with the East Turkmenistan movement, which is a terrorist movement. But a lot of Uyghur Muslims, even in Xinjiang, are happy that now they can finally drink alcohol without having to worry about bombing attacks and stabbing attacks. Now, we can have a conversation about whether or not they were too heavy-handed, about whether or not they're racially profiling.
The propaganda is insane.
The reality is,
let's have a conversation about concentration camps. Like, you know, maybe we shouldn't be forcing them to eat pork against their religious conscience. You know, murdering a lot of them is probably wrong. There's really
what does forcing them to eat pork have to do with counterterrorism or putting government officials into their houses to teach them to be more Han Chinese, which they did do as well. Yeah, I don't really know how much that has to do with or putting the kids into like detaining the kids as well. What does that have to do with counterterrorism? Okay.
Conversation to be had. Like, you're defending.
By the way, that's the problem, because the problem is that Xi Jinping is a massive fucking nationalist who wants the Han Chinese culture to be the dominant culture like all over China, and the point is basically taking Uyghurs and turning them into Han Chinese people. That's why they did the internment camps in China. It wasn't because however many million people who went through those re-education centers were all terrorists. Okay.
concentration camps, I think they're wrong.
If
and they're
there's a
evil, and
major
they're
terrorist
terrible.
movement in the United States, how do you think we should respond to that?
A major terrorist move. Well, they get. Actually, I can tell you exactly how it happens. Like when the Boston bombers tried to bomb in Boston, they get
No.
due
That's
process.
an individual. That's an individual bombing. Okay.
Yeah. So when ISIS pops up, they still get. If they're American citizens, they get due process rights.
How do you think? Really, the American citizens get due process rights? Tell that to all the Americans that we drone striked in the Middle East.
Hold on a second. No, wait. You mean Americans on American soil? That's what you asked. So it's not like a hypothetical.
Okay, well,
and I'm not going to keep on going down
we get a whole
these
ISIS
weird rabbit
encampment.
holes, right?
Let's say we get a whole ISIS encampment.
I just want to
I want to
ask what if they're American citizens, they get due process constitutional rights.
Do they really?
So yeah, I mean Timothy McVeigh got a trial.
Literally, the Supreme Court
Ted Kaczynski
just took away.
Ted Kaczynski just got a trial. The Zarnev brothers got a trial.
People's rights.
Did they not know?
Literally just took away people's rights to
Sandy Hook
present
shooter
new evidence in
killed
their
himself,
appeals.
but the Parkland shooter.
The right to present new evidence in appeals is comparable to. Okay. Damn.
Got a trial. The Buffalo shooter gets a trial. We know that. Marina.
Yeah, because they're white supremacists. Of course, white supremacists are going to get a
What
trial.
about the Zarnev?
What about the
Zarnev brothers?
Society,
The
right?
Zarnev brothers, the Boston bombers, did they get a trial?
Yeah, they got a trial.
Okay, so you just
But
disproved your own point,
You're talking
Marina.
about individual
Oh shit. Damn.
Where does cultural Marxism fall under your ideology?
Uh-oh.
Cultural Marxism is literally a Nazi conspiracy theory. Like literally.
Oh, no.
Literally the Nazis in
Oh,
Nazi Germany
no.
invented the phrase cultural Marxism. The fact that you're asking me about it is a pretty telling to who you are.
Oh, you think I'm a Nazi?
Most definitely. I mean, at this point, like you've made it pretty clear.
Why am I a Nazi?
Because he thinks the Holodomor was a genocide. Unironically. That's all it takes. Hang on.
You're asking me questions about cultural Marxism. That's literally like so. In case you don't know,
So let me ask you,
cultural Marxism.
who's Antonio Gramsci?
Okay.
Gramsci.
Isn't he a Nazi though? No. I don't use the word Nazi as lightly as some people on the internet like to, okay? He's right. He's far right. I would say he's that. Or the very, I don't know, by American standards, he's just right wing, right? Like, yeah, right wingers are like that. What the fuck is Nazi about Charlie Kirk? He's a right winger. I don't think Nazi has Charlie Kirk done like JQ stuff? Or the fact that he's a Trump supporter probably says he's like, I haven't heard enough of him, but I would probably not be surprised if like fascistic would describe him. But Nazi? Yeah, Groypers really hate Charlie Kirk, yeah, because they think he's too, like, because they don't think he's Nazi enough, yeah. I think he's still one of the conservatives repping Trump, though, right? Which would make him, I would probably say, a bit fascistic at least. But I don't know what his opinion is on January 6th or whatever else, or the election. But let me find something here. Trying to, might be a bit older.
Tell me Gramsci.
Who is he?
Why are you bringing Gramsci into this?
No, but just tell me who he is.
The Italian socialist.
Yeah. So what phrase did he coin?
I don't know. You tell me.
Cultural Marxism.
Oh, okay.
Was he a Nazi?
Okay. No, Antonio.
Oh,
Gramsci
so maybe it
was not
didn't
a
come from the
Nazi.
Nazis.
Okay.
Well, cultural Bolshevism came from the Nazis. It depends on how you apply the theory. Yeah.
Literally. Look,
so why would you say something so false when Gramsci himself came up with the phrase?
Do you know what
the Tankie fucked up there by confusing cultural Bolshevism with cultural Marxism. But yeah, it depends on how you use the phrases. Yeah.
Conspiracy theories around cultural Marxism, then why it got so popular in Germany in the 1930s?
So let's go back to Gramsci. What did he write about cultural Marxism?
I don't know.
Letters
I'm
from
not
prison.
familiar with all of his
Yeah, you're not
writings.
familiar because you just keep on spouting out these things that call people Nazis, which is super unhelpful and not true. And so, yeah, Antonio Gramsci from prison said that Marxists must adopt a cultural framework alongside an economic framework in order to get the means of what they want to get done. That's not a conspiracy theory. Just read his book.
Okay, but that's different than the phrase cultural Marxism,
How is it
which
different?
is used. What do you mean? How is it
It's
different?
exactly the same thing.
No, it's not exactly the same.
Let's face it, though. Who uses the words cultural Marxism these days? Are you more likely to see
So,
it used by fascists or by by people invoking Gramsci. I think you could probably ditch that one, Charlie.
Love you, box.
Oh, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that. Oh, yeah, here it was from this video. I said, these people will call you a Nazi if you think the Holodomor was a genocide. That's all it takes. So I know this is rather tangential. This is from my video about Crimea. But why continue to parrot the fascist myth that was the Holodomor? Ukrainians, amongst many others, died due to a very well-established, not intentional famine.
Love you, box.
The characterization of the famine as some sort of evil Stalinist ploy to murder Ukrainians or something is utterly without foundation. At risk of jeopardizing my argument, go watch Badam Panada's video on this subject. Did I say the Holodomor was intentional in this video? What did I say? I forget. There's me. That's me. Oh my God, that's me. Holy shit, that's me. Okay, what did I say about... Did I say that? I just said that Crimeans died in the Holodomor. I think that's what I said. Hang on. 10 years later, as a result of Soviet collectivization, Crimea would suffer a similar fate again in the Holodomor. And infamous... That's all I said about the Holodomor, that a bunch of Crimeans died, and it's apparently a fascist myth. What, to call it the Holodomor? I don't know, like, this one really stuck in my head, because it's so impressive. Like, fuck me. But... yeah. They just heard the word Holodomor and they were like, it wasn't intentional. Like, wow, well done. What, so they did it because they were retarded? Yeah, well done, good. Yes. Off the hook. Plead insanity, yeah.
What happened is, in Nazi Germany, they spread this theory called cultural Marxism. They literally had this theory that Jewish people were secretly, like, bringing Marxist theory into the mainstream, and literally,
That's
like...
not at all what anybody on the right talks about.
Are you kidding me? What about the guy who literally just murdered a bunch of people talking about great replacement theory?
Oh, you think
You're
he's
telling
on...
me that Tucker Carlson doesn't talk about that on a regular basis?
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh.
So, first of all...
That's true. Tucker Carlson does... He does, yeah. That guy does great replacement theory a lot. You know what? I can't... Why did this happen? Oh, did Gramsci not even coin cultural Marxism? He coined cultural hegemony. Oh, okay. I know Gramsci was a communist, yeah. But how did Tucker Carlson basically precipitate the biggest defamation case in American history over the January 6th stuff? To the point where Fox News people had to fucking, like, scramble to pay the settlement because they didn't want any discovery or anything, or any, like, further investigation. And Tucker Carlson did that. The biggest defamation case settlement in American history. Fucking Fox News scrambling in desperation to make sure that they didn't go to court or have any discovery or have any investigation. And he just, like, that story's just gone. Yeah, it was $800 million, no? $787 million, yeah. God damn it.
Buffalo shooter's disgusting and it's awful, and he was more of like a weird leftist than anything on the right. If you actually read what he wrote, he called himself a left-wing authoritarian, which sounds more like you.
He called it, the Buffalo shooter said he was a left-wing authoritarian when he was 14 years old. You dumb cunt, Charlie Kirk. Fuck off. Like, I mean, dishonest cunt, really. He knows. I think he knows. Yeah, the Buffalo shooter said he was a communist. I'm thinking the right person. The person who shot those black people in a store, right? Hopefully Benny knows this. But this is what he actually said. Call me an...
By the way...
Fuck. No, not a MAGA communist, as in he was like a communist when he was young and then he like changed into a white supremacist. Yeah. Oh my God. Call me an ethno-nationalist, eco-fascist, national socialist if you want. I wouldn't disagree with you. 14 words. He oscillated from extreme to extreme, such as from communism to fascism. Yeah, he was a communist when he was a teenager, like a young teenager, like 14 or something. So, yeah, let's see if Benny's on it. Let's see if Benny's got the talking points. Ooh, let's go. Come on, Benny.
Look,
Come
let
on.
me finish talking. The Nazis pretended to be on the left too, buddy.
Secondly,
okay.
What is cultural Marxism? Cultural Marxism is developing a cultural framework of deconstructionism or postmodernism to try to break ourselves from the shackles of the Western tradition so that we can embrace the nonsensical economic ideas that you believe in. That's not a conspiracy theory, it's reality. And it was written by Gramsci himself. And if you're not familiar with those writings, well then you're not...
Oh my God, someone in stream chat has just posted a fucking research doc on the Holodomor. Thank you so much. I will read that off stream. Thank you very much.
Really equipped to talk about cultural Marxism. You just keep on like, conspiracy theory. Like, yeah, actually you're wrong. Like, go to the roots.
Sure, buddy.
Sure, buddy.
Is that your response?
Sure.
Thank you, Ben.
Wow.
Thank you, Charlie. How do people in a Marxist society overcome oppression?
Yeah, well...
They leave.
Okay, sure.
So why don't you live in a Marxist country? I'm just curious.
Why don't I live in a Marxist country? Well, I mean, aside from the fact that I was born here and I would like the United States to be a better place, the reality is...
This had Young Turks contributor written underneath. She was still for the Young Turks. Why do these organizations hire the most insane people? How did this person get through the vetting process and the interview or whatever for the Young Turks? Were the Young Turks just like, yeah, we like ideological variety, you know, Stalinists, fucking Maoists, serial killers, what?
Like, when it comes to overcoming oppression, I mean, just look at, once again, Vietnam, right? Vietnam invaded by the United States. Is that not oppression? Or what about North Korea, for example? In North Korea, we killed 1 out of every 5 people in their entire country. Is not the very minimum of evicting colonizers and evicting imperialist armies.
Hold on a second. Why did we invade Korea?
Why did we invade Korea?
I'm asking you.
No, you tell me. Because the truth of the matter is, their economy, like, so, first and foremost, they were, like, obviously, Imperial Japan was occupying Korea.
Maybe Hassan vouched for her. Oh, no. Yeah, China invaded Korea as well. Yeah, there you go.
Then you have the socialists that liberate Korea from Imperial Japan. Then you have all of these powers coming in the middle of Korea at the end of World War II and ended up splicing it up. So the reality is, one of the reasons why we invaded Korea is because we were deeply upset that anybody anywhere in the world would be socialist. Because do you think Korea is going to like invade the United States? Do you think right after World War II,
let me ask you a question.
They were about to invade?
Where is it a better place to live? Seoul, South Korea, or Pyongyang, North Korea?
I don't know. It depends on who you are.
I suppose that's true. That's very true. If you are Kim Jong-un, it probably is better to live in North Korea. Hey, thanks for the raid, No Justice. I really appreciate that. That's a fucking slam. Damn, Charlie.
You believe there's not even a question of who, like an average everyday worker, Pyongyang, North Korea, or Seoul, South Korea, right now.
It really depends on who you are. Ask poor people in South Korea how they're feeling about their system of government.
They are kissing the ground every day that they are.
Why are there so many defectors that defect from North Korea that then defect back to North Korea?
Name one.
What do you mean? I'm not going to list them off by name.
Name one.
Well, you can just Google it.
Oh!
Does that... Do they defect back, or do they get, like, don't they get... Let me see what happens. What happens to... South Korean defectors... North Korean defectors who go to China get sent back. I don't know what happens to the ones who go to the South. Apart from that, people in the South probably hate them. Separation from family. Shunned. Do South Koreans, they get automatic citizenship in the South, but they face challenges. I would love to know if there's a number. Very few. Very few. Okay, let's start with this. The Interpreter, is that Western propaganda? Probably. Based. All right, let's see. No, yeah. I think if North Korean defectors go to China, they get sent back, don't they? Did I just misremember that? Or North Korean defectors who go to China? Who enter China illegally are apprehended and imprisoned. They are not permitted to leave, and they are handed over to the government of North Korea. Okay, yeah, I knew that. Okay, nice one. Countless challenges. Adopting modern society, stable jobs, making ends meet. North Korean defectors earn about 74% of the average income of South Korean employees. Is it true that like North Koreans? Yeah, no, I feel like I've heard this before, that South Koreans are like very discriminatory to North Korean defectors. Yeah. Feel like strangers in a strange land. So it was 18.8% of surveyed defectors said they had thought about going back to the North or expressed regret, which does mean that despite the challenges and despite being away from your family and being immigrants and all that, most of them probably prefer, unless it's like 70% says they don't know. 1 in 5. That's a valuable stat to have. 300 defectors. It's probably a reasonable sample size. Wait. What 30? Why are you guys saying 30 to 10,000 or 34,000 to 29? What are you saying there? What? Is this on my screen? Where are you? The fucking. Is that the number of people who actually went back? That would be good. I want a number of people who actually go back. Could they go back? Wouldn't they? Would there not be repercussions for going back? Psychological isolation. Damn. Economic issues. Those poor North Koreans. 29 people went back. Where? Where are you getting that? Jesus Christ. How many South Koreans went back? No, North Koreans. North Korean defectors went back. 20. Oh, that's a spicy meatball. Oh, thank God for these Western propaganda outlets. Thank you, God. They each and every one of them said to President Trump that their country yearns for freedom, and that the Holodomor was a genocide, and that 800 billion people died in the Great Leap Forward. Based.
You can Google it. Have you ever heard of Yemeni Park?
Yeah.
What about her?
What about her? Do you want to know?
Yeah, the young lady whose father was murdered. She was sold into sex slavery, barely escaped to China, came to America.
29 out of 34,000. I love these. You know what? Big numbers, they're okay. You know, people don't think that much about the smaller numbers that can shock you, you know? Like when people ask you how many Jews live in X Middle Eastern country, you know? Like, I think in Lebanon there are 19. Like, whoa, that's a low number. I think there's one known Jew who lives in Afghanistan.
Tell us what's really going on in North Korea.
Okay, buddy. Like, why is she doing conferences with like the Heritage Foundation? These
because she'll go to anyone that.
Did he leave? What? Oh, did he leave after the Taliban took over? Probably. I wouldn't want to be Jewish living under the Taliban, bro. That sounds fucking shit.
that will listen to our first-hand perspective. So
okay,
hold on a second.
Or maybe perhaps
North Korea is
hear me out. Did you know that there's like a whole game show in South Korea where they bring on defectors and they're incentivized, right? The more like over the top their story is, right? The more they get paid, right? And the more they keep getting brought on these shows. So the reality is, nobody's going to say that North Korea is a perfect place to live. Nobody's going to say that,
no,
right?
It's
Nobody's
hell.
going to say that there aren't terrible things.
It is
But
hell.
the reality is, there's explicit financial incentives for people to inflate stories about North
let me give you
Korea.
an example that isn't a financial incentive.
Okay, sure.
You look from space at night on South Korea and North Korea. North Korea is dark, and South Korea has lights all over.
Do you think that has anything to do with the sanctions that the United States has on North Korea?
It's North Korea that has imposed a lot of sanctions on the West as well. They developed nuclear technology against us.
Sure.
North Korea could make some choices against us immediately.
Who are their major economic trade partners? Do you think
China, Iran.
Okay, two. You've named two.
Yeah, China and Iran. That's about it. No one else really trade.
They're
a pariah state.
The United States got? Why?
Why is North Korea a pariah state? Because they murder their own citizens and re-educate them?
Or maybe because the United States
because they have
gone
gulags all across North Korea?
Maybe it's because the United States has gone out of its way to make sure that every country that we deal with isn't
important.
allowed to trade with North Korea.
Let's finish the point.
You think maybe that has an impact on their economic development?
Intervention in Korea helped create South Korea and make sure that the entire Korean peninsula wasn't going to be...
You know what's weird is that Tankies will say that like social democracy only works because we exploit the fuck out of the third world, right? So the third world trades with us only to enrich us at their own expense. But then also, countries like Cuba and North Korea are only bad because of trade sanctions and embargoes. As in, like, they'd be fine if only they got to trade with the United States. Does that make sense? I know, like a bit of a contradiction. Okay.
What happened in South Korea in the 90s? How did they treat disabled people? Because here's the thing.
Let me finish.
They literally, you want to talk about concentration camps.
Let me finish.
South Korea was putting people in concentration camps. They were putting disabled
Also, aside from the fact that social democracies do mostly trade with other liberal...
Patently ridiculous.
Homeless
Let me
people.
finish. Thanks to America's intervention, 100 million South Koreans right now...
Like, it's true. It's true that your economy does struggle like more if you have embargoes and sanctions on you, but you can't square that with also the countries in the West only do well because of their exploitation of the third. Because if North Korea had their sanctions lifted, or if Cuba had their sanctions lifted, aren't you also implying that they would only trade with the United States to get exploited by them to enrich Western society at the expense of themselves? You can't have both of those opinions. You either think trading with the United States helps you or it hurts you.
Live in a free, democratic society. Absent America's intervention,
their society's not democratic.
They would be all like North Korea, which they are poorer, they are unhappier, they have no freedom.
Do you support?
They have no
freedom.
I do support
what about
freedom.
freedom of speech? Do you support the freedom of speech?
They have freedom of speech in Pyongyang.
Do they have freedom of speech in South Korea?
Of course they do.
Really? Why
Versus
is it illegal?
Pyongyang.
No.
Of course they do.
It's actually illegal to say positive things about North Korea in South Korea. So I thought you just said they have freedom of speech, but you don't even know basic laws.
Hold on a second.
You don't know basic laws.
There's probably a pretty good reason for that, but quite honestly.
So wait, they have a good reason. So like for example,
again, it's a general defense.
So that law is real. Apparently, in recent years, prosecutions have been rare. In North Korea, it's probably not so rare. It's illegal to show disrespect or make jokes about North Korea, current or former leaders or their families. It's illegal to talk about. This is for smart traveler. That's probably a bit shit from South Korea. I don't know. I think they should do that.
Can you own property
so
in
you're
South
against
Korea?
freedom of speech
yes.
then?
So
you're against freedom of speech.
Can you start
then?
new companies like Hyundai and Samsung? Yes. Can you empower entrepreneurs? Do you have the rule of law? Yes. All of that in South Korea. In North Korea, you can't own property. You can't say anything good, bad, or indifferent. You are silenced by force in North Korea. And
how come they have a lower incarceration?
Rule number 8. People talk about the lack of human rights in North Korea.
Rate than we do.
Who, in North Korea?
Yeah.
Oh, you trust the North Korean numbers. Everybody's
we're not talking about the North Korean
the
numbers.
whole
If you look at, like,
country
the CIA's
is incarcerated.
Numbers. You look
Everybody
at the CIA's
is.
numbers about North Korea.
Everybody in North Korea is incarcerated
so you're just
by
making
living
up
there.
platitudes. Like,
no,
come
it's
on.
not. The whole country's an open-air prison state.
Okay, sure,
Next
buddy.
question.
Ben, is there room for religion in Marxism?
Yeah, most definitely, 100%. Like for example, right?
Like, not Uyghur Muslims. Not the
let's take people like Fidel Castro, right? Fidel Castro is Catholic, right? And he was one of probably the best Marxists out there, right? There's a reason why people like
slaughtered 15,000 people with firing squads. But
there's
yeah,
a reason why people like
Damn.
Nelson Mandela referred to him as like an inspiration and a friend, right? So are you?
Yeah, Nelson Mandela also referred to Queen Elizabeth II as a friend. Nelson Mandela was is an excellent diplomat. Yeah, Nelson Mandela likes Castro because the Cubans fought a fucking war against the South African army in Namibia and got them to end the occupation. That's why Nelson Mandela liked Castro, because he fucking like rammed the South African army. But he also, again, Nelson Mandela also liked the Queen because she had a rift with Thatcher over the sanctions. The Queen wanted sanctions and Thatcher didn't.
Against Nelson Mandela? Do you think
part of his ideology was terrible. He was a communist, but part of it was good.
Do you think? Okay, so
but Nelson Mandela was a communist. I'm not gonna.
Oh, okay.
He was.
Okay.
Nelson Mandela was not a communist. I don't know why right wingers say that Mandela was a communist. What?
So
yeah,
so
I mean,
like the
communists, if they know anything about Mandela, actually don't like Mandela. Because they think he was a sellout. They think he was too appeasing to the white population. When the ANC were debating whether or not they wanted to employ violence, they decided they would, but they decided to employ violence that was only, officially their policy was to sabotage infrastructure, not to target people, because they didn't want to alienate the white population, and they wanted the white population to understand that they were not going to get fucking slaughtered as soon as apartheid ended. And that was a conscious effort from him. I wonder if I can find that speech that he gave about it. I think it was actually said in his court case. Let's see. Mandela on trial. Sabbath. This is them talking about the types of violence. Sabotage, guerrilla warfare, terrorism, open revolution. They chose sabotage because it didn't involve, this is from him speaking in court. We chose to adopt the first method. Sabotage did not involve loss of life, and it offered the best hope for future race relations. Bitterness would be kept to a minimum, and if the policy bore fruit, democratic government could become a reality. The initial plan was based on careful analysis of the political and economic situation of our country. We believe that South Africa depended to a large extent on foreign capital and foreign trade. That's still true. That's also why expropriation policy from the EFF is fucking so stupid. Because this would fucking blast out the window. But anyway, we felt that planned destruction of power plants and interference with rail and telephone communications would scare away capital from the country, thus compelling the voters of the country to reconsider their position. But we in Mkonto, I think that's how you say that, weighed up the white response with anxiety. The lines were being drawn. The whites and blacks were moving into separate camps, and the prospects of avoiding a civil war were made less. The white newspapers carried reports that sabotage would be punished by death. If this was so, how could we continue to keep Africans away from terrorism? So I think this line here about race relations, yeah, majority of contemporary Twitter communists are probably going to be very unhappy with this suggestion, right? Because the average online communist thinks that the better solution to South Africa is to throw all the fucking Boers and white South Africans into the sea, right? But yeah.
His advocacy against apartheid was great, but his economic views were terrible.
There's actually a really great religious philosophy. I don't know if you're familiar with liberation theology, for example. Actually, one of the reasons why the CIA
it's a blend of
went into places like El Salvador to murder people was because liberation theology was so popular, right? Basically, the idea that, like, under Christianity, right, like you know, Jesus was sort of the God who riots, right? Who goes out of his way basically to stand up for people who are oppressed, goes out of his way to stand up for people who are...
I think even liberation theology, didn't they kind of rein the movement in at one point when they realized that they didn't want people to, when they didn't want to kind of like lose that religious control? That's a long time ago since I've read about that. That was from uni. Because they wanted to have like liberation theology. I think they wanted to push for like progressive action, but only to a point that didn't drift into secularism. Yeah.
Marginalized, right? He literally said, the meek shall inherit the earth. In fact, the only people that Jesus ever said wouldn't go to heaven were rich people.
He never said that. He said
he literally did.
It's a misquotation. He said it's harder to get into heaven. But and by the way, if you go back to the actual Koine Greek, it is lover.
Well, it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. Like that. The point is, it's basically impossible. But okay.
Of money, not rich. But that's fine. You're not totally wrong.
Okay, right? So like the reality is like there are tons of different religions that are like completely compatible with Marxism, and there's nothing inherently against it. Now, Marx had specific theories about religion.
He said
and
it was the
Marxism.
opiate of the masses.
Yeah, he said it's the opiate of the masses, which a lot of people misinterpret, right? A lot of people misinterpret. See, what Marx meant by that was that, you know, religion plays a very critical cultural role in alleviating pain and suffering that marginalized people feel, which is very understandable, right? Like if you're struggling in a very difficult world, like obviously turning to religion, believing in that there's a higher power, believing that even in your difficult circumstances, that if you work hard and you be the best person you can be, there's going to be an afterlife waiting for you, where you'll be able to live in peace, right? Like none of that is contradictory to capitalism, but it is about the reality, or none of that is contradictory to Marxism. But it's central to this reality is the idea that so many people, they only have religion as an outlet for self-expression because capitalism forces people into such brutal conditions.
Capitalism forces people into what conditions?
Brutal conditions.
Such as?
Compared to, even a Marxist shouldn't really say this. Compared to what? Does this Benny person feel like she's living in brutal conditions compared to feudalism, compared to like slave economies? A Marxist-Leninist would, though. Yeah, well.
Such as, are you kidding me? There's literally right-wingers out there that are calling for child labor to be brought back. Are we not going to talk about the way coal miners get treated in the United States of America?
You were supporting the CCP, and they're like the heart of child labor in the world. So, like, don't give me that. Child labor is illegal in America. So how is that exactly the case?
Look, where was China 20 years ago versus where's China
Poor,
today?
and they got rich largely because
So child labor is okay if you're growing, like if it stimulates economic growth. So in 2010, 7% of children aged from 10 to 15 were working. Jesus. It's okay though. We got GDP growth based.
Offshored our labor. So hold on, let's be very clear about the China stuff before I go back to another point I want to make. China got rich off of our deindustrialization and a massive labor arbitrage because they could undercut our wages.
And whose fault is that?
Of course it's our own fault. That's not the point. The point is that it wasn't because of the brilliance of Xi Jinping. It was because of the treachery and their ability to exploit their own citizens as pseudo-slaves to go make a bunch of plastic and fentanyl and bring it back into the West.
See, but this
they
is
don't create new stuff. They don't start new companies. They simply just say we have more people.
Are you telling me that Huawei? Are you telling me Huawei
They're a bunch of thieves.
Stuff?
They steal Western technology.
Sure,
yeah.
buddy. Okay. Then who's sending vaccines all over the world?
Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, and Moderna.
Really? Because the United States is sending that many vaccines?
Well, I hope we don't send that many vaccines, but I mean...
Like, okay, literally last
Charlie,
year, China
I hope
was
we're not sending
about
vaccines.
half of all the vaccines that they made around the world. They were sending to other countries, like half of all the vaccines that they made. There's a lot of people that are vaccinated today, specifically because of the hard work and dedication of people in China.
I hope nothing happens to them.
Right.
I wouldn't trust the Chinese vaccine, let alone a Pfizer vaccine.
Jesus
but
Christ,
yeah, so I just want to get to this. I have a more interesting, I think more important question. Do you think human beings are naturally good?
Biggest international distributors of vaccines, COVID vaccine. I'll just say vaccines in general is probably more important than just COVID. It's companies. I want countries.
Human beings are naturally social, right? Which means that human beings could be good or evil, right? The reality is that, like, what makes us good is also what makes us evil, right? Because the reality is, like, what would you do for your family, right?
A lot.
You would do a lot, right? I think we would all basically do anything for our families. And that is both what makes us so capable of goodness and kindness, but it's also what makes us so capable of vicious evil. Because the reality is, if we thought that people were threatening our families, we would do a lot of terrible things, right? But if we work together with other people and other families, and we extend our minds to understand that we have a shared sort of societal experience, then we're going to do a lot of good things for each other. So ultimately, when it comes to whether or not human beings are good or evil, we're just...
Oh, I think it's here. Annual vaccine production. EU exports. The exports are low for China. What was this person saying? United States 3. What are these numbers though? This is before the pandemic. Okay. Don't know if that changed. Oh, there's China's exports. Boo. So after the pandemic, so yeah, pandemic response, China produced and exported more. USA didn't export that much at all. Huh? Belgium, what are you talking about? Fuck off.
naturally social. We want to fit in and be part of a society. So ultimately, it really depends on the way society is structured that determines whether or not we end up being good or evil. But it is all basically from us being pro-social.
So why is it that every civilization encounters the same problems then, regardless of its circumstances?
What do you mean every civilization? What do you mean the same problems? What do you think these problems are?
I'll articulate it. From the Aztecs to the Incans to the Mayans to the Egyptians, the Indus River Valley, to the Chinese Empire, the British Empire, Attila the Hun, to Genghis Khan, to Julius Caesar, to the Greek or Roman Empire, they all go through the same sort of cycle.
So,
where they start to allocate power to a lesser and lesser group of people. They start to then create a pseudo-dictatorship under the false promises of empowering people. And then the cycle of selfishness.
What the fuck is this?
I'm here to talk to you today about music, arts, fashion, one of the greatest problems that our generations are facing. The biggest scourge that affects our society. Against all of the cultural and social progress we've seen is the battle against intellectual thought. Are you guys comfortable with that? This is a war against critical thinking, battle against intellectualism. It's a war against rational behavior.
It's a what? It's a war. That's true. Yeah.
And we're not even aware of it.
We're not even aware.
And that's terrifying. Whew. What kind of an example are we setting? The problem with America is that because of cultural imperialism, we are literally teaching the rest of the world how to think, what to wear. The Kardashians are lying to you. Culture used to be
is this old? Why have I not seen this? There's no way he did this recently. The Kardashians. What the fuck?
Backbone of the resistance. All it seeks to do is sedate the masses. Culture now seeks to appeal to our primal urges, our base needs. We're now in the age of mediocrity. You can bring about the positive change you want to see in this world, because the revolution will not be televised. Revolution will not be televised. Only you can bring about the revolution by taking it to the street. Keep resisting.
Oh my god.
The girl's gonna be upset if we don't talk about fashion. You know what I mean?
Holy shit. Look no further for proof that co-optation is a far more effective strategy to undermining potentially revolutionary forces than outright reactionary opposition. Oh my god. The elites don't want you to see this. Bro, I didn't want me to see that. Holy fuck. I want more people. Yeah. I can't think of a better counter-revolutionary strategy than just to show that to fucking everyone. If someone asks you, what's socialism in the United States? Who's the biggest voice for socialism in the United States? For the... just show them this. Yeah, that's it. What do you think? Feel like becoming a socialist, pal. Jesus Christ.
Murder, strife, division, famine continues unend. And the only thing that ever broke that cycle was the West. The only thing that ever broke that.
Okay, how come the Iroquois Confederacy didn't have those problems?
Oh, so tell me about the Iroquois Confederacy and the great contribution to humanity they made.
I mean, do you like the United States Constitution?
Oh, you think that our Constitution is derived by the Iroquois Confederacy?
I mean, ask Benjamin Franklin. He would admit it very directly and explicitly.
He didn't write the Constitution.
It doesn't matter, right? All of the founding fathers.
No, it actually does matter. So, let me tell you. If you actually hold on.
Well,
so
ask James Madison.
Yeah. How about? So let me get this. What Federalist paper is the Iroquois Confederacy mentioned in?
It doesn't matter. The Federalist
because
papers.
it really wasn't an
Do you think
inspiration.
the Federalist Papers were the only thing that were written back then?
No, but it was the most. Hamilton, Madison, and Jay went through private musings of why they wrote the Constitution.
And do you
and
think that
defended
they didn't care what Benjamin Franklin
Hold
or
on a
George
second.
Washington had to say?
So I want to make sure I understand this right. So the Iroquois Confederacy, you think, is where we got separations of power, separated powers, consent of the governed, independent judiciary, and consent to the governed. Not the Pilgrim colonies, or the Bible, or the Mayflower Compact, or the Magna Carta.
I don't give a fuck about. I don't think I trust either of these morons on the founding of America. Oh no, we have to. Oh, there we go. That's better.
Or the writings of Augustine, Aquinas, Hume, Burke, Locke,
none of the people
or
that
Hobbes.
were alive at the time. John Locke. Look, where do you think where do you think these people said that they got their ideas? Like, the reality is, why do you think the Enlightenment came after all of these colonizers started visiting people in North America?
So you believe in this like weird, unfounded, mystical belief that
It's
we
not
stole
unfounded. This is
from
actually
the
like
indigenous people.
This is actually a very standard understanding of world history. If you have even a marginal
Hold on a
understanding
second.
of
So
anthropology.
you think that John Locke stole from indigenous people?
Are you kidding me? All of the Enlightenment philosophers stole from
All of them.
indigenous folks.
So what did Kant steal from the indigenous people?
Like, are you kidding me?
The categorical imperative came from some tribesmen.
No, not the categorical imperative.
What the fuck is this person talking about? I think you can make the argument that some Enlightenment ideas came from, was it Aksum in Ethiopia? There were some Enlightenment-esque ideas that appeared a little bit before Hume and Kant and all that, but like, you don't want to push that narrative too far the other way, because then you're suggesting that like, then you end up in fucking black supremacy. But I don't know where the fuck this is going. Well, who was the person? Zera Yacob, yeah. That person seemed very ahead of his time. But I don't know if it's ever been proven that like Locke stole from that person, but I know, like, I think there is a Yacob quote that seems like very, like, I think it was something like literally like all men are created equal or some shit like that. I think he said it like basically word for word way before Locke said it, but I don't know.
They don't have to necessarily steal every single thing.
So let me get this.
But like, the reality
Machiavelli, what did he study? Because we didn't colonize when Machiavelli started writing.
Well,
what did he steal?
Machiavelli's a really interesting character.
No, what did he steal from indigenous people?
I mean, I wouldn't say that, like, Machiavelli, to my understanding, he didn't really interact with people like indigenous folks in North America,
so nothing there. How about Aquinas?
Do they mean that the wealth was stolen? And then with the wealth, they had the free time to do philosophy. Yeah.
Yes. What did he study? What did he steal from indigenous people?
What do you think these people like? This is the thing. This is the whole mythology of the
No,
United
but
States.
just build out your argument, please. Like,
Unhinged,
prove it.
right?
Like, give specifics, because it's rather critical, right? So, like, what did Aquinas steal from indigenous people?
Like, okay, you're naming.
It wasn't stolen, but Jacob thought of it and wrote it down first. Well, yeah, I don't know if there's evidence that they actually read Jacob and stole it, because I don't even know if that work from Axiom ever made it over to Europe. Like, it might have. There was a lot of trade going on between those areas, but I don't know.
Random people. I'm
No,
talking
they're
about
not
the
random
founding
people.
fathers in the United States.
Okay.
Did Aquinas write the Constitution?
Aquinas inspired every single founding father. They all read it. They knew it backwards and forwards. John Adams said no individual theorist or author was more instrumental to my metaphysical worldview than Thomas Aquinas.
That's because, look, are we going to ignore the fact that the founding fathers were incredibly racist? Do you think that they were...
Oh, okay,
like,
so you think they were racist.
Of course they were racist.
So then,
yeah, they were probably... Come on, Charlie. I think they were probably quite racist, yeah? The swarthy Germans and shit. Even that. Like, not just black people and slaves and shit, but also, like... Was it Ben Franklin? He didn't even like Germans.
Why did they try to abolish
Where did George
slavery?
Washington get his teeth?
Okay, so how many states decided to make the Northwest
actually,
Territories...
Answer this question. Where did George Washington get his teeth?
They were blended individuals, no doubt. Mixed. But you know what you and I both have in common?
No, I want to answer the question because I want to make sure that your audience knows
I would
exactly
assume
where
that he
George
probably
Washington
got
his
them.
teeth.
So to make him look bad, you're going to say he got them from a slave or he exploited somebody. But here's the truth about George Washington.
He ripped teeth out of people's heads while they were alive. He ripped teeth out of people's heads.
Here's the truth about George Washington.
To put in his mouth.
Outside of your Nicole Hannah-Jones highly emotive argument, everybody has something in common. We're born into a world.
I love it how like it's just like it's two fucking like Reddit hacks just smacking into each other. The fact that Charlie Kirk has just been so highly emotional about everything that happens in the CCP or the Soviet Russia and all that, like all the emotive language, but as soon as it's a guy fucking ripping people's teeth out and putting them in his own face, it's like, well, we can't really be too don't be too hyperbolic about it. He was a mixed bag. Oh fuck.
We didn't create. And every one of these founding fathers were born into a world where slavery was everywhere. By the time they died, it was on its way out.
Do you know
That's
what
an
Thomas
incredible
Paine said about
moral
slavery?
good.
It wasn't on its way out when they were all dead.
Hold on a second. How many states abolished slavery by the time the Constitution was?
Paine
How many
said
states
about
abolished slavery by 1787? 9 out of 13. So a majority of states had already abolished it. Northwest Territories.
Didn't some states start bringing slavery back? Wasn't that kind of a problem? I don't know. Fuck. American history. How many states had slavery in the Civil War? When the Civil War started? Why is he saying that 9 out of 13 states had abolished slavery? But then at the start of the Civil War, there were 15 slave states. How does that work? Is it because between 1776 or whatever and afterwards, more states added to the Union? Okay. Did some states not go back to slavery, or was it that they were trying to end slavery and it wasn't happening and some states were refusing? The Mason-Dixon, thank you so much. Wow. More were created. More slave states were created, or? I'm just trying to think, like, I know that I've heard people have issues with that 9 out of 13 thing, because between that and the Civil War, was it just other states were refusing, or? Oh God, I need more viewers, because then I can just have someone come in and explain it to me in like 3 seconds, but oh God. Whatever. Otherwise, we'd have to read this. Ugh! New territory. Okay. Oh God, look at that. We put the states back like that. Whoa. Ho, ho. Damn. You think the Spanish can... Must be pretty shit to be Spanish. You lose all that. The colony of Louisiana. Wow.
The Constitution in such a way to give slave states more representation.
Happy to walk through it. How Northwest Territories, first act of Congress, free or slave area? Free. Unanimous. Article 6 of the Northwest Territory. First state to abolish slavery. Vermont, 1777. Inspired by the writings of the Declaration. First anti-slavery convention. 1775. Chaired by Benjamin Franklin.
When did slavery
George Washington said it's not a question of if.
When did slavery end in the United States? Is she going to say never because of the prison system?
It's a matter of when we abolish slavery. Thomas Jefferson admonished King George in the original draft of the Declaration of Independence.
That means very
saying
little.
That slavery is a great evil that we blame King George for.
He was also very
Thomas
angry.
Jefferson abolished the slave trade into America. Hold on a second.
For telling them they couldn't keep killing indigenous folks.
Thomas Jefferson said very clearly in the Virginia House of Commons in 1790 that we must abolish slavery. He abolished the importation of new slaves as one of his first acts of president in March of 1807. The founding fathers fought tooth and nail to abolish slavery. So you have a misrepresentation, an intentional polemical argument to try to misrepresent the great heroes of the founding fathers.
When they banned the importation of slaves, what happened?
What ended up happening was the slave trade went down, Eli Whitney creates the cotton gin, and a whole new debate of slavery gets reignited.
No, see, that's actually not true, right? The reality is, do you know what happened? The slave trade, I guess, went down, if you talk about international trade. The United States set up literal farms where human beings were bred. Human beings were bred and forced
slavery
to get
was going down
to
dramatically in the 18
expand
teens.
Slavery.
18 teens, it's going down. 9 out of 13 states
Wait,
that abolished it.
you were just talking about the 1770s, and now all of a sudden we're at the 18
Hey, guess
teens.
what?
We just
guess
jumped
what?
50
Guess what?
years.
Thomas Jefferson was president in 1807. So you got to get your years right, okay, before we talk about this. So he was sworn in March of 1807. He was governor.
Oh no, the 1776 commission guy is. Oh no, he's armed and dangerous for the. I swear to God, I know there's some fucking issue with what Charlie Kirk is saying. I just can't remember what it was.
Virginia in 1790, wrote the Declaration in 1776.
So when did slavery end in the United States?
Great question. It began to end in 1777, a process of decoupling from an ancestral evil, where we have more people in the world right now that are slaves today than back then.
That was a bit of a pivot.
The process began 1820s. The debate reignites because of John C. Calhoun, the creation of the cotton gin. We fight a war over it. We win the war, and slavery is abolished. That's a pretty awesome track record for a country that inherited an evil that every other country prior to it had. It was the West that got rid of slavery. It was William Wilberforce. It was John Edwards. It was George Whitefield. It's easy to kind of do your thing like, well, it's terrible, it's bad. Yes, it's easy to call balls and strikes on a society.
There were actually, like, abolition of slavery happened a lot in a lot of different parts of the world and at different times. I think way before, like, wasn't slavery abolished by like in China at one point, way before even the Americas? I feel like it was. Haiti was first. Yeah. I know that Haiti was earlier, yeah. Let me see. There are also some parts here as well. Petitions against slavery, banned in Emirati. Interesting. In Georgia. Interesting. I didn't know that. In Russia, Muslim slave trade was banned in 1649. Lithuania, 1588. Serfs emancipated. I mean, England was still doing slavery, though, right? What was the Chinese one? Is it the Ming Dynasty? They had debt servitude afterwards. Yeah, I knew this. I knew that abolition of slavery had happened in a lot of places, but then come back and then gone and come back. Yeah. The Ming Dynasty abolished it in I think this is what I remember, 1368. Most forms.
You didn't create. It's easy to try to lecture the rest of the country. Be like, you know, these people are so terrible for something you didn't toil for or sacrifice for. Have an ounce of gratitude
they were
for
slave
what
owners.
these people
they were
created
slave owners.
and the country you get to live in.
It was the slaves that were toiling. They were slave owners. Also, by the way, slavery was never abolished. We literally have it in the Constitution to this very day.
Well, I'm sorry, what's the 13th?
Oh, the prison system. Oh, no. We also have, apparently here in 9 to 12 AD, the only emperor of the Jin dynasty abolished slavery, and then it came back after, like 10 years later, because he was killed by an angry mob. I don't know. That's it. That's really interesting. I didn't know that.
Amendment.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ben?
I think if you're talking Central Europe or like Lithuania, wouldn't that be Muslim slaves? Would it be? Oh.
We'll hear your closing remarks now.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Fundamentally, at the end of the day, the state can work to suppress the interests of capitalists, or it can work to suppress the interests of the workers. In the United States of America today, it is clearly suppressing the interests of workers. Just look at the difficulty that people have in terms of forming labor unions, demanding higher wages, even getting access to basic health care that even other capitalist countries have. right? Then you have a lot of countries that have been the victims of colonialism, that have states that serve the interests of the working class people, and while they have a very difficult starting point, the reality is they are surpassing the United States now in a time frame that is...
The funniest thing about this conversation is how their rhetoric and how their vocabulary will change so much depending on who's committing the atrocities. Like, apparently the American prison system right now is like a modern day slave economy, but the beginnings of 20th century socialism there were some difficulties, and for Charlie Kirk it's like North Korea is a festering hellhole, and the brutality of the gulags and everything. And then, like, well, how did George Washington get his teeth? Listen, he was a mixed bag, okay? He ripped the teeth out of slaves and put them in his own mouth. Yeah, he was a bit of a mixed bag, you know? That's just the fucking absolute insane hackery on both sides is really, really funny here.
Rapidly outpacing the development that happened in the United States. So ultimately, the reality is we can choose for the government to serve the interests of the very rich few, or we can have a government that serves average working class folks.
So I just have one question, I'm sorry. Do you trust the government?
This government? No. But once again, we have to ask the nature of the state.
But then why would you want to make that government bigger?
No. It's not about making the government bigger. It's about changing the fundamental structure of the government so that it serves the interests of workers instead of the interests of capital. And in fact, this is one of the things that, like, the fundamental dishonesties that I think come from people.
Which hack is better? I would be safer in Charlie Kirk's world, probably. Although that doesn't sound very nice either. How many atrocities did each of them deny? Charlie Kirk downplayed the racism of the Founding Fathers. I think he did downplay how slave-happy America was between the Declaration of Independence and the Civil War. I think that's probably true. I think Charlie Kirk downplayed the indigenous genocides in the Americas, but this fucking moron upscaled them. So what else do we got? Holodomor, Great Leap Forward, Russian Civil War, famines. Listen, there we go. There's your, okay.
People like you point to a capitalist government, say, look, it's not working for workers. We should have less government and give capitalists more power.
That's my answer to your question.
Right? And this is the fundamental reality, that it's the nature of the government that's the problem. You're unwilling to admit the very fact that our government is fundamentally serving the interests of capital as opposed to serving the interests of the workers. And that if we were to flip the system on its head, then it would work a lot better.
At its best, it's the opposite. It serves the function of the liberty of individuals, the pursuit of virtue. Yeah, I mean, look, in closing, human beings aren't naturally good. We're actually naturally awful to each other. And human history shows that. We have the same problems over and over again, and the government needs to be strong but small. And the Founding Fathers built that beautiful government that people like you are trying to destroy in a country that you refuse to leave. Here's how you know you live in a great country, that even those who say they hate it refuse to leave. Every person in China that would be given a chance to go out, almost every...
That is actually, that's one good thing Charlie Kirk said. That's quite funny. That is actually so fucking true. Like, all these American flag burners, they won't even go to Europe, those people. Like, really? Realistically.
Every person would leave almost instantaneously.
Why don't they?
Because they're not allowed to.
Really? People move to the United States from China all the time.
Those that are allowed.
You have to be pretty well off to come to go to the United States from China, no? Yeah.
Those that are allowed.
In Venezuela,
You're
in
just
Cuba,
banking
in
on
Iran,
people not knowing about
there
any
are
of these
millions
countries.
of people that would do anything to leave these disastrous experiments. And I have met far too many victims of communism to take any of your arguments seriously. People that have the wounds to show it. You mean the pastors that were in jail for decades in the
Lorna, this is the chatter from the past. There is no way Benny is saying the largest genocide was Native Americans, right? Do you believe there was 200 million people on the continent in the 15th? I think what white tankies like to do is that they love to... there aren't enough brown and black people's graves in the world for them to dance and piss on, so they just need to invent a few more in their heads. That is a very standard rule for white tankies. Yeah.
Soviet Union for doing nothing wrong.
That's what they were like when they were talking about the Queen's death. That's what they're like talking about the Iraq War. That's what they're like talking about fucking the Native American genocide. Apparently, yeah, they just the real numbers of brown and black people's graves is just not enough for them. They need more.
Plantation owners that had their plantations
The
stolen by
people like
Fidel
Alexander
Castro.
Solzhenitsyn that wrote about it endlessly. The Cubans in Miami that had to build life rafts to save their own lives because of the oppressive Castro regime.
The fascist Cubans.
The people from Venezuela and Cuba and Argentina. I'm going to trust them a lot more than a smug, sanctimonious person with a super bizarre laugh that read a couple things online that sound good. Thank you,
buddy.
Charlie, thank you.
I feel like Charlie can probably keep the smug comment to himself. Isn't it? You know what? I've said this before, right? Smugness is such a weird trait because everyone loves smugness until the moment it's someone that they don't agree with. Smugness doesn't actually exist unless it's coming from someone who you disagree with, because people just don't seem to notice it otherwise. I think Charlie Kirk genuinely doesn't believe he was smug in that debate. Yeah. Wacky shit. I was really hoping for a Gusanos there when Kirk mentioned Florida. Oh, well. President Sundays. Wow. Obviously, I'm not talking in absolute terms, you asshole. Anyway. Sunday is quite smug, though. Yes. But he's also quite funny. This is a really funny introduction to the Discord, I thought. Look at this. President Smug Day. Hi, mid-20s homebuddy here. I'm a fan of Vosh's values and rhetoric, Destiny's policies and empathy, Lonerbox's essays and bridge building, Keffel's tanky dunking, and writing stupidly long essays and YouTube comment arguments. Practically a liberal, but with an eye on the horizon for minimizing all hierarchies and believe inequality is inherently corrosive. I wonder where you got this practically a liberal but from. I hope that wasn't from me. It's so cute. This is something Lex Fridman would type. It totally is. Oh, man. I like it. Because like the average like YouTube viewers are so different. At the end of the day, it's weird when people like to, because there's this tendency to kind of like monotonize, like homogenize audiences in your head, like the Tankie audiences, the fucking BreadTube audiences, the fucking DGGers, the VG. Like actually, there's so much variety in these audiences. I think there was like someone who said once that a lot of the like the Vosh and Destiny subreddits it's like 90% the same people in both subreddits. Or, yeah, I don't know if that's actually that number, but there's a lot of overlap. It kind of is, yeah. Like, it's not really surprising. Or that it makes me feel funny that there are just like these leftists who, even across the Tankie and social democrat sphere, there are people who like watch ContraPoints videos and then they'll watch like maybe Destiny or Vosh, and then they'll watch like fucking Hakeem, and then they'll watch me, and they like all of us. I'm like, what are you doing with yours? Yeah. Wacky stuff. Anyway, apparently Keffels and Benny are fighting now. It's not LGG, Maruzzi. We can't be called that. That's cringe. We have to be LBGG, like the LBGG community. It sounds like queer, but not really. Yeah. We can't be the LGG. That's horrible. Way too much E sound. LGG just sounds so bad. It's either someone with a stutter who's trying to sell computer monitors to you, or it's just like someone calling me shit, like LGG. The LBGGQ plus community. Yeah, true. All right, hang on. The Laliban. I think Box Bulla is good. It's so shoehorned, but I like it. But Keffels has gone full Tankie arc. I'll continue to purity test leftists who defend genocidal authoritarian regimes and take blood money from fascists. But we Tankies believe American is a genocidal authoritarian regime and a consistently fascistic one in all honesty. Whenever people hate on Tankies, they forget this is the worldview we hold. It's a decision between the lesser of two different fascisms. Not fascism versus democracy. Oh my god. That's amazing. This person is so white you can't even look at them like directly, but okay. Oh, these are all a Windex. That's what I said.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China That was amazing. That's so good. Oh, she's done a video about how Marxist-Leninism is dangerous. I was in a cult. Whoa. Whoa! Brianna Wu sharing. The gulags were based. Kulaks, counter-revolutionaries, opportunists, Nazi collaboration, Western spies. I feel like I just need to look into all of these, because when I looked into the Tatar one and people were saying that the Tatars were deported because they were Nazi collaborators, you look at the stats and it's like there are about 250 or 200,000 of them. About 20-odd thousand at most were Nazi collaborators or sympathizers, but the majority of them were evacuated from Crimea and taken westwards when the Wehrmacht were being kicked out, when they were fleeing. And then Stalin just takes the ones who are left after most of the Nazi collaborators have gone and then just deports the entire group. That's like, I guess it's the case with all of it though, right? With the Uyghurs, like, oh, there's a terrorist group. That's why we need to take all the Uyghurs and put them into fucking camps and re-educate them. Like, or like, it's just funny when you take a group that you say is a political category, like a terrorist or a Nazi collaborator and all that, but you just end up targeting the ethnic group. It's like, that's like the Soviet formula. It's kind of brilliant, but yeah. How the fuck it works. Shit. Anyway. There are lots of people joining the Discord though. Holy shit. We're actually going to have more dialogue going on in there now. More discourse. I love discourse. I'm a discourse fiend. We haven't had that much discourse in the Discord lately. Play that Hassan music video again. No. Listen, I need money to play that again. Holy shit.
Prototyping is like
what's going on here?
Like markets for each in the latest Y Combinator batch. There's about 250, and predicting the eventual exit valuation. And I was hoping that it would be a kind of like fun viral thing where people could bet on each other's startups.
Okay. Yeah. Make that laugh a dono sound. You know what? I might just do it. Might do it. Like the stream chat. Doesn't cost you anything. Give me money. Doesn't cost you anything. What are we going to do with that money? Spend it on fun and larks. Do I want to see why Keffel's left the left? She's actually doing all right. 51k subs. Marxism, Leninism is dangerous. It's only 19 minutes.
I wanted to just...
It's louder because did I do the thing? Wait. Oh no, it's just...
discuss a situation that's been unfolding for the past few days, where people have been spreading lies about both me and my friends. If you watch the latest video on my channel, you'll know who Benny Carollo is, a former TYT host who left the network while accusing Jen Cougar and Anna Kasparian of transphobia. At the time, I was aware Benny and I have political differences, but it was important to shelve them because she and I are in agreement on trans issues, and I respected what she had to say in that situation. It was important to show solidarity to another trans woman in her effort to call out a hostile workplace and her employers who decided to ignore her. I will admit that while I was aware of our political differences, I was unaware to the extent to which she uses her platform to spread what essentially boils down to lies and misinformation. This has become part of an alarming pattern that isn't just unique to Benny, but a large part of the online left. And I know how deep it goes, because I used to be where she was. While preparing for my next video essay, which will be coming out in the next couple months, I decided to take a look at Benny's YouTube channel to see where her career
Keffel's doing video essays? Cool.
Taken her after her high-profile exit from TYT. On her YouTube channel, I came across a video called No, Socialism Hasn't Failed. In the video, she makes a long list of strange beliefs that defy reality, such as there not being any homelessness in China. She even argued that Mao's killings were lies. Needless to say, I was taken aback at how someone who was hired by TYT and had a public-facing job with them could espouse so many dangerous and false claims. This led me down a rabbit hole where I found Benny's debate with Charlie Kirk that she did last year on Charlie Kirk's channel when she was still employed as a contributor to TYT. In that debate, Benny defended a whole range of bizarre positions, from why the one-party state of China is a democratic country.
Look, what we need to understand is that China is a democracy, and they are going to make laws based
wait,
off of their
how
individual material
How are they a
conditions.
democracy?
Are you kidding me? Aside from the fact that the central government has a 95% approval rating, which, by the way, before you're like, oh, but
Have you been to China?
No.
To a defense of forced labor camps in the former Soviet Union.
So somewhere around 10% of the people, right, that like were in the gulags during their peak, which, by the way, was after a civil war in Russia, right, obviously with the white army that they had to deal with, right, and in the World War II with Nazi Germany, right, were political prisoners. But this is really interesting, right? I believe it was in the Gorbachev years. They tried to do a big reformation and granted a huge amount of amnesty. To like tons and tons of people that were in those gulags. And you know what happened, Charlie? Do you know what happened after that? This is something that the CIA documents literally
after the liberalization of the USSR?
No. What happened? What happened to the people that were let out of those gulags?
They wrote books like the Gulag Archipelago that brought down the USSR.
Most of them actually ended up right back in those same gulags because, this is to be very, very clear, that's their normal prison system. That is the normal prison system that they had. Just to be clear, because who do you think set up the gulags?
So you're trying to tell me that the people that were put in the prisons were not political prisoners?
No.
So what happened to the Mensheviks?
Most of the people...
The forced imprisonment of the Mensheviks. So tell me, how did Trotsky die?
And even going as far as to defend the quote-unquote re-education camps in Xinjiang.
The Associated Press also wrote articles that these were quasi-concentration camps.
Yeah. So like,
concentration camps.
The Associated Press fundamentally is like this right-wing bias, right? Like that's just ultimately the reality of the Associated Press. Because, right, like who are funding Western journalists? Where do Western journalists get money? Is it maybe through capitalist institutions that have you know like their own interests in these things, right? Like so let's think about this for a second. Right? So Associated Press actually goes and they write an article and they talk about it because the reality is we can have, if we want to live in the real world, we can have a conversation about whether or not China was going too heavy-handed in dealing with the East Turkmenistan movement, which is a terrorist movement. But a lot of Uyghur Muslims, even in Xinjiang, are happy that now they can finally drink alcohol without having to worry about bombing attacks and stabbing attacks. And we can have a conversation about whether or not they were too heavy-handed, about whether or not they're racially profiling.
The propaganda is insane. Let's have a conversation about concentration camps. Like, maybe we shouldn't be forcing them to eat pork against their religious conscience. Murdering a lot of them is probably wrong. There's really not a conversation to be had. Like, you're defending concentration camps. I think they're wrong.
If there's a major terrorist movement in the United States, how do you think we should respond to that?
It was like she was debating from another reality. These were all appalling to me, and I decided to share it with my audience on my Couples Live channel. Quick aside, if you're not already subscribed to that channel, you should absolutely check it out. While I upload pretty frequently on this channel, I stream about 1 to 2 times a week on that channel and upload videos daily. A lot of work goes into the content over on that channel, and I promise you won't be disappointed. But to continue, I decided to cover the debate between Charlie Kirk and Benny on my stream a few days ago. Before the stream was even over, clips from the stream started to circulate on the part of Twitter where genocide denial is a commonplace thing, so long as the country doing it has a red flag. Many of these clips were dishonestly framed or included straight up lies, but I won't get into debunking these clips right now. I'll likely go through them at a later day on stream. The day after I covered her, Benny addressed the situation on her Twitch stream. On that stream, she made dubious claims, such as saying that I am specifically targeting her because she is trans, despite the fact that none of my criticisms have anything to do with her gender identity.
I'm still thinking of doing like Tankie, like addressing Tankie stuff in videos. I know that my civil rights video is going to probably mention it a little bit because of the amount of people who simp for Malcolm X and have all these misconceptions about him and MLK. I just don't think Malcolm X was a good guy. I think I'm probably actually anti-Malcolm pilled to this point. Yeah. I think there are good things you can say about him, but like compared to MLK, it's like it's night and day, I think. Yeah. That's your opinion. But I also think what else do I want to cover? I want to do the left-wing parties in Weimar Germany, like the conflicts between between the SPD and the KPD, because I feel like even from people who aren't tankies, like the talking point you always get is that like Germany would have been based if there was this revolution with Rosa Luxemburg, but then the Social Democrats killed her, and then that's how the Nazis came in, because of the Freikorps. I'm like, that's a really horrible way to summarize the history there. I don't think anyone really has put out I don't think I've seen a video in our sphere about how horrible the KPD were. Only facts we're going to fight, Loner. Well, we can. So probably that. Maybe do Soviet stuff. Molotov-Ribbentrop is probably a good one to do a video on. Yeah. Naomi Chance. Wait. Is Naomi Chance... Why do I know that name? I don't know. Who are you? I feel like I know you. I feel like I've seen you say things. No, you're not nominal Naomi. That's a different person, right? Who the fuck is Naomi Chance? I'm a Twitter reply gal. I feel like I've seen this Twitter. I feel like there are 3 Naomis. There's the one who is a Denims mod. There is nominally Naomi, the debater. Oh, you're that the person. Yeah, okay, that's you. Okay, I got you. Yeah, nice one. Okay. This is a good account. Anarcho-Maupinist thought. Yeah. Not enough of that in the world.
More importantly, she gloated she was paid $3,000 by Turning Point USA, the organization run by Charlie Kirk, to do that debate.
The funny thing is, though, Charlie Kirk paid me $3,000 to be at that debate.
Did the Soviet Union ever actually request to join the Axis powers, Loner? I've heard sorts of claims, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure there was... Wait, hang on. Soviet Axis talks. There's a Wikipedia on it. A right-wing propagandapedia on it. Yeah, November 1940. I feel like this is when Stalin actually like asked to join. So, yeah, they got denied. Didn't Hitler like literally just leave Stalin on red? Was it November 24th? Is that one of the dates that comes up? Molotov travels to Berlin. Germany presented Soviets with an agreement. Hitler, Ribbentrop, and Molotov tried to set German and Soviet spheres of influence. Hitler encouraged Molotov to look south to Iran, eventually India. November 25th. This was way out. Stalin drafted a counter-proposal to join the Axis powers. The Germans didn't respond. Yeah, this is the... Yeah, he left Hitler on red. He left Stalin on red, and then ass-blasted him all the way to Moscow. All right. There you go. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I'm pretty sure this is true. I've read this in a million different places. When I say a million different places, I mean like 3, but okay. Stalin gave the Nazis 900,000 tons of oil. I know, and the Tankie talking point to that is that this was about as much trade as America was engaging in Germany with up until the war. The problem with that is it's not just the quantity that you trade; it's the type of stuff that you trade. The stuff that the Soviet Union was giving to the Nazis in their trade agreements was like very crucial stuff for the war. It was actually one of the reasons that the Nazis were able to push back in France so quickly, was because of the supplies that they had from the Soviets. So it's different from just like regular commercial trade. Although American trade was used for rearmament as well. It's not like as specific, but also America had trade deals with Germany before they invaded Poland. The Soviets were trading with Germany whilst they were at war with like Europe. So a bit different. Stalin won World War II though. Yeah, with a little bit of help from his friends, and he only fought the Nazis after they invaded him. I don't really know how much credit you get if you just sit there ignoring fucking warnings at the border for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then you get invaded and you get smashed all the way back to Moscow, and then you're like, oh well, we should probably fight these Nazis. Like, with a lot of lend-lease from the United States. I think the Tankie talking point about lend-lease is that they will say the amount of lend-lease was actually quite small, like a small percentage of the Soviet war effort, but it was also like very specific. It met very specific needs on which a lot of their equipment couldn't be used without it. So it's kind of like if you spend $1,000 on a piece of equipment, but you need like a particular part that's worth $100 and you only get that from an import, right? It's like, well, yeah, that import made up like less than 10% of your budget, but you needed it to make the equipment work. So that's like, yeah, it's logistics is more important. And the logistics that were provided from Lend-Lease was pretty fucking important. More than the Americans? Well, I'm sorry, I don't have the same kind of sympathy for like a country that waits until they get fucking knocked back to Moscow and then fights back. Yeah, sorry. And also, America, I'm pretty sure America stopped giving money to Germany and resources to Germany after the invasion of Poland.
Laugh in his face. And I don't think Keffels is getting paid $3,000 to watch it. I mean, maybe she is. So good on you if I guess that's what you're getting. But like, at least I have an excuse, you know?
This is where things get interesting, because Benny not only admitted to being paid opposition, but she admitted to accepting money from some very malicious sources in the process.
Paid opposition? That's a pretty bold claim. Did Americans ever hand prisoners over to the Germans? Stalin, prisoners to Nazi Germany. I think part of Molotov-Ribbentrop was the exchange of prisoners, wasn't it? Stalin handing KPD prisoner exiles over to Hitler. I'd rather a website that wasn't like the International Socialist Review or whatever. Although it does still, even they're saying it. Stalin handed hundreds of communists over to Hitler. Jewish immigrant from Hungary was a young worker from Dresden who mixed up with the clash of the Nazis in 1933. He escaped to Soviet Russia at the trial. The others put the blame on him, knowing I think it was safe in the Soviet Union. His fate was certain. Yeah. Well, anyway.
You might be wondering, who exactly funds Turning Point USA? Their website points out that they're funded by organizations like the Heritage Foundation.
The thing I also want to look at is after Molotov-Ribbentrop was what was the party lines that were given to communist parties in Europe? Because I think after Molotov-Ribbentrop was signed, I think, and the war started, I think the party line that was given to communist parties around Europe was that the war should just be treated as an inter-imperialist, inter-capitalist scrap, basically. That they should just stay out of it. I feel like that was the party line given from the Central Committee to communist parties, and I think the UK Communist Party actually had a bit of a split over it as well, because obviously the UK was at war with Germany.
Think tank that spent $1 million on anti-LGBTQ Thanksgiving advertisements in order to oppose the Respect for Marriage Act, a legislative effort to repeal the Defense of Marriage Act and thus limiting the federal definition of marriage to between a man and a woman. But the money that Benny accepted didn't just come from the Heritage Foundation. If we take a closer look at Turning Point USA supporters, we'll also find groups like the Alliance for Defending Freedom, which the Southern Poverty Law Center has designated as an anti-LGBT hate group. According to the Southern Poverty Law Center website, the activities of the Alliance for Defending Freedom include supporting recriminalization of sexual acts between LGBTQ adults in the United States and criminalization abroad, defending state-sanctioned sterilization of trans people abroad, contending that LGBTQ people are more likely to engage in pedophilia, and claiming that a homosexual agenda will destroy Christianity.
The British blockade would have worked in 1939 were it not for the German-Soviet commercial agreement. Is that like 100% true though? Because I don't like all this like alt military history. It's the same as like again, Tankies will say that like the Battle of Moscow had already been won before Lend-Lease arrived in the Soviet Union, and the Battle of Moscow was like the big turning point where the Soviets started to push back. But then that's not true either, because Lend-Lease from the UK was sent to the Soviet Union. American Lend-Lease hadn't arrived at the Battle of Moscow, but British Lend-Lease had. So there were like, I think like 30 or 40% of the medium to heavy tanks that were used by the Soviets in the Battle of Moscow were from the UK. They were shipped over the Arctic. But I think even that doesn't, I don't think the Battle of Moscow was won just because of British Lend-Lease. It's just that it helped. I think the Battle of Moscow was already a lost cause for the Nazis, but yeah, UK Lend-Lease did help. Yeah.
And society. The Alliance for Defending Freedom has played a crucial role in shaping the current political climate that the United States is in, having donated $85,000 to the Child and Parental Rights Campaign, which helped shape Florida's Don't Say Gay law. The ADF has even claimed responsibility for ending Roe v. Wade, ending the constitutional right for an abortion, and erasing decades of progress in the United States. Alarmingly, it seems like Benny didn't even question why these heinous organizations would pay her for a debate in the first place. As I pointed out in my debate reaction, she served as a useful patsy for the right to dunk on left-wing ideas in defense of their extreme positions. She was paid to make the right look good. I wish the situation ended with Benny just being clueless and accepting money from Charlie Kirk to, in her own words, sit and laugh at him for an hour. But instead, Benny decided to lie to her audience. She continued to spread dangerous misinformation in response to someone who was explaining why people were rightfully upset with her. In her defense of the camps in the Xinjiang region of province, she said, "The Uyghur thing, according to the UN Human Rights Council, is normal prison things." This statement was not made out of ignorance. Benny knew of the United Nations Human Rights Office High Commissioner report, and she lied to her followers about what the findings of that investigation was. While she told her followers it was just normal prison things, the report included multiple credible testimonies of women being interviewed.
Forced it, yeah. This is actually, people talk about watering down the definition of genocide. Actually, this would be evidence of genocide even under the UN Convention. Where is it? Where's the motherfucker? Because the word destruction, intent to destroy, refers to biological or physical destruction. And biological destruction would be IUDs, forced abortion. Yeah. It's like this one. That's actually what that means. It's not just reinterpreting. It's like the UN agrees that this is what this means. Yeah.
Saying that they were forcibly sterilized or given forced abortions. The report itself ends by saying that beyond a shadow of a doubt, there are serious human rights violations being committed in these camps in Xinjiang. These include threats not only to the prisoners in the camps, but their entire families as well. One of the interviewees said, "We had to sign a document to say that we would be silent about the camp. Otherwise, we would be kept for longer, and there would be punishment for the whole family." And Benny doesn't even touch on the reason that this report was written in the first place is because of the long-standing pattern of people going missing in the Xinjiang region and the families who were left in mourning trying to find them. The situation began to escalate after Benny began to fight with my friend Brianna Wu, who expressed her frustration with Benny ignoring the criticism of her harmful rhetoric and exploiting this tragedy in order to promote her OnlyFans. I have no problem with how people choose to make a living, but it is vile to use people's legitimate anger about genocide and accepting blood money from anti-LGBT hate groups in order to advertise your nudes. Benny's response to this was, "If Pebbles is going to be making money off me, what's the problem with me making money off her? At least what I'm doing is honest work." Following this, Brianna decided to confront Benny in her Twitch chat, as Benny had gone live on Twitch to cover the conflict between her and Brianna. I think it's likely Benny has since realized how badly she came off in that conflict because she has since deleted the VOD of that stream. While Benny did address what happened on social media, she lied and said that she had never speculated on whether or not Brianna was trans. In reality, both of them honed in on this, mocking and belittling her, and even going as far as to say that she isn't welcome.
This is the article on the Lend-Lease. We read this on stream a little while ago, back in the Twitch days. This is so interesting. Look, those are the tanks. Those are the little British tanks in Liverpool being loaded to get sent over to the Soviet Union. But your average tankie will say that there was no Lend-Lease in Russia when they were fighting in the Soviet Union when they were fighting back against the Battle of Moscow. Up to 30-40% of heavy and medium tank strength. I think it was planes as well, wasn't it? Spitfires? Is that right? 90 British tanks had already been in action with Soviet forces. Lend-Lease aircraft were of significance during the Battle of Moscow. Soviet pilots praised the maneuverability of the homegrown Chaika and Ishak fighters still in use. Both types were certainly obsolete and inferior in almost all regards to the British-supplied Hurricane. It was Hurricanes. Damn. MiG-3 was considered difficult to fly. The Yak-1 was probably the best and superior in most regards to the Hurricane. Suffered from airframe and engine defects in early war production aircraft. So they got mogged. Totally mogged.
In the trans community. Benny uploaded a clip from that stream, although purposefully leaving the offending part out. You can immediately pick up on the tone in that stream and how much of a bully Benny was being, purposefully ignoring the fact that this entire situation came about because of her defense of genocide and authoritarian governments. It is incredibly unfortunate to me that Benny failed to engage in any of the criticisms that I had made of her. While I could point out that her positions were filtered through false representations of me via Twitter clips, I think it's important to say how much she even had to say before playing the clips, and how very little of what she said was even a response to the content of my videos. It is very important to left-wing politics to engage in.
There's someone in the Discord asking if people ever talk in the VCs in my Discord. People used to talk in the VCs in my Discord all the time. I think a couple of people who were regular speakers in there have turned out to be tankies, so fuck them. I wish them best on their journey. But yeah, people don't really talk in my Discord. You banned them all. I'm sorry, Borg, but you know they were fucking morons, okay? The ones who I didn't actually ban them all though. No. Some people a lot of, which ones did I ban? I banned Bunny Ip because Bunny Ip's a fucking loser. I banned Glasses because Glasses is young, but like was fucking. I think I banned Glasses because they were. Someone showed them a story about people who get fucking like the trafficking stuff in North Korea by the government, and they were saying like, oh no, but there are some crime rings in South Korea. Yeah, it was just like dumb shit like that. Yeah, they would do that all the time. I banned Basil because he's a moron. Yeah. I didn't ban that many people though. But I guess other people consider themselves friends of those people, so Oh, I banned the other person for being really obtuse about that fucking that guy who was calling aristocracy a bitch and saying that she should be thrown into the sea. And someone was defending him. Yeah, okay. I don't know. I feel like I ban people for reasonably good reasons. I don't know. Who was that? That was which one was that? It was one of the goblins people, wasn't it? He was just being really obtuse. I remember that. It wasn't even going to be a long ban. It was just like an impulsive one, but like I think they were saying like, oh, we disavow the throw people into the sea thing. But also they said I was tone policing the guy who said it. The guy who said he wanted to throw all the Israelis into the sea. Was it Gort? Maybe. I don't think it was Gort, actually, no. But they said I was tone policing. And then I said something like, this is such a boring conversation, holy shit. I think I said something like, look, if you're gonna like argue with someone, like they're gonna argue back. If you're gonna like antagonize someone, they're gonna argue back. And then they were like, oh, but that's based. And then I was like, wait, that's just contradicting the last thing you said. Yeah. I was just some people being like really obtuse about that whole argument. Yeah.
With people on our own side when we disagree with them. I know many in my audience will say that Benny is no longer a leftist, given her defense of authoritarian genocidal regimes such as China and the DPRK.
Also, if anyone feels they were wrongfully banned, they can just ask me and I'll probably unban them because I'm quite forgiving generally. But yeah, I don't know. But I feel like the people I banned kind of deserved it. I don't know.
I sympathize with that sentiment. But I want to point out what I said at the beginning of this video. When Benny left TYT, I took her criticism seriously. Benny is still very much aggressive, and on most issues, I'm still in agreement with her. I prominently featured her rebuttal to Jenk concerning trans healthcare and how it relates to the topic of trans women in sports. I think she had great things to say on that topic and stand by the value of her words there, which is why I included it in my video. We should be able to have disagreements on the left without resorting to outright toxicity. Benny making statements towards Brianna, such as her not being welcome in the trans community, are the exact type of unhelpful responses that should be discouraged in left-wing conversation. I do not want my viewers to come away from this video thinking that I'm encouraging people to attack Benny for her positions. What I would like is that we all do our best to participate in healthy dialogue. Sometimes that will mean heavily disagreeing with other content creators. This is simply part of being in a political space. I firmly believe that all of us, including Benny, are motivated towards building a better world than the one we currently live in. A world without the oppressive capitalist and imperialist structures that dominate our existence and drag down the quality of life for every person on the planet. We will not agree on everything along the way, but it's important to have those disagreements in a productive manner. I make political content because I want to be able to express my ideas of how we can achieve that better world together. When necessary, I criticize others when I believe that they're standing in the way of that progress with their actions or with their rhetoric. I believe political content creators have a responsibility to engage with each other in good faith and to approach conversations on our disagreements in ways that will overall benefit our shared goals and understanding of these issues. To finish this off with some final thoughts, I should probably address something that has come up quite a lot in my career. Yes, I used to be a Marxist-Leninist. I was a member of the Communist Party of Canada for several years in my early 20s. As a member of a Marxist-Leninist party, I saw public office under a communist banner. The pursuit of global communism was my entire life at that point, and I don't regret participating in the kinds of organizations such as the CPC. But what I will say is this: Marxism-Leninism is not communism. Looking back on my time in the party and the community outreach that I did on their behalf, I was in a cult, a Stalinist cult. This isn't unusual. One of the foremost experts on cults escaped the communist cult herself, Yanya Lawich. For her, cults are characterized by their ability to create their own worldview, their own signs, and their own language. In effect, they create a hall of mirrors with its own reality layered on top of it. That's why it's so easy to look at a concentration camp and see a mere prison. Lawich also points out that political cults, like any other cult, isolate their members from their friends, families, or any other dangerous social contact. She realized she was in a Marxist-Leninist cult because she was unable to entertain any inconvenient opinions or dissenting views. Everything was done in reverence to an all-encompassing belief system and devotion to the leader. She was also isolated from her former friends and family, and participated in excommunication of members who were threatened and harassed. I knew I was in a cult because this was my experience. I was not allowed to challenge or even ask questions about official party dogma. I was given a reading list, a specific text to cite, a religious canon, essentially. And I was discouraged from reading material outside of that list, even from the same authors. I was expected to shun former members. This experience was corroborated years later when a member of the Central Committee, a high-profile position in the party, handed in her resignation. She called me to apologize to me for ostracizing me when I left the party years earlier, and told me that we were both in a cult. That is my real problem with people like Benny. She is not a communist. She is not a Marxist. She is a Stalinist. When it comes down to it, her real political priority is proselytizing in the defense of the actions of long-dead men such as Lenin, Stalin, and Mao. They defend these men, who they have deified as prophets, and defend their deplorable actions that had a consequence not only for the society they served over, but for society as a whole. I think it is very important as progressives that we don't get tricked into supporting ideologies that do not share our goal of moving towards a better world, but instead trick us into propping up existing oppressive capitalist regimes simply because they fly a red flag and claim to espouse the values that originate with Karl Marx. We cannot let red flags and hammer and sickles become left-wing religious iconography. Let's be honest with ourselves. I believe that racism, transphobia, and homophobia are just as detestable.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look through the Discord. I need to screenshot these things so you can't see my little, in case I got notifications. Maybe it's okay if I get notifications. I just know what I'm trying to hide from there. It's just, it's like, this was the person who they were defending until they said, like, what was it? Israelis will be thrown into the sea, FYI. I think he was tagging her, saying, like, you're fucking racist, account for your racism. And I think it was because there was a stream where she called them Israeli Arabs, the Palestinians who live in Israel, or Arab Israelis, which is, again, like, that's a legal term. They don't like them. They don't like that name generally, but it is a legal term. And, like, most polling and surveys and all that, so, like, it does get used depending on the context. And what happened here? I think it was this person who was being kind of obtuse with me. Emil, yeah. But I think I even said that that was an impulsive ban and they could come back, but I don't know. This is Basil as well. I can't imagine why he was... Oh no. He did this a lot. He did this so much. Oh god. There was this, like, Syrian Sunni guy who opposes Assad who came into our Discord once. And this guy started calling him a fucking ISIS supporter. Because he wasn't, like, an Arab communist. Oh, God. Yeah. Oh, we've had some good times in this Discord. Maybe it's probably better that the VCs are a bit quieter these days. Maybe it's better. Maybe it's better if we just rebuild. Because I don't know what the fuck I was doing with those video essays during, like, the pandemic, but I courted a lot of fucking psychos at the beginning. Whoa.
Here at home than they are abroad. You cannot in good faith stand against discrimination at home while defending the governments of nominally socialist countries that have a heinous and long-standing track record of human rights abuses. No one who calls themselves a Marxist can in good faith defend the atrocities abroad that they would rightfully protest against if they were to happen at home. Karl Marx once said in the Communist Manifesto, the communists are further reproached with desiring to abolish countries and nationality. The working men have no country. To defend the abuse of human rights by authoritarian governments only serves the interests of power and not ordinary working people.
Ooh.
I cannot defend authoritarianism anywhere in the world, and likewise will continue to call out people who do while claiming to represent progressive values. The people we call tankies treat all of this like it's a game or a social club. But there are lives at stake. Sometimes I make goofy content, or content that I wouldn't consider politically vital. This is because my job is to entertain people. But I don't let that distract me from the principles and values that I stand by that led me to where I am today. I've always vowed to continue fighting for human rights.
The thing with, like, the kill yourself jokes, like, I think they're okay if you know they're a joke, or, like, but, like, when you have someone who will on one hand say that if someone's a colonizer, they don't deserve human rights, and it's not, and they're basically military targets, and then they say kill yourself to, like, someone they consider a colonizer, like an Israeli or South African, or whatever. It's not really funny anymore, you know? They break Discord's TOS. I mean, that too, but, like, I don't... Yeah, though, that's why I even say, like, don't, like, inciting violence even as a joke is just not, like, worth it on Discord, but, yeah. I'm just talking about my personal preferences.
Rights across the globe, and these conversations are an important part of accomplishing that for us all. We need to work together or we'll never get anywhere. So while this might feel like drama content, and don't get me wrong, it is, I hope everyone remembers that we are all part of a very important fight, and we must take our activism and advocacy seriously. My goal is to have some fun and bring a smile on people's face while doing so, and I'm glad to have an opportunity to do that with my content, which you can support by becoming a channel member or following the link to my Patreon in the description of this video. Thank you for watching, and thank you to everyone who shares my values in striving for a better world.
Whoa. I need more rhetoric like that. Values, build a better world, make people good. I'm not good at that. That's not my style. Shit. I'll subscribe to that channel, see what's going on, see what the patter is. Did that laugh become a sound? What? How do you think? How quick do you think I am? No, I need to clip it and then grab. Oh my god! Hang on. Would I put it? What's a quick way to do it on stream? Would I be? Because I can't do it in Pro Tools. That would be slow as fuck. How do I? Am I not logged into Streamable? What the fuck? Boombox time. I'm sorry, you motherfuckers. How do you do it quickly? Hey? How do you do it quickly? What's the quickest way to grab this thing and make it into a fucking WAV file? Someone tell me. Who holds the keys to heaven? YouTube downloader? Oh, yeah. No, I'm trying to get it from Twitter. The laugh is on Twitter. Then cut it in PT. No! That's the... I know how to cut it in PT. I know how to do that. I'm trying to get a clip of it. Hang on. Let's just go... I'm never going to get on Twitter. Am I? Maybe. It's in my likes. Okay.
To be honest...
How do you download a Twitter video? Can you do that? You know what? I know exactly how to do it. I'm going to do it the fucking... No, I can't do that either. I can do it like a total slug. I'm going to screen record it when it's playing on Twitter. Then I'm going to clip it on Streamable. Okay, let's go.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
Okay. Wow. We're doing it's happening. Where are you? Where's the clip? 924. Yeah, okay. Upload video. Kirk is talking in the laugh. It's a start, okay? I don't care. It'll sound weird. Bro, it's a fucking cackle. What are you talking about? What do you expect? The crispest... Oh, my old Streamable account. This has all my old manifesto clips. Hardcore Val, thanks for the $5. Hopefully this message doesn't repeat twice, but there's Daliban, Voshites, and now Jihadi Boxers. True. Oh, Jihadi Box. Yeah, that's true. All right, let's edit the video. Okay, let's go.
To be honest, such an unbelievable fool. Unbelievable fool.
What if I include the unbelievable fool bit? That works.
To believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well,
unbelievable.
Okay.
You are such an unbelievable fool. You are such an unbelievable fool. Actually, you are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well,
okay.
You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
That's perfect.
You are such an unbelievable.
Look.
Can you sample one laugh and use it for the keyboard? I could, but that takes a lot more work. Yeah. I'll have to get like a sampler that actually works straight through my desktop audio because Pro Tools will not let me do that. Okay. Let's grab her. Oh, can you not download the MP3? And oh my god. Someone do it for me. I don't give a fuck. Fuck that. Waste of time. I didn't even know the Streamable wouldn't give you MP3s. It only gives you MP4s. Fuck. Fuck. It's okay. It's fine. I could just put it in Premiere really quickly, but my executive function is just not letting me do that. Maruzzi with the $5. Jihadi Boxers sounds like a bad underwear line or Floyd Mayweather's next match. Taliban or Box Bullet for the win. Oh, just to make it to MP3. Okay, wow. Why am I so dumb that I didn't know you could do that? Okay. Download. Okay, gotcha. Thanks. Sick. Thanks, Mariah, though. Really appreciate that. Oh. No, don't rename it to MP4. Hang on. Okay, let's listen.
You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well,
it didn't actually. It's changed it, but it still uploaded in Media Player. That's really weird. Okay. Streamable? Streamlabs? Okay, let's go. This is so exciting, chat. It's insane. It's absolutely insane, chat. By the way, if you want emotes, just be a member. That's what you can do as well. You can join the YouTube channel and get emotes. You can be a tier 1 member, tier 2, 3, 4. You can be anyone you want. All right, hang on. Because I feel like we don't have enough members. We used to get a lot of new members. Now we don't have that many. They're going to be the backbone of the community. Fuck. Where is it? What do I want it for? Do I want it for memberships or super chats? Probably for memberships, because I feel like memberships are better than super chats. Yeah. Yeah. Members. Let's go. Sound. Add audio. Okay. How do you get in? Select audio? Oh, I've already got them from some of the ones from my older ones, my uploads. Okay. Well, this... Oh god, it won't let it upload. Yeah, that changing the file name to MP3 doesn't actually work. It doesn't really do the thing it's supposed to. I just need to wait until someone does it for me and puts in the Discord. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm gonna fucking go for the bathroom break. 1 second. I know what I can do, though, to keep you guys occupied. I can just... Because Twitter has this wonderful function. Twitter has this very incredible feature.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
You understand, I have to be honest.
Okay, take care, guys.
You are such an unbelievable fool to believe
oh, you want a
China
remix?
actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the
Listen,
thing.
guys, we're not in the gulag yet, okay? We're getting there, though.
You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
I'm here to talk to you today about music, art, fashion, one of the greatest problems that our generations are facing. The biggest scourge that affects our society. Against all of the cultural and social progress we've seen.
All right, Godspeed, you guys.
Battle against intellectual
Godspeed.
Are you guys comfortable with that? This is a war against critical thinking, battle against intellectualism, war against rational behavior. And we're not even aware of it. And that's terrifying. What kind of an example are we setting? The problem with America is that because of cultural imperialism, we are literally teaching the rest of the world how to think, what to wear. The Kardashians are lying to you. Culture used to be the backbone of the resistance. All it seeks to do is sedate the masses. Culture now seeks to appeal to our primal urges, our base needs. We're now in the age of mediocrity. You can bring about the positive change you want to see in this world, because the revolution will not be televised. Only you can bring about the revolution by taking it to the streets. Keep resisting.
Billy Joel is going to be upset if we don't talk about fashion.
That China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
You understand, I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing.
Well done, guys. We made it. We made it out alive. Do you think that's what it's like in the Uyghur camps? Probably. Probably exactly like that. Let me get my audio sorted so we can do this, though. Huh. The Clockwork Orange eye-opening device. That would have been handy, wouldn't it? Oh. The Ludovico technique. Is that how you say it? Ludovico? Anyway.
Well.
Okay. Bah! Not that. Sorry, we're in Premiere. I'm just making a clip for my thing. All right. Input. Output. Come on, let's get our first dono sound. Come on, let's go! Now that it's over, I kind of missed the cackle. Would have. Yeah, suppose so. Hopefully you don't eat those words up anytime soon. Put this to the desktop. Cackle. Such an unbelievable fool. You guys are such unbelievable fools. To think that I would run my Discord like a democracy. Why the fuck is that taking so long to render? As a 6-second clip. That's insane. All right, do we have any more content? I think we do. Where are we going, chat? What are we doing? Like, what is this? This content? I don't understand what's happening. New Unlearning Economics video? No.
Only people inside the organization can see it and allow.
I don't like reacting to things that I'm just going to absorb with nothing to say.
Anonymous betting for people so that like people could do things that they didn't necessarily want their managers to see them immediately doing. Okay, so that's what I was yelling at them to do. What am I missing?
What is this? Is that Ayla?
If you feel like you're physically incapable. So if you're very short, to go over here.
God, she's.
If you're very tall, yeah, you cannot tell people your height.
Was here? The audio's fucked. This is so cool. I don't know what's happening. Oh, sorry. This. Yeah, what's going on here?
I want to see more of a line, guys. This is like a crowd. Come on, all the way.
What is this content?
Feeling right before I ask.
Man, had said a similar thing, and I tried to cite them all. Very consistent. If we have a 2-hour meeting, we can add one question every 2 hours if we talk a lot about and add questions, which ends up adding to a lot of
Interesting.
Say,
oh, he's at the Manifest Markets conference. Oh, he's just set up a camera for okay, because he's gonna do a thing. What the fuck is that? That's just I don't know what that means. It's weird because he's called Destiny. He's at a Manifest conference. It's like I thought it was like a Manifest Destiny joke. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They're gonna play Capture the Flag. What, like in real life? That's cool. That's pretty fun. Oh. Come on. I need this sound to work. Come on. It's at like 97%. Oh no. Come on. Why was it so... Is it because of a WAV file? But WAV file's not that big for 6 seconds. They haven't picked a topic. Or are they just going to wing it? They're just going to wing the debate topic? That's pretty cool. That's exciting. I've got too many tabs open. Thanks for spam hearting the stream, guys. That's really cool in the chat. Hang on. Let's go MP3. This will be better. You got it as MP4. I don't need, I've got the MP4. No, I need, no. I need an MP3 or a WAV. Even the MP3 is bouncing really slowly. That's so weird. I don't know why. I set the parameters properly. Huh. Who can say? Changing formats should be easier at this point? You would think so, but I think for Streamlabs, they get a bit fussy with it. I was going to watch The Proletarian Revolution and Renegade Kefalski. Oh, is there another anti-Vosh essay? Oh no. We do have quite a few interesting things coming up. I know we have President Sunday and Jake are going to debate religion. Remember Corn Jake? When is this? October.
Oh, President Sunday.
2nd of October, they're going to debate on... I don't even know what they're going to debate about. Black people are only religious because of slavery. I can't wait for that content. Oh, God. Take care, Maruzi. Okay. Okay, let's see if this works now. Oh, I still have the Sunday quote. I could just use that. All right. Let's go Streamlabs. Alert box. Members. Okay. Please work. It works. Okay. Cackle sound volume. Put it to 50%. Save settings. Okay.
You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
I think it works, guys. You can find out if you want. Oh no. I still have no idea why it doubles. That's just... That's never getting solved, I don't think. Make it a bit quieter, but yeah. Good reason to become a member, chat. It's crazy, chat. It's absolutely insane, chat. Okay. Chat. Vosh has done a bit about China as well. He's done a video called The Truth About China, and it's 3 hours and 23 minutes long. Why is he... How did he spend that long talking about China? What the fuck?
Is in mental organization. They need to produce.
Oh, he's got someone on talking. Okay, wow. That's a lot of China talk. Wow. May watch that in my own time, you know. Oh god, Charlie Kirk debated Brianna Joy Gray as well. The China deal was pretty cool. Okay, I'll have a look at it maybe. Where's the note? It'll come. It should come. Oh wait, hang on. I didn't turn the alert off, did I? I think I maybe had the alert off. I'm sorry. Oh, shuck. But thanks for the tier 1 sub, Brazilian lad. Why did that?
You are such
there you go.
Such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Yeah, well, there you go. Gifted memberships are going to be something else because they'll do one for every membership. Oh, no. Oh, shit. The echo is almost worth it in that case. Isn't it? All right. Let's go. Oh yeah, apparently XQC steals content. That might be interesting.
Streamers are being so lazy, it might be illegal. That's right, professional live streamer XQC is facing accusations of stealing content for his own reaction videos while making a complete mockery of
Look at the chat. Can you guys go that fast?
Other people's intellectual property rights. Oh, hold on. This part's great. Man, I love this guy. Welcome back, Legal Eaglets. Today it's time to think like a lawyer because we're going to be covering one of the most misunderstood aspects of copyright law, fair use. So hold on because it depends. But for those not in the know, XQC is one of the most popular and highest paid internet personalities. Over the past decade, the 27-year-old French Canadian has cultivated a dedicated following for his unique style of unfiltered commentary for video game live streams and YouTube videos.
He doesn't...
Now, XQC's most recent controversy...
I've always wondered why people liked XQC, like, because I think he's funny, but I would find it very difficult to imagine how a streamer like that gets started by doing this stuff. Okay.
Off when he uploaded a video to his YouTube channel showing himself reacting to another creator's video on the JFK assassination.
About to return to ground level, given spotted Oswald approaching.
But while reaction videos typically involve lots of pausing and constructive commentary on selected clips, XQC's video is almost exclusively just him watching the entirety of another person's 90-minute video. This triggered an influx of backlash from other YouTubers who accused XQC of free riding off of another creator's hard work, all while reaping financial rewards via clicks and ad revenue.
XQC is saying next to nothing. Again, it's just like, wow, this video is popular, so I'm gonna sit in the corner, my audience will do to.
I'm sorry, who is spam clicking the hearts? Someone's been doing that for, it's one person who isn't stopping. And they just, look at this. It's funny, but okay. It makes the stream feel very active.
Basically whatever I say, and I'll say it next to nothing and make free money.
And to make matters worse, sometimes he even keeps the video playing while he leaves to use the bathroom or make lunch.
Oh, imagine doing that, chat. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane.
Do not pose this to YouTube for the lack of react. Boom!
And of course, XQC is not the only streamer who reacts to other people's videos in real time with almost no commentary. It's all over the place.
Oh no, I'm not gonna see myself here.
Now, XQC claims he's done nothing wrong and accused his critics of being envious of his success. Now, as a YouTuber who has produced my own share of reaction videos and had their videos reacted to by others, this is an issue that is near and dear to my heart, and more importantly, my wallet. And the transformative nature of fair use is one of the most misunderstood areas of the law on the internet. So today, let's take a deep dive into one of the most heated debates on online content creation and fair use that's happening right now. Now, Felix Lingiel, better known as XQC, has spent nearly a decade building a devoted online following as a former top-ranked competitive Overwatch player turned streamer and content creator. And on the live streaming platform Twitch and now Kick, XQC regularly chats with fans, hosts reality shows, and broadcasts himself playing video games. And on his YouTube channel,
would you guys like me more if I reacted to streams by doing that shit?
XQC makes general videos on a variety of topics, including videos of himself reacting to other creators' content, and often re-uploading his live streams. Now, XQC is no stranger to controversy, and if anything, he revels in it. He's been historically suspended from Twitch for various reasons.
This video's crazy. This video's absolutely fucking insane, chat. I can't believe it is
to an
insane.
incident where he uploaded a brief clip of two gorillas mating, which he claims.
Wow. He did what? I didn't know that. Hang on.
During the Tokyo Olympics, to an incident where he uploaded a brief clip of two gorillas mating, which he claims was by accident. And XQC has also blurted out homophobic, sexist, or otherwise bizarre comments during live streams. But ironically, the famously outspoken XQC now finds himself under fire for the things he doesn't say during his reaction videos. Now, most recently, XQC kicked the hornet's nest on July 24th, 2023, when he posted a video onto his YouTube channel titled The Kennedy Assassination, XQC Reacts to Lemino.
This is the kind of video I just couldn't watch on stream, though, because what would you say? If you don't have the background information, you can't challenge anything that that's being said in the video. If you can't refute anything, if you can't confirm that anything's true, yeah, I don't know. Shit. The Box is just mad he can't talk to chatters like this. What?
You know, like world record Minecraft, 16 minutes 40 seconds. Bog! Hey man, dog died, fish died, cat died, mom died, train derailed, plane crashed, building eviction. Fuck! Okay, dude, motherfucker, man, dude.
Why can't I talk to chat like that? It's not far off.
XQC's video is not so much a reaction video as it is.
You know what? I like XQC. I don't care what they say about him. He's just lovable, you know? He's like, people talk about man-child, right? Sometimes man-child is like just, you know, there's a good kind of man-child. Just they haven't lost their kind of like youthful innocence. They haven't lost their SpongeBob-esque flair. Yeah, fuck it. I think that's fine.
Mostly just him watching an entire 90-minute JFK documentary in silence. A number of YouTubers accused XQC of stealing the content of a fellow creator while providing almost zero commentary that would make the video his own. First, it was Bub Films taking XQC to task, then some ordinary gamers joined the fray, describing the video as garbage. And this isn't the first time that XQC's non-reactive reaction videos have actually stirred controversy. Neo, a YouTuber who creates educational videos, who you can also find on Nebula, criticized XQC for leaving the room 5 seconds into reacting to Neo's video and only coming back 10 minutes later, which Neo described as XQC, quote, making a mockery out of the fact that he is not reacting. He also provided a graph showing that there was no viewership boost for Neo during and after XQC's broadcast. On the streaming site Kick, which XQC recently made a $100 million deal to join, one of XQC's first streams went south after a member of Kick staff had to jump into the chat to stop him from streaming the entirety of The Dark Knight. He then found himself temporarily hit.
Yeah, when I think the majority of like big boosts you get on channels, they really are just unexplainable, which I guess means it's the algorithm doing it. It's never. I think it's been a long, long time since I had a big like shout out. Yeah, I don't know. Usually when you get a shout out, you don't get a boost in viewership so much as a boost in subs. People will be told to subscribe to your channel and they'll go and click the sub button and that's it. Like maybe that translates to more views down the line, like a steady flow, but that seems to be the impression that I get. I got 80 subs on this channel yesterday. What the fuck did I do yesterday to get 80 subs? That's a lot. I'm not used to that. 80 subs. That's all right. Fuck. Vosh sent me to you. Vosh? Vosh? I didn't know Vosh still spoke about me. A Last Night on Destiny vid went up with you. Did it? You'd get way bigger if you streamed from your main channel. No, I wouldn't. You don't understand. I'm very delicately balancing a BreadTube audience that likes the video essays. And I'm also balancing an audience that likes the streams. And the BreadTube audience fucking does not like debates or streams. No, they do not. So I'd rather keep it separate, you know, keep everyone happy. I've had people cancel their Patreons twice with the comment saying, sorry, I just can't justify supporting debate bros. Whoa. Yeah, we got to keep it separate, guys. Mostly because there are a couple of BreadTube cunts who made some ill-informed bullshit videos about communities they didn't understand and just decided to prime a few tens or hundreds of thousands of people against debate and stream content. Yeah, well, it happens. What can you do? Yeah, if I jump on Destiny stream and if it gets uploaded, I'll get some subs, yeah. Like the one where he was like, help me, I'm getting radicalized. I got a few subs from that. I don't know how I got into Learnerbox. Maybe it was Vosh or the video when you got interrupted by Bad Empanada. Yeah. I was like, well, yeah. Okay. Man. Well, did Vosh just recently recommend a video to me? Is that of mine? Is that what happened? Is that what people are saying? I don't know, man.
Hidden from Kick's directory, aka shadow banned, for a second copyright violation for streaming Breaking Bad. Now, addressing the backlash to the Kennedy video, XQC asserted in a live stream that he—
Dark Viper. Oh yeah, I remember Dark Viper. Yeah, that was those kind of things you get boost. Like when a really big channel just says subscribe to this channel. That's like the big, yeah. It's also the fact that always remember the only reason really this channel exists still and is still going is because of a shout out from Thought Slime. Vosh helped as well, but the first big boost that just sent the algorithm fucking flying was because Thought Slime put me in one of his videos.
he paused like crazy and added a lot of commentary to very generous statements.
Bro, I paused like crazy, added a lot of commentary. Chat, the reason why I didn't commentate is that streams are content. Streams in their entirety are content.
He then claimed he only rushed through because his chat was, quote, getting mad.
Yeah?
And after going on one of his trademark rants, he added, quote,
yes, a lot of it is just watching it. Because that's what chat wants. If I commentate too much, chat gets bored.
Now, we'll talk about legal defenses in the future, but this is just classic, the chat got bored, so it's okay to commit copyright infringement. I'm sure he's fine here. But on Twitter, XQC hit back at some ordinary gamers, writing, quote, I'm watching a vid I like to my people, that's it. Whatever that means. Now, XQC reacted to Neo's response with this incomprehensible video.
Chat, did this get re-uploaded? Chat, is this video re-uploaded or not? Wait, it didn't.
Chat.
Wait, it didn't.
Chat.
So what's the problem? So, what's the problem then? People say that it's when you upload it to the same platform, and that's the problem.
Yeah, so what I think he's trying to say, and don't quote me on this, is that he told his editor or his social media guy not to republish his live stream to YouTube, thinking that that somehow absolved him of copyright infringement. That's not the case. Now, what this gibbering mouther fails to understand is that it's copyright infringement whether it takes place during a live stream or during a video on demand or a re-upload. It doesn't matter whether it's live or not. It's still copyright infringement. It just might be harder to actually find if there's no actual recorded video of it, if it was a live stream that just went off into the ether. And actually, when XQC was called out during the live stream of reacting to Neo's video for the lack of commentary, XQC just gets angry and makes some stuff up, talking about some nonsense reaction about the metal of the pillars and stuff.
Metal pipes, cement, football, goal at the back. Wait a minute, chat. Hold up. I think this is a very rare copper alloy right there, chat.
But it highlights the lack of actual commentary. You can't just describe what you're seeing and call it commentary. That's not going to qualify. And it highlights the lack of anything of value that's being added and the lack of transformativeness of these reactions. But XQC described some ordinary gamers' take as, quote, unfounded criticism full of personal attacks, and asked some ordinary gamers why this triggers him so much. Now, speaking as a lawyer and YouTuber, the reason this triggers some people, especially content creators, is that XQC seems to be basically stealing other people's hard work under the guise of creating a reaction video, which we'll talk about whether it's a reaction or not. But besides the legality of it, there are a wide variety of attitudes toward reaction content in the streaming community itself. Ethan Klein, a YouTuber and co-host of the H3 podcast, has emerged as a prominent voice on fair use and one of the fiercest critics of non-reactive content creators. And on the August 7th episode of the H3 podcast, Klein and XQC debated what counts as fair use with respect to hosting content. XQC accused Klein of doing the same thing by featuring smaller creators' content on his platform.
You keep saying that.
You're doing it.
Not proven.
You're doing it. You call me a thief piece of shit, but you're doing it.
You haven't proven that. I don't know why you keep saying that.
However, a key difference is
I need to watch that debate. Apparently, even people I know who really like XQC just were really embarrassed by that showing. Oh no. You see, I'm actively reacting. I am actively reacting. Look at me go. I mean, this video so far, 8 minutes out of 27 in, I've spoken a lot. Okay, some of the things I've said has been relevant to the video. Many such words have been. Chat, this is crazy. This video is absolutely insane.
Is that H3 rarely plays a video in its entirety, and XQC asserted that his live reactions give exposure to smaller creators, which set up a furious response from Klein.
Nice try. You literally do it to enrich yourself. You're a multimillionaire, and you steal content from small creators, and you don't give a f about their rights or what they want. You're not creating anything big for anyone. You're just taking attention and views for yourself, and you don't give a f about the consequences of that. It's not your decision to make that for other people's property.
Now, the debate devolved.
Why is Ethan just such a fucking god? It's been a long time I've ever heard someone so succinct with the way they articulate themselves. He just asks all the right questions. He just says all the right words with such simplicity. It's so impressive to me. To me, what you just did there is so much more impressive than someone who's very verbose and very fucking wordy and high vocabulary and takes a long time to say shit. Like, yeah, I don't know.
Into finger pointing and insults with Klein cutting off the stream, but not before XQC asserted people would rather watch him do the worm than watch Klein's podcast, and he then did so.
Oh, okay, sure. I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least. Yes, do that, bro.
And in the wake of all of this controversy, YouTuber Meat Canyon created a parody of
maybe the man-child thing is okay.
XQC in a video he called The Tragedy of a Reaction Streamer, in which XQC is portrayed as a Smaug-like monster, hoarding views, though, ironically, the XQC golem in this video seems to be actually more coherent than the real thing.
Very fun, I liked it a lot. Make sure to leave a like, a click on the bell, and the thing And oh shit, I'm doing the pose.
And then things got meta when XQC reacted to the video by barely reacting.
The views check I could, then maybe I could fight it.
And then things got really meta when Meat Canyon reacted to
Meat Canyon reacted and he didn't say a fucking word throughout the entire thing. Why is my thing crackling? What the fuck is happening there? Hey, why does my audio keep crackling? You guys hear that? Is that my computer or is that my fucking headphones? I think it's my headphones. I think it's this cable. This cable is loose. It was a loose cable. I hope so. Jesus.
QC's reaction by barely reacting.
So good. That's all fair, I think. This is crazy.
So ironically, Meat Canyon's reaction is probably the one.
Like the stream, YouTube frogs, so that people won't miss the streams. We need to get the likes. We need to get the YouTube frog likes to. That's what they say, isn't it? We need the YouTube frog, so otherwise people will miss the streams.
One that's most likely to qualify as fair use because under some circumstances, parody can be fair use. And if I was his lawyer, I'd argue the parody only works if he reacts to the whole thing without reacting.
That's true.
Copyright can be really weird sometimes. Of course, copyright can be hard. It's why you need a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you or a loved one has suffered from cancer, suffered an injury or death.
Yeah, Adam, something like did the empty chair react to Hassan just completely molding, like the hyper emotional, calling him Euro filth. Haha.
In the family, or were involved in a car crash, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney who can. Just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So link below. Now back.
Oh, how has Wick decided to introduce this video?
So it's like, I'm not trying to say that like stealing is always justified. It's not that you should steal. It's not that stealing is good. I just don't necessarily.
I know.
Just don't necessarily love the virtue signaling over seeing. So it's like, I'm not trying to say that like stealing is always justified. It's not that you should steal. It's not that stealing is good. I just don't necessarily love the virtue signaling over seeing someone stealing and then people going all crazy over it.
I disagree with everything Ali said, like just from the get-go. Everything you said was just wrong. I don't want to hear another liberal use the word food desert referenced in San Francisco ever again. It is because of the shoplifting that you promote, but not prosecuting, and by turning the other way, as Ali promoted, which causes the food deserts that you struggle from, which is why y'all are obese and eat McDonald's.
Oh my god, that was my debate partner. That was who was on my side. That was a difficult one, guys. We were on our own, okay? We were fighting on all fronts.
Tube thieving streamers. And this is a perfect opportunity to talk about one of my very favorite cases that actually involves Ethan Klein. Now, originally Ethan Klein found fame through his YouTube channel.
I think she put it better than you. Fuck off then. What do you go watch her stream, you piece of shit. Fuck off.
H3 Productions, which was hosted by himself and his wife Hila. Now, their content included sketch comedy and reaction videos that satirize internet culture, and it was one of their biting reaction videos that landed them in federal court. Because in February of 2016, Ethan and Hila posted a video mercilessly.
I'm gonna be honest, that debate was an L for you, Loner, putting the L in Loner. Okay, do you wanna get in and talk about it, Smarato? Because I saw you on fucking Twitter calling me a conservative and shit, like, for what? The idea that people who steal thousands of dollars worth of shit probably shouldn't get away with it. That's an L. Jesus Christ. How it was like fucking pulling teeth from these people, trying to get them to admit that like people use baby fucking formula for making drugs. Like it was like, fuck me. It's like impossible. You're calling me a socialist with a bad take. Didn't you say I sounded like a conservative? Hang on, wait. That was the Karl Marx thread. Yeah, that's where I think I saw it. Yeah. I was like, damn, one of my faithful chatters. Oh no. Think you might be right. Oh no. Who said I was a conservative? Ooh. can you tell me why Launderbox argued identical to a conservative? I guess that's so sorry, it was my mistake. You were talking about someone else. Oh no. It's fine. I understand that progressives are fucking dog shit when it comes to crime. I understand that, like, do you still want to have that chat about Shaw? Oh, hi, John Rodriguez. Yeah, sure. You want? Yeah.
Mercilessly mocking the video of another fellow YouTuber, Matt Hosenseide, in which his character, the big bold guy, attempts to seduce a love interest using the power of parkour.
Strong shoulders.
He wrote that in, by the way.
I don't recommend that you watch this video. It is the most cringeworthy thing you have ever seen in your entire life. And for some reason, it still exists on YouTube. But the Klein's 14-minute...
I do think I need to get more, like, I think the problem is because, like, crime stuff is just so monopolized by right-wingers that every time there's a crime issue, the left-wing thing is there should be UBI and welfare and people who are food insecurity and there's poverty and all these social, economic. And then the problem is, though, is that that is all true. It's all part of criminology, is that social economic circumstances make people more likely to commit crime. The other half of it is that for some reason left wingers never like to own is that another reason people commit crimes is if they think they can get away with it. And people who get away, and one thing that people seem to get away with quite easily is shoplifting a fuckload of shit. And if you want to solve that problem, it seems to be the case that you probably have to prosecute people so that they don't get away with it. Like, and that seems to be what the policies have been. But I'm in your Discord, same name. If you just come into the waiting room, then I'll see you.
The reaction video included numerous clips of the big bold guy's supremely cringe video, interspersed with their own commentary and jokes. And frankly, they played almost the entire video itself while they were commentating on it.
I feel so objectified.
You can have me.
Holy f***.
Of course.
And it's just that easy, baby.
And in response, Hodenseide, known online as Matt Haas.
Oh, okay. Hello, hello.
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good.
All right. You don't need to have your... Okay, if you want your camera, maybe I can... No, I'm not going to be able to. Fuck.
Okay.
That's okay. But I remember your face from the panel. So, what can I do for you?
So my whole thing was just like, and you pretty much answered it towards like the last few minutes, that my whole point is that it is mostly socioeconomics. I would love to see the numbers. Hold on. Sorry, stand by. I'd love to see the numbers for like the difference between people that do it out of necessity and people that just, like you said, do it because they can get away with it.
Yeah, it's really hard to find like breakdowns of stats for shoplift, especially for a crime that most people, like you said, like I think most shoplifters just they steal and no one notices, and it just goes into leakage. So knowing why they're doing it is probably quite difficult. But I do know that my personal opinion is that petty theft, people just walking in and grabbing stuff off the shelf, like maybe a few like double figures worth of stuff and disappearing. I don't know if there's any realistic solution to that beyond you get security. If you're lucky, you catch them, you take the stuff back. Maybe they get banned from the shop. Like I don't know if you can go further than that. But for larger crimes, like people doing repeat offenders or people taking thousands of dollars worth of stuff in one go or over a period of time, like or organized retail crime, I think that's the stuff that seems to be the prosecution is not really there or sufficiently at the moment, and that seems to be what the policies are being implemented for. I think in the UK they've estimated that organized retail crime accounts for 40% of all shop thefts, which would suggest that there's a statistical minority committing a disproportionate amount of the thefts. And in New York, I think there was that stat that a third of the shoplifting arrests were linked to only 300 people who just kept on, who just like constant repeat offenders taking like large amounts of stuff. I feel like that's the thing you'd want to address from like a deterrence perspective. What do you think?
So Specifically on the New York one, the 300 people, how were those people like categorized? Were they caught? Are these like repeat offenders that were getting caught?
Yeah, I think it was arrests. It was a third of all the. Let me find the exact stats. I think it
Okay, so
was thousands of
this
shoplifting
is
cases committed by just 372 people, the police said. So it's, yeah, nearly a third of all the shoplifting arrests involved that many people.
right. And these were arrests, so these people did receive some sort of repercussion for their action.
Yeah, I think the problem is either there's not the laws in place to. Sorry, I'm echoing a little bit. Quite a lot, actually. Yeah.
Is that better?
Hello, hello? Yeah, okay, so here's the article. Nearly a third of all shoplifting arrests in New York City last year involved just 327 people. Collectively, they were arrested and rearrested more than 6,000 times. Police commissioner said some engage in shoplifting as a trade, while others are driven by addiction or mental illness. They're also concentrated. 18 department stores and 7 pharmacy chain locations accounted for 20% of all the complaints. So 41 people were indicted with a theft ring, and then, sorry, one more thing. And then by the end of 22, the theft of items valued less. The theft of items valued at less than $1,000 had increased 53% since 2019. Only 34% resulted. So it seems to be that they're getting arrested, but either there's not like the law is not sufficient to get them in jail for it, so that's why they just keep on coming back out and reoffending, or there's just not a law in place doing anything. Because you can get arrested and not charged, right? I don't know about charges. Yeah.
The charges depend on the state. A lot of states specifically have petty and grand larceny laws, and the difference would be the difference of a misdemeanor and a felony. I think personally, and this is the crux of my argument, is that if you are a repeat offender that keeps getting caught, there has to be, and it was addressed in some of the statistics that you mentioned, there has to be some sort of socioeconomic reason as to why these people continue to do it. And for some people, you said it was like trade. As in, like, yeah, that's probably the only form of quote unquote work that they can get. And other people seem to be suffering from addiction, mental illness. I think those can't be solved by punitive measures, right?
Yeah, of course.
We have the data on this. So, I mean, and my whole crux of the argument is that we all know that stealing is bad. We know that there are punishments for shoplifting, whether they're, enough to circumvent the action of it, is a conversation that can be had. I don't think increasing the punitive measures for individuals is going to result in the practice like going away for good, or even significantly deteriorating, because some people that do get caught are getting longer sentences. I mean, we have statistics for other crimes that have tried to do this, and people still do them.
So I think what they've tried to do in some states, oh no, this will be all over America, is they changed the threshold for a federal felony crime from, it used to be a felony if you stole $5,000 worth of goods in one go. That was the minimum. Now it's $5,000 over a period of 12 months. I think if there's an uptick, and it seems to be the complaint is that there isn't anything in place to stop them from doing it, and it is like a kind of like specifically talking about career activities, then I don't think that's a bad thing to try. Maybe it won't work, and then there'd have to be something else to look at. But I would also hope, maybe the America doesn't do this, but I would also hope that if you were in front of a judge, the fact that you did it out of addiction or mental illness would hopefully come into account when they're sentencing or deciding to charge, compared to whether or not you did it for a trade. I don't think you should go to jail for stealing out of addiction or mental illness. Hopefully there should be something else in place. Even if you do it as a trade, depending on how much you stole, I think maybe there should be something like community service or fines first. But if you keep doing it after that, then but that seems to be the complaint that I've heard a lot now, is that there isn't like the law isn't sufficient for stopping people from doing it, right? Yeah.
Okay, I agree with you to a certain extent. We already have in place the differences between like stealing a candy bar and stealing like 5,000 items worth of like meat, like you said, or whatever. This was the whole crux of this was the shopping cart lady, right?
I think so. That's probably how it started. Yeah, ground zero. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that like we all know that morally it is bad. I just think that people aren't talking about the reasons as to why people have to are put into the situation where like they feel like they have no other recourse but to do something like that. And yeah, some of it is like out of malice and like brazenry, where like if you do it enough times and you don't get caught, you're gonna escalate it. That's definitely possible. But I think the majority of specifically petty theft is done either of necessity more often than it is out of just wanting to do it because you can't afford it. And I also want to touch on that I can't afford it part, because at the end of the day, that is still a socioeconomic factor as to why you're being put into the situation that you think you have to steal this, whereas because you don't have a means of affording it. And to talk about like what morality, like where does that put you on the moral grand scale if you do that? If I say like, man, I could really use an iPad or something for whatever reason, or a nice new phone, etc., whatever, but I can't afford it, so I'm gonna just go take it from a store. I'm not talking about also just like pulling up and on someone and like taking their shit. That's completely different than um petty theft, in my opinion.
Yeah, again, like I don't really know what law enforcement can do extra about petty theft. So that's why I don't really focus that much on that. Because again, like I think if people are saying that organized retail crime accounts for 40% of all shop thefts, that's still like, and it's also going to be like a small number of people doing that disproportionate amount. Do you that policy changing it from $5,000 in one go to $5,000 in 12 months for a felony offense? Do you agree with that change or no?
Okay, so I'm not too familiar with that specific policy. I don't know exactly what state that in.
That's a
For
felony would
context,
be
I
all the states, wouldn't it? Or is that different? Or am I
no,
misreading? Okay, so I think wait.
no.
I think it's I know
It
this. It
depends
was
by
like
state.
okay, it was 9 states that did it. Okay, yeah.
In the state of Florida, I believe anything over $300 is considered a felony,
Oh, in one go?
and that's in one go,
Okay.
whatever.
Yeah, okay.
So it really depends on the state. All states have different laws for this. Sure, some might be more relaxed than others. Um, but I think that's a case by case basis on like on the demographics of that state, the communities, etc. How what income looks like in that state, like what
Mhm.
GDP and gross income is in those states. Um, I don't know. I just think that like there is a big conflation between organized crime and individual people that uh steal for whatever reason. I don't even want to say out of necessity anymore at this point. Um, but I think conflating organized crime with people that do shoplift and trying to like not correlate but to umbrella those two things
Mhm.
under one single punitive measure is not a good idea, personally.
Yeah, no, yeah, of course, yeah. And I think even one of the articles I saw on this was from CNBC. Yeah, saying that like the focus should be on the organized crime, like it's not just individual shop. Because again, like for my like I don't know how even if you wanted to, how would you take punitive like increased punitive measures on people who just shoplift like one or two things at a time? That just seems wild to me. But I think in the United States, if you're stealing like $5,000 worth of stuff over 12 months, um, probably likely you didn't need to do that. Yeah, I don't know.
$5,000 over 12 months
Yeah.
would be that's less than 500 a month. I mean,
unless it like
I think
somehow
it
is
also
just
like
your monthly food budget because you couldn't get food stamps or welfare or anything like that. Yeah, I don't know, but
I mean, yes, I mean, I those measures do exist here, but you know just as well as I do that the right wing's entire like global operation is to defund as much of those programs as possible.
mhm.
And especially in right wing states here in America, it is increasingly harder to get access to those programs, especially if you are a minority or etc.
Yeah, and but I'm
Right.
just thinking like I would hope that if you have to explain yourself to a judge and they find out that what you've stolen here wasn't anything to do with career stuff or wasn't anything to do with drugs or was like drugs as in like cutting, I mean, but if it was really just because you had no other way or you were it was like a good faith effort to just like this is what you thought was the best way to get your like stomach filled, then I would hope that that it's factored in the sentencing. Yeah, because I don't think you should go to jail for that. I don't know how common that's going to be, but yeah, I mean, even like in the UK where it's definitely not that difficult to get food, like shoplifting has been going up over like it's like 30% increase quite recently. And that is again just like
Do they have statistics on what shoplifting is going up? Like what type?
let me see.
The products?
It's just they just count offenses, so I don't know if it's like, but I think they still say that 40% of it is organized retail theft. I don't know if like that's gone up proportionately, but yeah, it seems to be the case that it's like they just get the numbers for increased offenses, and then 40% of it is organized retail theft. So yeah.
Interesting. I mean, I agree with you on most of this issue. It's just that I don't think that like making more punitive measures and making it like my whole point is that people already know that stealing is bad. Most stores already have measures against it, whether it be cameras, security, and they even rely on customers and employees to get involved. Which is a completely different topic that I don't personally agree with. But I just feel like I think societally we know and we've known for millennia that shoplifting, that stealing is bad. We used to have even worse crimes for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
In some places they used to cut your hand off, and people would still do it again. And the reason for that, excuse me, for the perpetuity of people continuing to do it, in my opinion, more than likely has to do with some sort of socioeconomic barrier that keeps putting them in these risky situations where they feel like they have to um, commit crimes to feed themselves or whatever, to just get by, to survive. Um, I feel like that's the main issue that has existed throughout history that we can point to as to why people steal. And the fact that we're still not addressing that, but some people still want to increase, and I'm not saying you specifically, still want to increase punitive measures and say that like there's this epidemic of shoplifting and we're not addressing the underlying causes, I think is baffling.
But yeah, but you
and
don't. But we
would
don't. Okay,
result
I will
in
say
more
though,
crime.
we don't know given the types of crimes because again, if it's organized retail theft, that seems to be the problem that people are mostly complaining
But
about. Because
organized retail theft isn't shoplifting. That's a different term at that point. We're conflating terms.
oh, I didn't know you were doing that. Okay, if we're doing that, then we're not calling it shoplifting. Yeah, I thought they overlapped quite. I thought yeah. Or even if I say shoplifting, like shoplifting thousands of dollars worth of stuff in one go, I would probably that's not technically organized retail theft, but I think it should still be up there with things that might not be as taken seriously as they could. But I don't know, like we don't know for a fact that it's increasing because of hardship either, though, right? Because like that's like a standard criminology is that one of many reasons people commit crime. It's only one of many reasons, but one is that if you can get away with it, that's why. everyone and their fucking dog
I
steals
don't.
BBC licenses because no one ever challenges it. That's why everyone, even people who are very averse to crime, will pirate stuff because they would get away with it. That's why like certain legal highs, even though they were insanely intense, people who were averse to breaking the law would still do those because they were legal, because they would get away with it. So like I don't know, even like I don't know if you know about that study from the American Journal of Psychology from 2008. That actually found that people who earned more money were more likely to steal than people who earned less money. So people who stay in 5-star hotels are more likely to loot them than people who stay in 4- and 3-star hotels. So I don't know if it's, I get what you're saying. A lot of crime is to do with hardship, but I think you do lose, I think, the public or like the general audience when it's the only thing you want to talk about, especially when it seems like the focus is on crimes that don't seem to be out of necessity.
Sure. I'd love to know, like I said, the numbers as to people. I am familiar with some of the studies you mentioned. I think my main thing is if we don't have like exact data, like we can look at the numbers of things like inflation going up, for example, right? And we can make educated guesses as to why those things can be correlated, right?
Yeah. But I don't want to. But again, I don't want to prosecute people who are stealing because they need to. I think that's a horrible thing to do, and that's why I would be more focused on having like a legal system and like a penalty system in place that lets them off the hook as much as possible without letting people off the hook for stealing like in bulk as a trade. Yeah.
Let me ask you this: if the economy was distributed optimally, let's say, do you think people would still have the want or the urge to steal if they knew they weren't going to get caught?
Well, wait, everyone knows this. Don't we always say that wage theft is one of the worst forms of theft? Those people don't have to steal, do they? People who fuck their workers over by tweaking the clock-out system or whatever the fuck they do for wage theft. Like we accuse billionaires and stock traders and CEOs of stealing all the time. If you're assuming you're on the left, right?
Yes, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like assuming society was distributed equally economically across all bounds, do you think people would still find the need to, for example, let's say, pirate a game or whatever?
Maybe because again, like people who have money like to keep their money. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, yeah, I mean, I've known people to steal films that they didn't need that you could have got for $3 on Amazon Prime. Yeah. And again, I don't know if this study is conclusive, like maybe there's contradictory data, but this was from like thousands of respondents that found that people who earned over $70,000 were more likely to steal than people who earned less than $20,000. Yeah, there are lots of reasons people steal. It's not just necessity. It's not just struggle or being catered for. Yeah, people steal for all kinds of mad reasons. Again, bosses don't need to engage in wage theft, but they do it because they can get away with it. So again, like it's multidimensional to me. But I'm not interested in being punitive towards people who steal because they need to. I'm interested in holding accountable people who steal because they don't need to or when they don't need to.
Okay, I'm looking up the data that you mentioned.
From the Journal of Psychology.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, that was related to shoplifting as well.
Yeah, I'm pulling up CNBC article on it. This is from a book, The Steal.
I think this
people whose income is 70,000 a year shoplifted 30% more than those earning 20,000. According to a recent comprehensive report on crime studying 40,000 Americans. I would like to see that report.
I've got it here. It's up on my screen. I can send it to you in DMs.
Please.
I haven't read the whole thing. Like it could be bullshit, but it seems like fairly reliable.
So I don't want to bring this up as a counter to this whole conversation, but there has been a lot of what's the word? There has been a lot of like explosive findings going on in the behavioral sciences
Okay.
like area of data collecting. And there's been like a bunch of big studies that were basically have been found to have been falsified. I'm not saying that this one is one of those. I'm just saying that in the behavioral science community, there has been a big controversy right now over a bunch of data that was basically falsified
Okay.
by a bunch of researchers.
But would you? Okay. Would you?
I can tell you,
I don't know if
yeah, go
you're.
ahead.
Are you like a? Are you like a? Would you call yourself like leftist, liberal? What would you call yourself? Out of interest.
Leftist.
Yeah. And I think you know how common it is as a leftist talking point. I don't know if you agree with it to talk about wage theft and how billionaires steal, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Or stock traders. So, if anything, they probably steal more in like absolute amounts than anyone shoplifts.
But
So
that's not shoplifting, and that's for that. At that point, is that how are we to say that that's even a crime? If they're doing it like in a systematic way that like
well,
that basically lets them do that.
Well, it depends on which country you're in, but I feel like a lot of stock trading stuff is like under the counter and illegal, isn't it?
Like here in
like
America,
the
stock
LIBOR
buybacks are
scandal.
completely legal. It's completely legal to completely enrich yourself with the stock of your own company by inflating it. So like, yeah, it's wage theft. I agree with those things, but it's not illegal, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I would like them to be.
but I mean like actually illegal actions, like the LIBOR scandal. That was like people acting illegally, wasn't it?
Yes, and we also know that the punitive measures for the bourgeois are different than that for the proletariat, the working class.
Yeah,
The
they're
working
low as
class go to
shit.
jail.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah,
The rich just they pay a fine.
Do you think
right?
the rich would steal less in stock trading if they were held accountable? Like if they could get in trouble for it, like in like Iceland, for example?
Yes, if the Panama Papers, when they came out and there was some sort of like universal crackdown on that, I think that would have been beneficial than to them just like wiping it under the carpet.
Yeah. Yeah. And I would apply this standard both ways. If a boss was like, people were talking about like that 15-year jail sentence for like the massive, like for the high level, for the maximum sentence for the retail theft. I guess if they were stealing like millions of dollars worth of stuff. But I would say that as well. Yeah. Like if a boss is, I don't even know what bosses do, but just hypothetically, if they were doing, if like a boss had managed to tweak the clocking in and clocking out machine so that they were stealing like 7 figures from their workers and like fractions of their wages over a period of like a decade. Yeah, fuck that person. Yeah, they shouldn't get away with that. And jail would be
but they
very
already do
appropriate for
that. They already do that, and I
but
agree.
I'm saying that's
Fuck
what
that person.
but that's why I'm saying, right? Like it's like
But they're not getting in trouble. Now, if the worker did that the other way around and was lying about their hours clocked, they could face serious punitive measures for that.
Yeah, but
whereas
do you see what I'm saying,
the
though?
boss will more than likely face a fine.
Do you see what I'm saying, though? Like, I feel like the bosses would, and the stock traders and all that, would do less of that if they were held accountable for it, if they could go to jail for it, because they do it
Right,
now.
I agree. But we already hold the shoplifters accountable. Is my point. If they get caught, they know the risks that they're taking.
Well, that seems to, but it seems to. So the complaint that I'm hearing, maybe I can find you the quote. The complaint that I'm hearing is that right now the current laws are allowing people to get away with it. That's why with those repeat offenders, that's why they get arrested like 6,000 times, but they still keep doing it. Is because there hasn't been something in place to there's not a threshold right that would get them off the streets and in jail so that they can't do it anymore, or to deter others
if you
from doing it.
commit multiple misdemeanors in a row, what would be the threshold? Like life in prison after you commit your 10th?
I want you to consider that question for a second and maybe ask it again in a slightly different way. What do you think?
Obviously not. And it was an extreme hypothetical on purpose. But like, okay, there are states that have multiple offenses. Like California has 3 strikes and you're out, right? I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I don't know the laws of each state, but you'll know that better than me. Yeah.
Right. California has a law where if you commit 3, I believe it's any 3 felonies, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
you basically get life in prison, no parole. That's it. Like you get 3 and you're done.
Okay, well, I'm way too Scottish to agree with that. I think our maximum sentences stop like before 30 years or something. Yeah, I'm much
Yeah,
more
well,
of
yeah,
a
you guys have a way better
rehabilitative
legal
justice
system than
dude.
we do.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm also coming at it from the mind frame
But I will say then, like,
of American prison system.
I feel like for these offenders, the ones in New York who made up like a third of all the arrests, I'm assuming if they've stolen like thousands of dollars worth of stuff over a not very long period of time, and they weren't able to adequately explain to a judge that it was out of need, I think I don't know. I don't want to put like an exact number, but maybe like some time in jail, right? I don't know if it's like months, a couple of years. That seems to be my instinct, although I don't really know that much about sentencing times. I don't have strong opinions on that.
And
but yeah, I think that's probably reasonable. Yeah.
I'm not a complete prison abolitionist either. Like I do believe that some people in society need to be removed from it. We have some extreme examples of that. But I think, especially in America, we have a very hard stance on the prison system. Also, our prison system is for profit. It is literally like a money-making scheme to enslave, people and take their rights. So from that framework, yeah, I want the least amount of people in prison as possible. I would prefer them like in some sort of like not re-education camp because that sounds weird, but in some sort of like educational like home space where they are separated from society but not integrated from it.
Okay.
Like a separate living condition. Kind of like assisted living facilities or something like that. That's something that we have here.
Yeah, we have this with like social work stuff, I guess, or well, yeah.
Yeah, halfway houses. Someone said it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. I have a like I generally have a pretty progressive view on criminal justice when it comes to that stuff. Yeah.
Same.
But I don't know. Like, is it if it like just let's say hypothetically then, because like maybe the retailers are lying. I don't know. Let's just say that there's a particular threshold of crime, like with shoplifting, that's not for necessity, that the justice system is not adequately stopping, that it is possible to just do it, get arrested, come back, do it again, do it again, do it again. Do you think removing that person from society so that they can't shoplift for a while is like would be an appropriate response? If that was the case, if it were the case that this particular
removing
crime,
that person from society.
Well, I don't know, whatever. Sorry.
My question would be like removing that person out of society after how many offenses? Like, is this person like a legit kleptomaniac? Like, no matter what socioeconomic barriers or whatever that were in place or were not, this person's going to continue doing it. Then maybe.
Or they're a career shoplifter. They just thought it was like it paid better than a job and it was worth the risk. Yeah.
I mean, I think it depends. I feel like most companies and corporations already have methods to combat this, whether it be shrink, whether it be security cameras, putting the items in some sort of like tamper safe equipment or something like they do with clothes with the ink tags. Like we already have all these measures and yet people are still going to find ways to circumvent them. People are still going to find ways to like, I mean, that's just human nature. And I feel like.
But that's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you, assuming that we've got all that in place, but people can still get away with it anyway. And even if they're getting arrested, they can still just come back and reoffend after being let go. That's what I'm talking about. Because that's what seems to be, again, I'm going to keep saying it seems to be the complaint from the retailers, especially with this New York story or even in the UK and the rest of America. If that's the issue, then would it not be reasonable to take someone who's offending that many times and say like, okay, this doesn't seem to be working. You probably need to go to jail for a bit.
After we've exhausted all other possible like methods of helping that person, whether it be getting them a social worker, fixing whatever socioeconomic barriers they might have had or whatever. If at that point and after all of that, they're still capable and willing to do it, then yeah, I guess then the possibility of removing that person from society in some way, shape, or form is practical.
Yeah, I think
But
I agree.
I just feel like instead of solving all the socioeconomic barriers that these people have that cause them to put themselves in the situation and the risk of shoplifting, that we're just circumventing that and saying that, well, what if we just make it way, way worse? You know what I'm saying?
Maybe, but then that's why I would like to. I don't think I would like to imagine
Like,
that
I know
judges will
you don't,
consider the
but
reason someone shoplifts, but because that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like my opinion on what
I
could
just
happen.
also
Yeah.
and really quick, I just also don't believe, and this is also probably a difference in our justice systems. I don't believe judges are as malevolent as you think they are when you tell them that. But sir, I just needed it to feed my children or whatever. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they care as much here as they maybe would, even if they even do in Scotland.
Does intent not matter with crimes? I feel like even with if someone gets killed, they think about whether it's crime of passion and
It
shit like
does,
that,
but it
don't
doesn't
they?
matter. We've seen, but you also have to understand that we've seen the exact same crime get different sentencing based on racial
Oh, I know that.
disposition,
Yeah, yeah.
different,
And obviously, I
etc.
don't agree with
So I
that.
mean,
Yeah.
yeah. So and we have data that shows that happens.
Yeah, I know, but
So
that's not a reason to say that
you
if
can't be
repeat shoplifter who's
right,
doing
right,
it
right. But you
not out
also
of
can't be
necessity.
so
Yeah.
quick to say that, like, but judge, I was doing it I was hungry, like whatever. And also, that doesn't account for the people that shoplift things that aren't food. So, like, an example I brought up during the debate the other night was like, if a box full of iPads falls out and your very good friend just happens to find them and he sells these iPads at a discount and uses that money to feed his family, like, what do you do? Is he morally wrong there? Are you morally wrong for not, you know, chastising that person or taking them to the authorities or whatever?
If
Like,
a box of
what more?
iPads just falls out, what do you mean? Like if they stole it or if they just found it in the streets? Like,
Yeah, let's just say it fell out of the back of a truck.
oh, I don't really consider that with the same moral weight as going into the shop and stealing it. Like that's just to me, that's an act of God. I'm not even religious, but
Okay,
yeah, fucking.
then let's say he did go into the store, stole a bunch of iPads, is selling them now at a discount so that he can feed his family.
Yeah, and like, what if the manager of a small shop robbed his workers so that he could feed his family? Nah, yeah, you're stealing at that point. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because because like allowing people to get away with that kind of theft, of like stealing
I'm
a
not
bunch of
saying
iPads,
allowing
like
them to
that
get
kind of.
away with it.
Yeah, but that's
I'm
the
not
thing.
saying
Yeah.
allowing them to get away with it. I'm saying it happened.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, the
Yeah.
person
Yeah.
hasn't. But my point is like I'm not saying that people should not be prosecuted for stealing. And I'm saying I'm also not saying that stealing is not a crime and that stealing is not morally bad.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that the reasons why people put themselves in a risk to do these things that they know is morally bad, that they know is illegal, that they know they're taking a risk, more than likely comes from some sort of socioeconomic like desperateness that they feel that they're in at that current moment.
Well, maybe it's true that although I don't know. I know Sunday said that there was counter data to the rich people are more likely to steal to shoplift, but I don't know. Maybe there is, but again, I'm not
I was
even.
also curious to find some of that data, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It might not be real. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like we're maybe going to go in circles, but is there anything else you wanted to bring up?
No, that's pretty much it. And yeah, I agree that not that we were going in circles, but that, like, we've basically summed up our positions on this. But no, yeah, that's pretty much it. I appreciate the convo though.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Likewise. Thank you so much, man. Have a great night.
Yeah, yourself. Take care. Bye-bye.
Likewise. Take care.
My sister lived in Switzerland for a while and was shocked that people didn't put locks on their bikes. Yeah, what's the thing about Denmark? If you drop like money, if you drop like a £20 note on the streets in Denmark, that's likely to get turned into the cops. And it's also likely that when you go there and ask them for it, they'll give it to you because no one else decided to chance it. Yeah. Social trust is, it's a wild thing, eh? Love a good solid social fabric. Anyway, let's do some reaction streaming, guys. Let's react. Wow. Wow.
Sued the pair in federal court for copyright infringement and DMCA violations. And in the original complaint, Haas accused the clients of reproducing virtually all of the work as, quote, nothing more than a prop in their comedy routine. And after the clients posted a video discussing the lawsuit, Haas added a defamation claim as well. But Judge Catherine Forrest of the Southern District of New York rejected all of Haas's claims, ruling that the client's video constituted quintessential criticism.
Social trust is okay in Afghanistan. Oh, okay. You know what? I wouldn't break the social trust in Afghanistan.
And comment that clearly fell within the bounds of fair use. In her analysis, Judge Forrest highlighted that the heart of the fair use inquiry is the extent to which the purpose and character of the use is transformative by adding something new with further purpose or different character. Noting that commentary and criticism have a strong presumption in favor of fair use, she cites various jokes and comments the clients made about the video, like calling Haas the king of cringe tube, criticizing what they found to be unrealistic dialogue between Haas and the parkour actress, and mocking the plaintiff's parkour ability. And Judge Forrest also analyzed—
Oh God, I want a react stream to go to court. That would be fucking brilliant. How many times did the plaintiff say that's crazy, chat?
to what extent the client's video usurped the demand for Haas's work by serving as a market substitute. And citing the Supreme Court's ruling in Campbell versus Acuff Rose, aka the Two Live Crew case, Judge Forrest noted that lethal parody may indeed hurt demand for the original work, and the injury may even be intentional, but that does not produce a harm cognizable under the Copyright Act. And accordingly, Judge Forrest found that the client's video, replete with criticism and mockery, is, quote, decidedly not a market substitute for the Haas video, holding that the client's video constituted fair use. Judge Forrest then dismissed the claims of copyright infringement and the DMCA violation, and she also tossed the defamation action, deeming the offending statements non-actionable opinions. And Ethan Klein rightfully declared this ruling a huge victory for fair use on YouTube. But in a footnote, Judge Forrest also cautioned, quote, the court is not ruling here that all reaction videos constitute fair use. She then provided helpful guidance for why the client's video was fair use, but other reaction videos might not be. Quote, some reaction videos, like the Klein video—
Oh God, is there actually a debate happening now? What's this?
Say that like consciousness is unrelated to your—
Oh my God, I don't care.
interspersed
That was
short
the worst words to stumble on in the middle of a conversation. Nope.
segments of another's work with criticism and commentary, while others are more akin to a group viewing session without commentary. Now, even though this case is 70 years old now, it's a great rundown of the fair use factors, especially in the context of an actual YouTube case, which is why I cite this case in every single one of my video descriptions. And if Lemino or Neo or others decide to sue XQC for copyright infringement, I can pretty much guarantee—
I take it you don't like philosophy debates. No, I only like debates that I can win.
that they'll quote from this decision to argue that XQC's videos are a group viewing session without commentary, not entitled to any fair use defense. So let's run through this analysis for what XQC is doing and figure out whether he has a fair use defense or whether it's copyright infringement. Now, fair use is a legal doctrine that allows unlicensed use of copyrighted material in certain circumstances. As an affirmative defense to infringement, fair use seeks to balance the property interests of copyright holders with the public interest of encouraging freedom of expression and the wider distribution of creative works. And while fair use is decided on a case-by-case basis, there are certain enumerated activities that are laid out in the Copyright Act as potentially qualifying for fair use, and that includes criticism, commentary, news reporting, and research. And that is not an exhaustive—
You know what I haven't heard in a while? I haven't heard the membership sound. I haven't heard it. I haven't heard the sound of someone entering the Buck stock holdings. What's happening, chat? What's happening?
List. And in determining whether a particular use of a copyrighted work constitutes fair use, courts will consider the following 4 factors as codified in Section 107 of the Copyright Act. And no factor is determinative. You have to weigh every single one of them. The first factor is the purpose and character of the use, including whether the use is of a commercial nature or for a non-profit educational purpose. The second is the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole, and the effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. So for the first factor, courts examine how the party claiming fair use is using the copyrighted work. And while non-commercial and educational uses are more likely to be deemed fair, making money from the use of another's work doesn't automatically preclude a fair use finding. Instead, the key inquiry is to the extent the use is considered transformative. And the example that I often use is that Jurassic Park was originally a novel written by Michael Crichton. Then eventually it was turned into a movie.
I did not know that.
Jurassic Park, created by Steven Spielberg. Now, the movie is a derivative of the novel. And while it was transformative to turn the novel into a movie, you better believe that Steven Spielberg got permission and was able to license the IP to turn the novel into a movie. If Steven Spielberg had not gotten permission, that would have been copyright infringement. And that's why fair use can be...
Fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Thanks for the membership, Siler.
Unbelievable fool.
Tricky, because for it to qualify as fair use, it has to be transformative.
I love it that it plays twice. It's so good that it plays twice. Thank God.
To create something new, but it also has to be for the purpose and character of one of the fair use categories that the law recognizes as available to use for fair use, whether it's education or whether it's commentary, criticism, or parody. The purpose has to be there, as well as it being transformative. Being transformative alone is not enough, and in fact, that can make it copyright infringement. Now, whether something is transformative is a pretty complicated subject. I could make an entire video just on whether something is transformative, but here's what the Supreme Court said in the Two Live Crew case. Quote, the central purpose of the purpose and character of use inquiry is to see whether the new work merely supersedes the objects of the original creation or instead adds something new with a further purpose or different character, altering the first with new expression, meaning, or message. And in that case, the Supreme Court held that the rap group Two Live Crew's commercial parody of Roy Orbison's song Oh Pretty Woman was non-infringing fair use.
Big hairy woman, you need to shave that stuff. Big hairy woman.
The court also found...
Jeez, that's a song? That was something that human beings decided to use their fucking brains and muscles to... Oh, God. That's disgusting. All right.
That the more transformative of the new work, the less significant the other three factors are. And as a result, the first...
I mean, to be fair, any song where you change the words are just... Oh, my God. Especially the political ones. That one wasn't, but...
prong has historically been the most decisive in fair use determinations. And generally speaking, you're supposed to take the minimum amount necessary to create the transformative work that you're creating. Now, parody is a little bit different. There, in an exception, you sort of need to take at least enough for people to get the joke. You have to be able to conjure up the thoughts of the original for the parody to work. But generally speaking, for fair use, you're supposed to take the absolute minimum necessary. Now, there's a little bit of gray area in terms of what is minimum and what's not, but still, generally speaking, you're not going to be able to take the entirety of a work and simply play it in the background. And this is the heart of the criticism against XQC. Namely,
Wait. Fuck. This is crazy, chat. I just want you guys to know that's crazy, chat. Thoughts on Weird Al Yankovic? I don't know what that is.
That his reaction videos are insufficiently transformative to constitute fair use. Now, the second factor is the nature of the copyrighted work, which analyzes the degree to which the work that was...
Wait, what was it? Operation Paperclip and Operation Osakanovika. Oh my God. Osoviakim. Never forget Operation Paperclip bitch. Ski. Osoviakim. Is it him or him? Any Russian speakers in chat? Osoviakim.
Used relates to the copyright purpose of encouraging creative expression. In short, the use of copyrighted material from a work of fiction weighs in favor of finding infringement, while taking from a factual work, likely a news item, is more likely to be deemed fair use. But frankly, the courts don't put very much import for this particular factor unless the work has never been published before. But the third prong can...
Operation Oh Whoa. I just can't wait to bring that up to a Tankie because they won't know what it is. And they'll probably think I made it up. They'll just think I made a noise at them.
Considers the quantity and quality of the copyrighted work that was used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole. So in other words, fair use is less likely to be found when large portions of a copyrighted work are used, or if you're taking the heart of the copyrighted work itself. So in other words, fair use is much less likely to be found when large portions of a copyrighted work are used, and you're much more likely to be able to mount a fair use defense when you only use small portions. But in some contexts, even taking a small amount of a copyrighted material can render a use unfair if the selection constitutes a substantial part of the work or the heart of the work itself. So for example, in a case called Harper and Row versus Nation Enterprises, the Supreme Court held that a news article's quotation of fewer than 400 words from President Gerald Ford's 200,000-word memoir constituted the heart of the work, and the use was ultimately found to be infringing. And the reason there is because the magazine published the part of Ford's memoir that related to pardoning Richard Nixon, which apparently was the only reason you would ever read Gerald Ford's memoir. So this would be another strike against XQC, because XQC and these other live streamers are just republishing the entirety of the other YouTube videos and then reacting to it. Now, as we saw in the Klein case, just because you republish virtually all of a video doesn't necessarily mean that you can't mount a fair use defense, but it makes it really, really hard. And the more that you cite, the more you're going to have to add commentary or some new transformative meaning to your secondary video. And then the fourth and final factor focuses on whether and to what extent the unlicensed use saps the demand for the protected work by serving as a market substitute. In other words, in assessing this factor, courts consider whether the use is hurting the current market for the original work, for example, by displacing sales of the original, or preventing people from watching the original video, and or whether the use could cause substantial harm if it were to become widespread. And I think this is yet another strike against XQC, because when you republish virtually the entire portion of another person's video, and then you're not commenting on it with new meaning and commentary, why would anyone then watch the original video? They've already seen the video on your live stream. Now, as someone who has made dozens of reaction videos for this channel, and as a lawyer who has a vested interest in not getting sued for copyright infringement, I have a lot of experience on how these reaction videos are supposed to work. Or at least that's how Gamerant feels about my channel. But to give another example, when I reacted to the movie My Cousin Vinny, I didn't post the entire movie, and I didn't just show myself watching it, however fun that might have been. Instead, I took clips and punctuated them with my actual legal commentary. You see, the traditional way of making reaction videos is to actually react to the videos.
Full disclosure, you kid.
Hey, I just said that. Now, creators who stream for long periods of time assert that, of course, there will be dead air while they eat or go to the bathroom. But the problem with that argument is that by the nature of live streaming, you can't take the minimal amount necessary as required under the fair use factor. And instead, you're playing the whole thing in real time, and you're not making any discretionary choice as to what is actually republished. And yeah, biology might dictate that you might need to take a bathroom break, but that's not a defense to copyright infringement. That's a—
Wait, really? Oh my God, where's the Hassan clip? What am I gonna do? Die? I have to maintain my 28,000 viewers while I'm watching this stream. I can't put a BRB screen on. I'll die.
a live streamer problem, not a content creator problem.
I have to put it up.
Oh no.
So yes, leaving to take a break will almost certainly violate copyright due to the lack of commentary, but arguably so does just watching it in real time if there's no commentary being made. And this highlights why it might actually be impossible for any live streamer to have a live stream reaction where they're just simply playing the entire video and reacting. Because there's been no forethought about what's the minimum necessary to make the point of the commentary or the point of the criticism. They're just playing the entire thing and interjecting some little bits of commentary or criticism.
It's like a bean.
And courts don't look fondly when you use the entirety of the work. So yes, you could add some original commentary to your reaction, but if it completely displaces the market for the original, it's probably not.
Is X getting sued? I don't actually know if anyone is suing XQC. I don't think so. I don't know.
Not fair use. And it's pretty obvious that once you see a video—
He's just in trouble. He's just getting a lot of social pushback. Yeah.
Video during
That's
a
more
live stream, the way
likely.
that most of these live streamers do it, you're not gonna go back and watch the whole video again. Let's be honest, this kind of reaction content is extremely low effort and easy to do. Why?
Oh,
because you're
shit.
just piggybacking on the work of the original person. And whether XQC is in the
Yep.
room or not, there's an argument to be made that his
Yeah, I'm
borderline
doing that.
incoherent babbling
I do this because it's so much less dreadful than having to do my fucking video essay. Oh my God, I don't want to do. I don't want to do my video essay on the civil rights. It's so long, guys. It's so long. And I need to add more shit because I don't think I want to make it a two-parter. And it's been almost a month since my last video. The script's almost done, but I don't even like it. There's so much fat in it, and oh my God. Why did I do this? Everyone's gonna fucking hate it as well because I don't say violence is based or oh my God. I don't even know if I've got room to put Mandela into it or what are we at? 8,445 words. And I still need to do, done most of Selma, but I need to do a little bit more. The Edmund Pettus Bridge. I don't know why I did an entire timeline, like a fucking historian channel. Why did I do that? I never do that. I've been doing a bit more of that lately, actually. I've done timelines for my last 2 videos. Maybe I should do more often. Maybe that's what I'm good at. But I need analysis and takes, and I've got to do that too, and I've got a good take. Fuck. So I'll need to do... It's probably going to be an hour long, this video. Oh my God. Unironically, you haven't added anything to this video. You're only comment. Did we make it back, chat? Did I just get effed in the chat? Am I even back? I don't even know. Shit. Let me find out. We're back. Okay. My chat's not refreshing in Streamlabs, but that's okay. Damn, I missed a lot of Fs in the chat. All right, Israeli drone strike. I wish, and I wouldn't have to do that civil rights video. Whoa. Okay, all right, let's go back here. Okay, let's get back to it, chat. No more chat. Okay. I haven't had that happen to me in a little while, actually. Have we? All right, let's go.
might not even qualify as the commentary or criticism necessary.
What happened? Oh, my internet sometimes crashes. No video. Wait, you don't see me? Is that what you're saying? Okay, yeah.
Sorry for fair use anyway.
Yeah, my internet used to crash really repeatedly all the time, but now this was like a recent one. So I got it fixed, and maybe it's unfixed again, so I don't know.
Honestly, I think my dog could offer about the same level of incisive commentary as X.
Jesus, it's 2 in the morning. Am I like a goblin? Is it gone red again? Oh no. I think I might be crashing again. No, I don't think I am. Am I? Okay. The fuck? Hang on. What just happened? Oh, I'm back in Discord. I was gonna... No, that was a brief F. I don't know. Yeah, it's 2 in the morning. I didn't realize I was streaming for almost 6 hours. I always wondered why some streams feel really long to me and I just want to stop early. And other ones just fly like this. I wonder if it's when I get more viewers. Am I actually that much of a goblin that when I've got more viewers than I'm used to, that I get really excited? And I don't know how to unfuck chat, by the way. I thought actually I do. I do. Okay. I know how to fix that. Okay. This will fix YouTube chat. Okay. Should do? Bring it back? Okay. I don't know, but I appreciate the support, chat. Wouldn't be able to do it without your memberships and your super chats and your watching, I guess. That's part of it too.
XQC during most
Let's
of his
go.
live streams. Yeah, if you want to feel bad, just remember that apparently this garbage is apparently worth $100 million to the streaming platform Kick. But there are some live streamers who do things
Oh damn, he's mad. Holy shit.
right way. If you get permission or you get a license from the person who owns the rights to the videos, then by all means, it's great that you are getting that permission and then reacting to it. And if you want an example of people who do reaction content right that aren't lawyers on YouTube, there's the popular YouTuber Ludwig. Not only has he created his own video differentiating between a genuine reaction video and stolen content, he's also held in high regard among other content creators for his ethical streaming practices. In particular, he asks for permission. And when he reacts to a fantastic series like Jetlag, also available on Nebula, he continually suggests that people sign up for Nebula so they can watch.
I have one last blast and then we will fuck off. All right, let's
Someone
go.
who does reaction content the right way is Dr. Mike.
It's been an emotional stream, chat. Whoa.
He is only looking at little snippets, and then he is talking about how that snippet
hard day at the office
relates to his chosen practice. Obviously, medicine. Now, you don't have to be a lawyer or a doctor to do reaction content. You do need to make commentary about the thing you are reviewing, and you, generally speaking, can't use the entirety of the work. You should have some forethought about what you're going to use and what's not necessary. And ultimately, non-transformative re-uploading of videos hurts content creators, free rides off of their hard work, and likely infringes on their IP rights. If these videos are re-uploaded in their entirety, it should be left up to the original content creator to approve or reject it. And remember, there's a super easy way to get around this. Just ask permission from the original content creator. Though in defense of live streaming reaction videos, Hassan Abi said, quote, 90% of creators don't mind. They like it when we're watching their videos. I'm a content creator, and I love it when people react to my videos. But the thing is that even if 90% of those people would agree to it if you ask them, you still have to ask them or it's copyright infringement. And that, of course, leaves out at least 10%. It's probably more than 10% of content creators do actually mind, and you are explicitly going against their wishes. So ultimately, the easiest way around this that's good for everyone is just ask for permission. But streamers need to realize that not only is it legally required to ask for permission in many, if not most of these circumstances, as well as it being the morally right thing to do, it's also in their pecuniary.
I think we've reached a wall. I don't know why it does it. Maybe I need to call the provider again and bother them. How well. It's okay. We're not going to do any more React to stream today. Or even know if I can send you guys over. Try refresh Pepe hands. No, I'm back. Jesus. We're back, but we're probably going to fuck off, right? Because I don't know if I can handle that happening. It triggers me so hard. And I am hungry. I'm very hungry. I don't even know if I can redirect you to anyone. Actually, maybe I can this time. Maybe this is the one time I can. Because I think a friend of the show is streaming. Is he? Is he? No. So good. Did he just stop? Did he actually stop streaming? Oh my god. No way. Oh, I just haven't subscribed. Oh, we can. Okay, I can redirect you guys. Nice one. Are you guys ready to be sent to the master's lair? To the professor? Okay. Listen, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for all everyone who joined the Discord as well. You should go in there, make some friends. All right. Take care, chat. We'll have a good one tomorrow where there's no internet crash, hopefully, you know, be nice. Okay. Love you guys. Stay crazy, chat. Bye-bye.